If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
201. Jack the Drought, who was almost 30 feet in height, was tossed as if he weighed as much as a pillow, crashing through several buildings, before stopping. For 1 second Jack was dumbstruck as to what happened. But he knew what happened. Someone had caught him mid-air, then tossed him, pushing him back. Jack got up from the rubble, but before he could move, 2 attacks hit him. Phoenix and Ajiri. Well cooked, grill shot. Gah! Jack grunted as both flaming attacks attacked him head-on, creating a large fiery explosion that sent him through multiple buildings. But even with that, the damage he took was only skin-deep, minor burns, but one of the kicks managed to knock him out. But only for a while. Jack might not have covered his body with armament haki, but his mammoth hide was strong enough for any non-haki-based attack. They were too shallow. But all in all, he still had a brain, and the kick seemed to have rattled his insides. And so when Jack woke up, he was angry. He found Sheepshead trying to wake him up, and so punched the poor man in frustration. The mammoth Zoan stood up and angrily looked for his target. It was the Straw Hat Pirates. A bit earlier, on Luffy's side. It's... The Marine trailed off. It's the fallen hero Luffy. The civilians who were on the ship saw Luffy and were awed. He tossed the beast of a giant before it could destroy their ship, saving many lives in the process. And Luffy looked even more impressive than his bounty poster. Having a tall and good build, with his straw hat on his back and 2 naginatas strapped back on his back in a crossed fashion. It's the Straw Hat Pirates. He cheered. He was one of the civilians that got saved by Luffy. The rumors are true. He has come to save us. And as if it was a domino effect, more and more people started to cheer. Almost half of the Marines were still skeptical, but the other half cheered for Luffy. They needed any hope, any help at the moment, and to get help from pirates was surprising, but the newspaper seemed to not lie. Luffy jumped from the ship, landing between Zoro and Sanji. Shishishi, it seems we are quite popular. But let's get away from the civilians to avoid any casualties. All 3 of them jumped a few times, plowing through the ranks of beast pirates and the subordinate crewmen. It made the civilians and those that supported Luffy from the Marines cheer even harder. With most of the port now cleared from the pirates, Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro entered the plaza, where the battle took place previously. Zoro didn't say anything, his eyes were moving around to find opponents he could match. And just by one attack he knew he was no match for Jack, so he would need to find opponents that he could at least contend against. Sanji, on the other hand, disappeared from his spot, appearing right in front of Anne, with a rose in his mouth. Mademoiselle, I came here only hearing you call. To save you from the ugly pirates that have plagued this land. Please accept this flower. Anne dumbly nodded and accepted this flower. She was in too much of a shock. For some reason, Sinbad felt his eyes twitch, snatching the flower away from Anne, and wrapping his arms around her. She's mine. And who the heck are? But Luffy cut him off. Who's the average-looking guy? He asked Sanji. Internally he was having a hard time believing that Sinbad looked exactly like, well, Sinbad. Sanji gave his captain a deadpan, but explained. Purple hair, looks a bit like Vivi Swan, unfortunately, it's her cousin. But he was cut off. Did you just call me an average-looking guy? Sinbad whispered as if that comment hurt him more than the wounds. He pointed at Luffy, as he stood up, being at least 2 feet taller than him. I'm better looking than you. Keep telling yourself that, buddy, Luffy said, obviously you are coping. He patted his shoulder. But no one will think less of you if you are honest. Anne really wanted to hit Sinbad. The pirate knew about Vivi, the Alabastan princess, and that meant he knew about Sinbad. And the vice admiral was literally pissed off about someone calling him average-looking of all things. Though internally even she was embarrassed about her previous hiccup, and she also tried to hide the fact that Sinbad called her his. She was about to say something, but Sanji gave her another rose. "Mademoiselle, please accept the flower and accept my love. Like my captain said, he really is average looking. Stop hitting on her, dart brow. Stop hitting on her, love cook." Both Sinbad and Zoro said at the same time, before they looked at each other. "Shut it, cabbage heads." Sanji snapped at Zoro and Sinbad at the same time, but then he blinked. "Wait. Cabbages also come in the color purple." "Why you?" both of them said at the same time. "Shishishi, you are good, Sanji." And before things could escalate any further, Shuzo asked the most logical question. "What are you pirates doing here?" The marine asked. We came as backup, of course," Luffy asked, before he looked at Sinbad, and then back to Jack, who now stood up. "I mean, what hero would I be if I didn't help people in need?" "Shishishi. But you guys are pirates." Anne said something for the first time. She might not be an absolute justice freak, but this just wasn't logical. Most of the pirates she met wanted her dead, and the feeling was mostly mutual, so this was a bit odd. And you guys service bubblehead men who call themselves God," Luffy said, taking out his nameless naginata, and horn's edge off of his back. Red steam started coming out of his skin, as it gained a red tint, his hair growing wilder, his muscles growing larger in size, as his height matched Sinbad, looking at Jack. "Why do you think I never joined the Marines?" That was when Anne remembered that Luffy, even though he was a pirate, was the grandson of the marine hero Garp. So the rumors about his heroic deeds were true, the newspapers weren't just making stuff up. It gave her a conflicting view. Sinbad, on the other hand, wasn't finding it that hard. He has seen the grey area of both Marines and pirates. "Just one question? How do you know Vivi?" Luffy grinned, not looking at him, his eyes still on Jack, who started his charge towards them. "Ask her yourself, she's coming here on my ship after all." "How dare you attack Jack-sama?" Sasaki of the Beast Pirate screamed. "Men, attack!" With that, all of the pirates charged again, and Jack also seemed to have gotten up, looking very pissed about the situation as he also jumped toward them. Jack also seemed to have roared as he dashed towards Luffy. Luffy then looked at Sinbad one last time. "I came for backup, but it's your own mess, so don't push all the responsibility on us." With that, he threw horn's edge at Sasaki, who was trying to get up after getting punched by Jack. The pirate might not have been strong compared to the others in his crew, but he managed to avoid getting stabbed. Luffy clicked his tongue before he disappeared from his spot using Soru, charging at Jack. Zoro and Sanji also moved, Zoro going for Sasaki, while Sanji went for Sheep's Head. The other pirates that were along with the Beast Pirates also wanted to attack Luffy and the group, but for some reason, they were getting shot from somewhere and falling. All the Beast Pirates knew there was a sniper, but they couldn't see him. Sinbad deduced that another member of the Straw Hats was helping the trio in the fight. At that time, Binz came with the body of ex-Drake. The man was in critical condition and he needed medical attention. "What should we do, Vice Admiral?" Binz asked. Sinbad looked at his men. His blue lightning dragon armor started shimmering, becoming translucent. "You go and stay with Drake. Even though his condition is critical, he's a Zoan and their recovery is quite fast. But don't let him out of your sight, and don't let him join the battle." Binz nodded, picking up the knocked out and bleeding ex-Drake and jumping towards the evacuation ships. He would help the Marines there and look after his comrade at the same time. Sinbad then looked at Anne and Shuzo. "There's no good way of saying this, but we have to trust the Straw Hat Pirates this time. Anne, you go and help the swordsman, and Shuzo, you go and help the Dart Brow." Both of them nodded. "They are strong, but they will need some help. And don't attack them if they don't do anything shady. Also, keep an eye on them, they might be helping us now, but at the end of the day they are pirates." Shuzo nodded, and while Anne was having some conflicting views on working with a pirate, she didn't question Sinbad's order. Especially when he mentioned to keep an eye on them. "I will go and help Straw Hat, Jack is not someone he can take alone," he said. "Neither can I. Who knew I would get help from pirates today?" He mused internally, his armor changing into light particles. Also, how does he know about Vivi-chan? I will have to look into it later. "Armor change, White Fox," he said, as his armor completely morphed his entire body. Changing from scales to white clothes, his hair gaining a white color with 2 white fox-like ears coming out of it and 9 fox-like tails growing out of his back, all white in color. It almost looked like a Zoan transformation, if others didn't know any better. All the previous injuries he had sustained now were disappearing at a visible rate. While his lightning dragon armor was meant for dealing the most damage with lightning powers and was a lot more durable, his white fox armor had active regeneration in it, along with the ice powers. He couldn't change before as it took a bit of time to switch between his armors. With that, he moved from his spot going toward where Luffy was fighting Jack. 202. Jack used one of his shuttle blades to block Luffy's attack, holding his naginata in place, before slashing with his other one, this one coated with haki. But he was surprised when he saw Luffy using haki in the area where the attack was supposed to land. A rookie pirate using haki wasn't something you saw every day. But Jack scoffed, thinking that this level of haki could protect him from his own. Just as his haki-clad blade was about to hit Luffy's exposed stomach, the rookie pirate's muscles tensed up along with a black coating of haki. And the beast pirate was surprised again when it protected him. Still, the blow was enough to send Luffy away toward one of the buildings. Elephant gun. But not before the said Straw Hat punched him with a giant fist coated in haki, sending him back as well. While Luffy sustained some damage, Jack was unharmed. In fact, the beast pirate was annoyed. While it seemed that the young pirate didn't have strong haki, he made up for it with some odd skill. But that level of haki still wouldn't be able to harm him. Jack relied mostly on his devil fruit, but his armament haki was also quite good, better than Luffy's at the very least. But even then most haki users couldn't damage his thick skin even if they tried. The same was the case for Luffy. Luffy knew that his armament haki was nowhere near as strong as Jack's. Jack's armament haki had more raw power while Luffy had better control over it, and for the advanced armament to awaken, control was needed. For now, Jack's haki had more raw power in it. But Luffy knew he would catch up soon as with each second passing, he could feel himself getting stronger. "Shishishi, don't die before I get stronger, fishy," Luffy said, blitzing right near Jack's side with a combination of Soru and Geppo, and he slashed his naginata. Like Luffy's fist, the blade part of his weapon grew in size listening to its partner's will. As small sparks of red haki gathered on its edge, coating the white blade black. And Jack had to cross his arms and block it with haki as he was sent through multiple buildings. And for the first time in the fight, Jack actually got a somewhat deep wound on his body. But nothing too serious. Luffy on the other hand seemed drained from using so much armament haki. He grinned at his blade, "I know you are excited as I am, but using too much haki for just one attack won't do us too well," he said to the nameless blade. Luffy heard his blade scoff, "Be strong then." Luffy could hear his blade from the beginning but couldn't understand it until Little Garden. So only recently could he communicate with it. Though it was only a few words, it seemed rather talkative when fighting. Talk about being a battle maniac. The nameless naginata wanted this fight alone, so Luffy complied, not using Horn's edge by stabbing it into the ground. With his observation haki only he would be able to pick it up, others will just ignore the small hole. He did have a good connection with his weapon. Encouraging words, Luffy said, gripping his blade tightly as Jack got out from the rubble and was madly charging at him. But then again, we aim to become the strongest. An oversized fish elephant thingy will not stop us here. So someone fucking finally grew a pair, the blade said, as it hummed again as Jack came with his shotel blades. "We will cut him." Both pirates clashed, blade against blade, haki against haki, fist against fist. And while in every regard Jack was better, Luffy was getting stronger as well. "Is that all you got? Die!" Jack yelled, as he did a cross motion from above trying to cut Luffy. But Luffy was able to get away with Zoro before delivering a flying slash to the man's back, sending him towards the building. Again, Luffy's attack did nothing but annoy the oversized fishman. "Do we really need to exhaust all our haki just to harm him?" Luffy thought to himself. "Of course not," the blade said, surprising Luffy as he didn't know his blade could communicate mentally. But it seemed it couldn't pick up all his thoughts, only those spoken towards it. "You have to just get better." "Yes, really helpful." Luffy almost tried not to roll his eyes. "Fucking brat, die!" Jack furiously attacked. "How about a no?" Luffy said again, engaging the wild beast. Luffy was able to dodge most of the attacks or parry them. And while Jack was big, he was still fast, some of the attacks almost managed to hit him, which he was able to block with haki and tekai. His iron body kind of became passive, now with observation haki, he could harden the area with it, and use armament coating for the ultimate shield. Having an exoskeleton like Sanji would have been better, but there was something satisfying about winning with only normal cards. It means his training wasn't failing him at least. Is this what stacking one skill over another feels like? Luffy internally mused as he used his leg to counter Jack's punch. Having both tekai and armament haki on it, it didn't damage him any bit. He was thrown away, but not before using his other leg to deliver a giant Spartan kick that also sent Jack away. Still, Jack's really got a tough hide. And now that I'm fighting him, it's not all because of his devil fruit. Luffy got up as he dashed towards Jack. Did the buffoon have a passive skill like tekai from all the fights he picked over the years? No wonder he's one of Kaido's most skilled men. If I had to say, his skills and power are at least equal or even better than Aramaki. And that was saying something as Luffy was basically in his mixed gear form. Using Gear 1 to increase his muscle mass and Gear 2 to increase his blood flow and speed. He was even delivering giant attacks with his Gear 3. The problem with Jack was that it seemed his attacks weren't doing any damage, and Luffy wasn't holding back either. Jack was just way stronger, the attacks he avoided would give him minor cuts and the attacks he parried would feel like his bones were going to break. And he doubted even if he was somehow able to cuff him with sea stone, his battle skills wouldn't diminish. Unlike Aramaki, he ain't a one-trick pony. But, fuck. I'm loving this. Agreed, his blade called out. Luffy jumped over one of Jack's strikes, his chain wrapping around the big guy's body as he thrust his spear-like weapon into Jack's shoulder from behind. Even with armament coating the blade, the wound wasn't that deep. But he didn't need to make the wound deep. Impale and explode. Just as his naginata stabbed into Jack, the blade suddenly started to hum. With Jack trapped inside his chain he could do nothing as suddenly he felt a shockwave hit his shoulder. Ah! Luffy's attack created a large yet concentrated shockwave from the tip of his naginata that was stabbed into Jack. Even the ground they stood on shook due to the internal blow. It made the beast pirate yell as he was thrown face first into some of the buildings. But at the same time, some part of the chain broke off from his nameless naginata. His blade didn't like the injury, but didn't comment on it. Do you think that worked? Luffy asked, his arms shaking from the impact of his own attack. He made the technique after getting well used to Rokugan and Shigen. It was one of his most powerful attacks, only it wasn't fully mastered. No. Doug. But Luffy was too late. Even his observation haki didn't pick up Jack's movement as he punched Luffy in the face, his face getting buried into itself as Jack's large fist shot him towards the unknown. Luffy's body bounced across the ground several times, going through multiple marines and pirates, killing and maiming some of them just because of the uncontrolled speed. He only stopped when he was caught by Sanji, who had to drag his heels into the ground, digging a trench to catch his captain. He seemed to have a few beads of sweat on his forehead. "Yug, what the fuck happened?" Luffy asked, ignoring the pain that he felt from his facial bones breaking. Most of his face was caved in, but he was already on his way to fixing that. "You tell me." Sanji said, "You shot my opponent to God knows where." "I did wah." "Your body slammed into him. But then again he wasn't that strong, his armament was shit compared to you guys." The cook said, looking at the angry Jack who was madly attacking anyone in sight, and coming towards them slowly. Sanji couldn't use any haki, but he would gladly give a hand to his captain. "Want some help?" Luffy shook his head as he walked forward. "No, you aren't strong enough, yet. In fact, why the heck are you and Zoro fighting different opponents? We are among the Marines, and technically fighting together with them is a good way to reveal your secrets. Also, Sasaki is too strong for Zoro alone and Sheepshead was weak against you." Of course, he was keeping tabs on what his crewmates were doing. Or at least those that were within his range. "Yeah, that Shuzo guy also wanted to help me, but I declined it because it was easy. Didn't know that they had that in mind." Sanji said, both him and Zoro were too focused on gaining strength that they forgot about that. "I will keep it in mind, Captain." With that, he jumped toward where Zoro was. The green-haired swordsman was getting help from a beautiful marine. Why, that moose head! It almost made him forget about what his captain said. Almost. 203. Luffy looked at Jack, who was walking towards him slowly. It seemed he had relocated his shoulder and the wounds on his body were beginning to close. Luffy then also looked around, now that he saw the battle littered with so many bodies. This place looked like an actual war zone rather than a simple skirmish. Luffy wondered why Sinbad had to pull down on Jack's pants like that. Jack seemed to have gathered a large number of men for this, but then again, Luffy could guess that not all of the pirates were allies, as he could occasionally find some pirate groups fighting others for some valuables. But with his backstory, and the involvement with Joker, he could see why this was happening. Especially when you consider this base was supposed to be under Vice Admiral Virgo. Luffy shook his head, as he focused on his recovery. Steam started coming out of his bodily wounds. Mainly the damage done to his face was his first priority. It would be quite embarrassing if the next day his photo was taken with a mangled up face. So, he quickly took out a small protein bar, and munched on it. Stamina and minor injuries shouldn't be an issue as he had a highly dense calorie bar made by Sanji. With life return, he could recover from most damages, but he knew he couldn't drag the fight out for too long. Jack was known to have fought for 5 days and 5 nights against the Minks. And Luffy wouldn't waste that much time on him. The place was in ruins. If he wanted to build a reputation, he needed to finish him fast. Dragging the battle longer wouldn't do him any good, but he knew it would be impossible. Still, he didn't want Sabo to get involved. "I almost had some respect for you, being able to actually hurt me," Jack said menacingly as he stood against Luffy, a small distance away. Luffy on the other hand was casually finishing off his protein bar. And it ticked Jack off. Die. Luffy disappeared from his spot, but even he had to say that Jack was fast now. "Holding out on me, big guy," Luffy said, narrowly avoiding another slash. Luffy moved back, trying to take the least amount of damage as he could while he tried to mend back his wounds. "Feed me," his blade called out. Luffy raised his brow, before he understood what his blade meant. "You can do that?" he asked, a small smile creeping up his face. "Sure, I will take the risk." "Nice blade you got there," Luffy mused, ducking under one of Jack's slashes, Luffy's chain wrapping around the weapon as he yanked it out of his hands. "Mind if I take a good look? Give me back my blade." "How about a no?" Luffy smirked as he jumped up into the air with Jeppo, and even though Jack tried to catch up with his own jump, unfortunately, he didn't know airwalk, so gravity pushed him back down. "Why you?" Jack grunted, his face grew into that of a mammoth's with an elephant trunk in the place of his nose, his upper body remaining human while his lower half turned into some weird form of a mammoth centaur. With that he took a deep breath of air, intending to use it as an attack through his elephant trunk. But Luffy didn't pay that much attention to it. He held out the large shotel blade Jack used, they were even bigger than his naginata, which grew in size along with him. "Okay, what now?" Luffy asked his nameless naginata, as the chain part of its body shot out wrapped around the blade, and before long, it was gone, as if the chain dissolved it into its own body. "This will do for now," his blade said. Luffy had to avoid the massive air pressure bullet that Jack shot toward him, but he continued the conversation with his blade instead. "So learn any new tricks? This hardly works like that. But I did regrow the chains that I lost," the nameless blade said. "Also, that trunk is one of Jack's weak spots, we might be able to cut it." Luffy grinned. "You should have started with that." With that Luffy shot towards Jack, who sadly reverted to his base form, but Luffy still pushed forward to attack. He was almost back to full health now, he could keep going. Jack charged and so did Luffy. Honestly, Jack's swordsmanship wasn't that good, it was wild and unhinged, and yet predictable. But Jack made up for his lack of skill with raw power. "Taking my weapons will get you nowhere." One of Jack's hands, which was now unarmed, morphed into a mammoth's foot as it increased in size. And with it, Jack started to attack. "Armor change, White Fox!" Someone shouted from behind, but Luffy was too focused on avoiding the attacks. Every one of the attacks was dangerous, and yet, Luffy was loving this. Sure, the battle was a fight to the death, but his odds weren't all stacked against him, like the fight with Aramaki. Now not only was he stronger, but if things got rough, his brother would come in. Sabo was also in the battle, along with Usopp. Both had shrunk down to a small size, helping with taking down cannon fodder pirates and saving as many people as they could. Honestly, one side effect of the shrinking down to the size of an ant, was that if you don't know where your opponent is, you can't hit them. Even with a solid level of observation haki, it was hard to find them. Especially Usopp, as he didn't stand out much with observation haki, so that was why Sabo was also wearing the invisible bracelet to conceal himself, as Sabo stood out much more due to his strength. And with that, he was sure most of the marines and pirates wouldn't be able to find him. And with so much chaos, no one focused on the invisible enemy that was reducing their numbers. Anyway, Luffy brought his attention back towards Jack. Well, he kind of had to, as he received a strong punch to his chest that knocked the wind out of him. But the Straw Hat had little time as Jack jumped upwards, intending to stomp down on Luffy. The young pirate shot towards the side as a very large crater formed around Jack's landing spot. "Stop running away! Stop breathing, then!" Luffy's blade grew in size as he delivered a devastating air slash which Jack tanked with his body, only getting a small cut from it. "Hat, you fight like a bitch!" Jack called out as he again charged toward Luffy. Luffy really wanted to learn advanced armament, that would put that bastard in his place. Sabo didn't have advanced observation, but he did have advanced armament. Both versions of it, emission and internal destruction. Wano wasn't the only place that knew about internal destruction, it seemed. And his brother told him that he was getting really close to unlocking it, so he will try in this fight. Not much could be done about the enhancement aspect of his armament haki, as that was a bit hard to improve, but his control over armament was already good enough. With how thick Jack's skin is, only that would be able to harm and do critical damage to him. Of course, his skin was nothing like Kaido's. Actually, if his armament haki was stronger, he wouldn't have needed to use advanced armament to cut Jack. "I can do that," his blade said. "Do what?" Luffy asked, a bit hopeful. "I can bring out advanced armament for an attack, but it will leave you dry, so to speak," his blade said. "Why help now?" Luffy asked, dodging one of Jack's attacks while delivering a giant punch, which the beast pirate tanked. I wanna cut him up, his blade said. Luffy could feel it grinning. Spoken like a true battle-crazed sword, my friend. Luffy also gave a mad grin, dashing towards the mammoth Zoan. But let's not use it hastily, we only have one chance in this. And it's not about winning, it's about getting strong. And so their fight continued. Luffy loved the challenge. Because for the first time, his nameless Naginata was calling out to him, it really wanted to cut Jack. And he would make sure to do just that. 204. You are annoying. Jack grunted, delivering a large wind slash with his sword that Luffy had to tank with his nameless Naginata. Because if he didn't, it would fly through where the evacuation ships and Going Merry were, and some of his crewmates might get injured. But just as he stopped the attack, Jack was on him, kicking Luffy through multiple buildings. You think I didn't know that you were using me to clear out my own men? Jack scoffed and held his hands up, not towards Luffy, but towards where Zoro and Sanji were, fighting against Sasaki. They were creating quite the fire show. But before Jack could shoot out his attack, Luffy was on him. Getting serious, hey, kid. Jack said as he crossed his blades parrying one of Luffy's attacks. As a captain, it would be foolish if he let his crewmates get hurt because of his own fight. You are strong. I will give you that, but physical strength and skill will not save you from me. With that, he tried to yank the nameless Naginata out of Luffy's hand, but he failed. Copying my trick won't work. Luffy used a combination of Geppo and Soru to get behind Jack, his chain wrapped around his body. Luffy enlarged his hands grabbing Jack from behind, giving him a German suplex as Jack's whole head dug into the ground below, creating a crater on the solid ground. Luffy quickly got off as Jack seemed to have snapped, his whole body starting to change. The Straw Hat quickly unwrapped his chains and got away with his Naginata, as he saw Jack take on his full Zoan form. Luffy grumbled a bit irritated, the large fucking fish elephant was actively trying to attack his crewmates. At this rate he might need some help. Bringing out Sabo would be bad as his face might be already known by the world government, it might ruin some of his plans. Well, that didn't work. This will. Garafor Zairu. A large group of ice spikes dropped down onto Jack from above, all of them coated with haki. The rain was deadly and furious, and when it stopped, it created a large structure of ice, with the hazy shadow of Jack in the middle. Luffy looked at Sinbad, and he almost didn't seem to recognize him. He also recognized that change. Luffy wondered what type of fruit he had. So he asked, "Hey, what kind of fruit do you have?" Sinbad looked at Luffy, "You don't just ask that kind of thing, pirate." Luffy shrugged, "I will go first, I ate the Gomu Gomu no Mi. Making me a rubber human." To add to the point he stretched out one of his forearm skin, stretching it, inhumanly. Sinbad sighed. "That's not how it works." Luffy grinned, "Come on, it might help us deal with that oversized buffoon." He encouraged, "And also know about some of your secrets." He thought internally. And right then, Jack screamed in rage, breaking out of his ice prison, and even with that ice spike shower, he only had minor injuries. "Fine." Sinbad grumbled, "It's the armor fruit, gives me the ability to change armor. That's all I'm gonna share." Luffy gave him a deadpan, "See? Not useful." Luffy shrugged, he would look into the devil fruit encyclopedia later. Now he had more concerning matters. Jack screamed as he took in air from his trunk, obviously preparing for an attack. "Well, he seems to be mad." I think his trunk might be one of his weak spots," Luffy said. "Also, now that you are in the fight he might actually try to attack your allies." "Already know that." Sinbad grumbled, "We have to take him somewhere remote, away from the plaza. It won't be easy. But it's better than trying to keep all his attacks focused on yourself. Self-sacrifice will get you nowhere, not with that damn monster at least. Also, Vivi will be mad if I left you to die, so don't die, please." Luffy said those words truthfully. The Straw Hat might have some grand dreams and he was willing to do some questionable things to accomplish it. But at the end of the day, he strived for what was right. Call it Garp punching some morality into his head. But there was so much evil in this world that someone needed to step out and stop it. That sounds cringy and crazy. But if you wanna do it, I will help you. His blade said. I'm as crazy as you are. Hey, now call me crazy all you want. But I actually do the right kind of crazy. Sinbad glanced at Luffy, and saw the smirk on his face. Even though he was speaking in a not-so-serious tone, Sinbad couldn't find any lies in those eyes. The marine's eyes then lingered on the Straw Hat's pirate ship, where the other members of his crew were helping people get onto the evacuation ship. With his white fox from, his eyesight was enhanced, making him able to see a long distance away. He could also see one particular blue-haired girl who was helping them. His eyes then moved towards Luffy. So he might be able to trust him, but still, it was a gamble. Fine, you will have to tank most of his attacks, Sinbad admitted, pointing at himself. This armor is meant for dealing devastating blows and recovery. I should be able to slow down the bastard a bit, but I won't be able to do much damage, unless you can give me some time to charge my attack. Unlike my previous Lightning Dragon armor, I won't be able to take full-on direct hits from Jack and shrug it off. And believe me when I say this, the bastard loves to make casualties while fighting. He growled at the last part. So you need a tank and a fast attacker, Quite demanding, aren't you? Luffy grinned, putting one arm near his mouth, as he bit in. I might not have some fancy Sailor Moon transformation, but here goes. Taking a deep breath of air and blowing it in his arm. Gear forth. The remaining members of the Straw Hat crew had docked where the evacuation marine ships were. The Marines didn't stop them from entering, especially when they blew up two of the smaller ships of the beast pirates that wanted to harm them. Now most of the Straw Hats were on the dock, helping civilians in getting to the ship. One by one the ships started to leave, only two evacuation ships remained. Kobe took the most active role in helping others. Johnny and Yusaku were fighting off the grunt pirates that had come near the port, and Bartolomeo and Hatchin were somewhere around the port area as well. It seemed that Jack the Drought brought quite a large number of pirates to attack the G3 base. Well, he was trying to destroy the whole base, and so he even brought in some crews that were allied with the beast pirates, roaming Paradise Waters. That was the reason why it looked more like a war than a skirmish. Many lives were lost on both sides, but the civilian casualties were the worst thing. The rest of the Straw Hats did what they could to help, but now that three of the evacuation ships have already left, the Straw Hats, along with the Marines, were focusing on those that weren't able to get to the evacuation ships, either getting injured or kidnapped. Most of the beast pirates were attacking and actively trying to kill the civilians. Jack had ordered that, to send a message, but some of them had even worse goals in mind. To capture and sell them as slaves. One could see that Jack only brought one ship from Wano. The other pirate ships were either allies of the beast pirates or got forced into the war, cause they just so happened to cross the Mammoth Zoan's way. Jack wanted to create as much havoc as possible coming to the G3 base. Not only did the Marines kill one of the Tobirapo, another was captured, Sasaki. They were part of the main crew. This was an active war against the beast pirates. The beast pirates had no camaraderie with their crewmates, but the respect and fear of Kaido united them all. And Kaido was in one of his drunken rages, so Jack didn't dare to inform him. The other two All-Stars, King and Queen, knew what happened, but they weren't too bothered. But Jack found it as a chance to expand the crew's dominance and bring fear to all. That's why Jack gathered every other pirate that their ship crossed, and forced them into working under him. So many of the pirates fighting here also had their own goals. And some of them had ideas of selling slaves after this so-called war was over. Till now, before the Straw Hats came, the so-called war was mostly a massacre, but now things were different. All because of a small crew of around 20 members. 205. Hatchin didn't like being with the Straw Hats at first. They did kill some of his friends. Hatchin knew that Arlong and those who died deserved it. What they did was wrong. And Hatchin couldn't stop them, he was too weak to voice his opinion. But then Luffy opened his eyes, this wasn't something that Fisher Tiger would do. But still, it hurt knowing that one of his childhood friends was no more. After that day, Hatchin was invited to the Straw Hat ship. And he could have left the Straw Hat crew anytime, he wasn't even a member, but he had to show Nami the true face of fishmen. Arlong didn't represent their race, Hatchin wanted to live as an example of Fisher Tiger. To one day unite both races and come into terms peacefully. Not all humans were bad. Whitebeard protected their island, and there was Koala who joined the Revolutionary Army because she wanted to fulfill Fisher Tiger's dream. It was good to know that the girl was doing fine for herself, even going as far to learn Fishman karate to pay homage to the man that saved her. And that day, any doubts he had about Luffy vanished. Luffy's words were true yet again, and it also made him feel ashamed that he was doing something his late mentor and friend, Fisher Tiger, wouldn't approve of. Still, there was still time to change, he would show the world not all fishmen were evil. They were like humans. And he did that starting with the crew. The crew wasn't bothered by him tagging along. They didn't even treat him differently either. And over the months of staying with the crew he started to like them. Hatchin had to be honest, he didn't like Sanji at first for killing Arlong, but that's changed. Over the months when Sanji helped him perfect his takoyaki recipe, he started to take a liking to the cook. Hatchin always wanted to be a cook, and with Sanji's help, he would one day make the world's best takoyaki. Not any grand dreams per se, but along with bringing peace to both races it was worth fighting for. Momo seemed to be liking the crew as well. He liked it even better as he wasn't treated as a pet like how Arlong used to do, and it's never a dull day with the crew. One thing he didn't like at first was about the crew's motto that every day was training every day. Luffy was strong no bout, and so Hatchin was very surprised at how much he trained. And there was an unwritten law that whoever was on the going merry, unless he or she was half dead for any reason, he or she must train. And Hatchin was no exception. Every single day, training was dreadful. And then there was the sparring against the other members of the crew. Hatchin didn't like how much it hurt the first day. But as time passed he started enjoying it. Luffy knew how to make training fun, and it helped Hatchin gain some new skills during his stay with the Straw Hat Pirates. Things happened and Hatchin started accepting the crew, especially after Drum Island where the Icelanders weren't scared of him, even though he is a fishman, all because they thought he was a straw hat. Hatchin shook his head. Even though Luffy pushed him to officially join the crew, he didn't know what to do. He would have joined Jinbe if he still had a crew, but the Knight of the Sea was a warlord now. He didn't know how that worked, but he could guess there was no chance of joining there as well. So for now, Hatchin was supporting the crew with Momo till Fishman Island. Still, with the months passing, he wouldn't mind joining the crew. They were fine men and women who would give their all for a single crewmate. The brotherhood in the crew was something he really admired. He often heard about how the Whitebeard pirates had deep relations among them, the old man literally called everyone his son. So Luffy doing that wasn't surprising. The captain might be young and inexperienced, and yet he faced every challenge with a smile. And his crewmates seemed to be happy to accept it. Hatchin also accepted the reality of training every day. Especially after what happened with that bounty-hunting bastard Aramaki. He was literally one shot and lost two of his hands. So gaining strength was welcomed. Hatchin didn't want to be weak anymore. He wasn't as arrogant as Arlong, but he still had some pride as a fishman. So of course he wanted to be strong. He would show the world the true face of the fishmen. Not all of them were monsters, they could also be pillars that Nami and Koala other humans could find support on. But now, he had doubts. Hatchin looked around him, bodies of civilians, pirates, and marines lay everywhere. This was a war zone right now, so many people were dying. Arlong was bloodthirsty, yes, but never killed or actively tried to harm anyone from his own race. So seeing this was a bit shocking to him. But when he found out who was the one behind the whole G3 Marine Branch incident, his blood ran cold. The main perpetrator was Jack the Drought. A fishman. His own race, doing something so evil, for what? Sick pride? Even Arlong wouldn't go this far. Hatchin knew about him being one of Kaido's commanders, but other than that he didn't know much about him. He doubted if Jack was even from Fishman Island. But it didn't matter, what mattered was this much bloodshed was because of someone from his own race. Hatchin knew that the Straw Hat crew wouldn't judge him for Jack's actions. But deep down after what happened with Arlong, he needed to do something. This wasn't right. He would stop him. He needed to stop him. Or else Jack would give the fishmen a bad reputation because of it. 206. G3 Base, Navy Port. Now that most of the evacuation ships on the island left, there was a problem. Not all of the Marines that were helping previously on the port stayed. Many of the Marines were injured and many didn't want to die here in the battle, and with the excuse of helping the civilians on the ships many of the Marines had left, reducing the number of capable soldiers by a lot. And that was bad because there were still civilians and injured Marines on the island who either couldn't get on the ships or were hiding for their dear life. And that's not including who got captured. But who could blame them? Many still had families that needed them. And even with the Straw Hat pirates helping, many of the Marines believed that it was a losing battle. They were fighting a Yonko commander, the battle could go either way. So that was why, the number advantage the Marines had now shifted towards the Beast Pirates and their allies. But Kobe expected this would happen, still it bothered the young pirate he couldn't do anything. No one wanted to die, and yet someone needed to step up and do the right thing. And he was going to do it. It just so happened that his crewmates were with him on that one. You know, it feels good to do what's right, Johnny said, skewering one pirate with his spear before using the said pirate's body to slam into the other ones, taking down at least 6 of them in the process. After that was done, he kicked off the skewered pirate from his spear, hitting other pirates that tried to attack him. Of course, once the skewered pirate was dead, others also had severe injuries. But Johnny didn't even bat an eye on them. Yeah, well. Compared to our bounty hunting days, I like the change. I mean we are basically heroes. He cheered as he used his shield to slam into one pirate's neck, breaking it in the process. I mean we are working with the Marines as pirates. Either we are doing something very right, or very stupid. Yusaku said, throwing his axe towards one pirate that carved into his chest. He ran up, jumped onto said pirate's head and took out his axe before throwing himself to another group of pirates that was behind the first one. Both Johnny and Yusaku weren't new to killing, and yet always tried to avoid it. But after seeing how much bloodshed the pirates had done, they weren't pulling back any punches. If some died then they died, they wouldn't hold back today. The reason why they became bounty hunters in the first place was to stop evil pirates from killing innocents. Since they couldn't stop them, at least they could kill some pirates to avenge those that had fallen. You boys clear out the group here, make sure no one can get near the port. Nami said, bashing her bow staff on top of a pirate's head, taking him down. The others in the group tried to jump the cat burglar but suddenly she disappeared from her spot, making the pirates crash into each other. Nami appeared right above them and stomped on one head after the other, knocking them down. Yes ma'am. Both Johnny and Yusaku said at the same time, after hearing Nami's order. Nami nodded as she looked at a group of Marines mostly made out of women. Let's take the south side, then. She said towards a certain Marine. Ensign Hirobi, was it? Yeah, the girl said, she had a large sniper rifle that she rested casually on her shoulder. We have to thank you, pirates, on helping us here, especially that pink-haired guy. She then looked at Nami, I mean, not in a weird way. He's cute and all, and he saved my life. It's not that I like him or anything. If it wasn't obvious she fell for Kobe, hard. Nami's sweat dropped at the young Marine, before she internally giggled thinking she finally got some blackmail material on Kobe. Highberry was a young woman of regular stature. She had light hair with bangs worn in a ponytail. Her Marine uniform consists of a military pocketed shirt that exposes her midriff, gloves, military boots, and camo pants, with the latter's right side ripped to reveal striped leggings. She also wore headphones over her ears, a belt with heart-shaped buckles around her torso, and a backpack with a hanging teddy bear. Her most unique thing was her large sniper rifle, which she sometimes used to bash pirates that got near her. And while she might seem a bit clueless, she was kind of a well-known figure, as many of the Marines that stayed seemed to follow her. "Hirobi, there you are," another Marine said, running towards them. She seemed to be captained by her justice coat. "Captain Kyojaku. I'm here." Hirobi snapped out of her daze looking at her. "I didn't do anything," she said as the other Marine came to her. The Marine captain sighed when a group of pirates wanted to stop her, using her whip to send a few pirates hurling back. "I didn't come here to scold you this time," she said before her expression softened a bit. "I'm just glad that you are okay. I heard that some pirates were helping and stuff." She then looked at Nami, who looked like a casual civilian, but she could guess that she was one of the Straw Hat pirates others were talking about. She was about to thank her when, "Hey, watch out!" Two pirates had sneaked behind Nami and had swords drawn, intending to attack. A blue-haired figure suddenly rushed towards the two pirates' swords midway. It was Vivi, who had two eskrima sticks in her hand, holding off two pirates with ease. She twisted her hand as her eskrima sticks suddenly discharged electricity, shocking the two pirates. Both of them yelped and dropped down with black smoke wisping off their bodies. With the two knocked out, only one pirate remained, and all the others were either dead or knocked out. And so everyone was now looking at said pirate. "I don't get paid enough for this shit," the last pirate screamed as he tried to run away, but a whip suddenly wrapped around his neck. "Get over here," Kyojaku said, as the pirate was thrown to a nearby wall, going through it, promptly getting knocked out in the process, but with that much bleeding he might not make it, but no one cared. "Well, what should we do, Captain?" Hirobi asked her superior. "The port is now almost cleared. A few of the Straw Hat pirates are there guarding against any pirates from getting there, and there's also a Sea King out giving the Navy support." It was weird seeing a giant sea cow taking on large pirate ships as if it was trying to commit boxing. But at least the Sea King was on their side, so they were thankful. "I don't like working with pirates, but..." Kyojaku looked at Nami and Vivi, she clicked her tongue, "We might need your help. Some of the civilians and even some of our Marine colleagues have been captured by the pirates." Nami frowned, "Wait, why would anyone?" But then it hit her. "Slavers." The Marine nodded. "It seems not all the pirates were in the port trying to kill, some of them were seen kidnapping kids and other female civilians. We might need your help." She really didn't want to take help from the pirates, especially this particular group, since her grandmother warned about them. But with how things were, she couldn't be picky. Nami and Vivi looked at each other and nodded. "Of course. Lead the way." 207. "Go. We'll stop them," Nami said, to a group of people, who looked quite roughed up. They had multiple injuries. All of them were underage kids or females that stood out for their beauty, all of them seemed to be roughed up. One could guess what might have happened to them. Especially since some of the women couldn't even walk straight with blood stains in all the wrong areas. Vivi felt a sting in her heart, if only they were here early. Thinking about this brought her the horrifying thought of what might happen if she couldn't stop Crocodile in time. Baroque Works was a bounty hunting organization, yes, but not all people working there were good. So in case of a civil war, her people would face the consequences. The Marine Captain Kyojaku, wasn't kidding that some of the pirates were doing this in the middle of the chaos. Also, it wasn't just one group that were doing the kidnapping, there were many of them. And while some wanted to sell them as slaves, others wanted to have their own kind of sick enjoyment. That was why Nami and Vivi had to break up from the other Marines to cover more ground. And that wasn't all, some people were still hiding in buildings or stuck in the rubble from the destruction. They also needed help. The problem was just that they were short on numbers. After the group of injured left, Nami and Vivi promptly finished any pirates off that weren't dead. They didn't like killing, but now after seeing such horrors of war, they couldn't just not do anything about it. Especially since Nami and Vivi had stopped them while in their act. None of them would lose any of their sleep for what they were doing. Some people were just better off dead. Just when both of the Straw Hat pirates were about to leave, a group of pirates came, with one man in charge. "You, what have you done to my men? How dare you stop my fun?" said a fat, obese-looking pirate. He looked more like a merchant than a pirate. "Men, kill them." His men pointed their weapons at both of them. But before the men could fire an attack, the obese man's head was suddenly covered by mud. A person from behind grabbed him, lifting him off the floor as the man struggled. "Ki-hi-hi, now, why would you want to kill such fine products?" he said, licking his lips with his long snake-like tongue. "Oh, where are my manners? I'm Caribou. Better known as wet-haired Caribou. Ki-hi-hi. I like to make people wet with their blood." He then looked at both Nami and Vivi, ogling their bodies. "I'm also very proficient in making fine ladies like you wet. Ki-hi-hi." Both Nami and Vivi felt a wave of anger for the pirates, but they couldn't act rashly. Even though both of them weren't fighters, they could still judge people's skills. And both of them knew it would be better for them to leave with Zoro, which both of them could perform rather than fight. Release me!" the obese pirate gasped, bringing the mud user's attention back to him. "You ruined the moment," Caribou said as the fat man that was in his grasp stopped moving, his head popping up like a melon as blood and brain matter scattered around. "Why, you, what have you done?" One of the allies from the obese man's side wanted to say more, but a shovel struck him in the head and his face met the ground, dropping dead. "No, one insults Big Brother Caribou," he said, stupidly. As if he was oblivious to the other pirates that had pointed their weapons at him and his so-called brother. Now, Caribou said. "Why fight amongst each other, if you do my bidding? I might just share, after I've had my fun with those two." The other pirates nervously looked at each other, before looking at two female members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Wet-haired Caribou was no ordinary pirate, he was a Logia user, which gave him the ability to use mud. So to normal pirates, even if their leaders were killed, they would follow the next strong one to survive this day. Many of the pirate groups that had joined in helping Jack in destroying G3 base were forced to take part in the crew. Whoever unfortunate enough to cross in front of Jack's ship was beaten to a pulp by the angry fishman and forced to work under him. And even though most were reluctant at first, some of the pirates saw the chance to gain fame by helping Jack. At the same time, they could let loose without worrying about the consequences. The Caribou pirates were one of the unfortunate groups that had crossed Jack in their journey. But now, seeing such well-developed beauties, he found himself very fortunate. He had his fair share of fun on the island, but both of the women looked quite fine in his eyes. But for some reason, he felt a deep sense of danger around them. It's not as if both women were dangerous, no, it was almost as if someone would kill him in the most gruesome and painful way possible if anything bad happened to them. Caribou shook his head, he was overthinking things. No one could possibly harm him, he was a Logia. Well, except that giant bastard Jack, of course, but he had some weird power, he was sure that not everyone had that. Vivi and Nami gripped their weapons tightly. A battle with him would be foolish. So the best choice would be to make a run for it. But the women and children they just saved didn't even make it halfway across towards the port, so leaving would make them the target. so they were put in a difficult position. "What are you waiting for? Charge at them!" Caribou barked. The pirates roared as they gripped their weapons, charging at Nami and Vivi. But before the pirates could get near them, a water blade made a deep wound on the ground, making the pirates back off. And from above, a six-armed fishman dropped to the ground, creating a small crater on it. "Hachi!" Nami said. Hachin looked back at her and nodded. "You and Vivi-chan go and handle the other stuff." He then looked at Caribou. "I will take care of this scum." With that, he gripped his 6 swords ready to battle. Hachin was on his way towards Jack, but things happened and he ended up getting lost in the town amongst all this chaos. Who could blame him? Unlike the village, this place was filled with buildings that looked exactly the same. But it didn't matter. It seemed Nami and Vivi were in danger, and after failing last time, he wouldn't let the incident be repeated. Also, how dare that bastard ogle at his friends like that? Hachin might not be like Sanji, but this was just unacceptable. "Hachi," Nami said, "are you sure you can take him on, alone? We could help." Hachin shook his head, popping a certain pill into his mouth. "No, it would be better if you left. This certain technique creates too great a chance for friendly fire." Vivi held onto Nami's shoulder and nodded. "Thank you," Nami said, "just be safe." Hachin gave a thumbs up from one of his hands, as his size started to inflate, bulking. With that, both Nami and Vivi ran with Soru, heading toward the civilians they had saved previously. "B-boss, what should we do?" one of Caribou's own men asked. After seeing the might of a fishman like Jack, many of the pirates had a permanent fear for that particular race. And seeing one fishman against them, they were quite hesitant. "Fools!" Caribou said, a bead of sweat running down his forehead. He's not as strong as Jack-sama, we can kill him." "Everyone, attack together!" With that, half of his body turned into mud, while the other pirates charged at Hachin. But it was too late. Black Six-Bladed Lotus. Hathken shot a concentrated beam of black ink from his body, which he slashed 6 ways with his sword. The beam of black ink suddenly popped, creating a large cloud of black smoke that covered all the pirates into it, donning their world black. "Ugh! What is this? It's sticky. Ah! It burns." While the other pirates were panicking, Caribou figured out what it was poison. He was also coughing. He could even feel that his Logia powers weren't working properly as the black smoke was sticking to his body, giving his mud a black goo-like overlap. "Lotus Blade," a black figure said, with 6 shining blades as he moved from one target to another. "Gah! Ugh! Shit!" One by one, inside the black smoke, pirates were dropping left and right. Caribou could do nothing as he saw the 6-armed menace make his way towards him, stabbing him with his blades in 6 different angles. The pirate saw the 6-armed fishman. Now that his skin was inky black, that was why they couldn't see him. Or was it just that he was too fast? He didn't know. Cough. Blood came out the mud user's mouth as he saw that his actual body had taken damage. But how was that? He was supposed to be a Logia. Tell me, how? You will never know. Hachin gave him a look of pity before it went away as he slashed his 6 swords apart, internal organs and limbs flying away. With that, the octopus swordsman sheathed his blades. As he walked out of the black cloud of smoke, he suddenly vomited some water out along with some ink. He still wasn't used to using the sea pill. The same pill Arlong had used and wanted to mass-produce for his army. It was just a seawater concentration pill, and after Arlong left he had a few on him. He had used 2 of them previously during training. But this was the first time he used it in actual combat. With it, Hachin could do something on land he wouldn't have been able to use outside water. It was creating his ink smoke. But at the same time, unlike other octopus fishmen, this was no normal ink. No, after getting chemically poisoned by aramaki, his octopus body mutated, and now he could create poisonous ink that could render weak devil fruit users useless with their powers. As he was essentially creating a cloud of ink and seawater, it made them, weak devil fruit users, unable to use their powers. Hatchin didn't know if it would work on a Logia, but luckily it did. But now, his body was getting weak, it seemed that he wouldn't be able to stop Jack. But then again, he trusted that Luffy would have been able to do it. He wasn't as strong or skilled as the main fighters of the Straw Hat crew. Even Usopp had him beat in that department. He wasn't talented like Kobe either, he was still struggling to fix his bad swordsmanship along with the help of Zoro, Kuina, and Luffy. But he was working hard, and he had a leg up as a swordsman. Good thing Luffy knew how to bring out the best of his abilities. A/N. Hatchin is still the weakest of the fighters in the crew. Equal to Bartolomeo, but he is still better than most of the pirates in the first half of Grand Line. Luckily he didn't come across anyone stronger, then he might be in trouble. He only learned Geppo from the Rokushiki techniques, and working with Luffy, Zoro, and Kuina to better his swordsmanship. Can he cut steel? No. Can he do wind slashes? No. Luffy was mainly training him to use his own bodily powers. Octopus can do many things if guys aren't aware. Also, that ink cloud is technically a sea cloud, as it requires a sea pill to use it. Kind of like the sea clouds from Skypiea, which should render devil fruit users powerless. So Caribou was just a bad match for him. Anyway, have a good day. 208. Zoro jumped towards his opponent, clashing his three blades with the giant creature. His three blades met Sasaki's mechanized sword, which was spinning like a drill, creating small twisters with every swing. Zoro jumped back, using his smaller frame, and with the help of Soru and Geppo, got around Sasaki and struck at different angles. Still, the experienced pirate's skills were nothing to scoff at, as he was able to counter each of Zoro's strikes, only a few of them landing on his thick hide. But unfortunately, small wounds did nothing to the ancient Zoan user as he recovered quickly. On the other hand, Zoro had to be extra careful to not get too badly hurt. It went on for a while before both Zoro and Sasaki locked onto each other, struggling mid-air. "You are out of your league." Both of them struggled in the air for a few seconds, before the ancient Zoan overpowered him and threw him toward the ground. Sasaki wanted to follow up with an attack, but another figure rushed towards him with two daggers. It was Anne. The battle was going nowhere, and even with two of them fighting Sasaki, they were in a stalemate. There were a few reasons for that, mainly Zoro was a bit reluctant to go all out in front of a high-ranking Marine. He usually wasn't this paranoid in showing his skills, but Anne had a look that suggested she was analyzing him, that's why he wasn't giving it his all. That, and he was also trying to figure out armament haki. He was near it, he could feel it, and yet it was far. And also, Zoro wouldn't like to admit it, but both Anne and Sasaki were stronger than him. Both being able to use armament and observation haki in the battle. Zoro had to use his faster speed and skills to keep up. Sasaki was in his half-transformed form. In his hybrid form, he also possessed the abnormal ability to make his neck frill rotate around like a propeller, greatly increasing the speed of his charges and allowing him to simulate flight. While the other beast pirates weren't that smart, this one was always trying to use his attacks toward nearby Marines to distract Zoro and Anne. "Give up, bastard, we beat you once. We can beat you again," Anne said, rushing to Sasaki's side, striking with her daggers, which Sasaki countered with his odd sword. They struggled a bit before meeting blades yet again, both of their blades coated with haki. Both of them attacked, stabs, horizontal strikes, down swipes, horizontal swipes. And yet both of them were doing little damage to one another. While Anne's Salasala fruit, model, Axolotl gave her a passive recovery like Kabi's fruit. Sasaki's Ryu Ryu no Mi, model, Triceratops, gave him a boost in durability, making him tank much of the strikes with his back, always avoiding the stomach area which was weak. Also, Sasaki might be strong, but he was captured not too long ago, and he wasn't fully back to full health. That was the only reason why Anne was able to keep up with him. Last time, you Marines caught me off guard. Sasaki's blade suddenly twisted Anne's dagger at an odd angle, and the beast pirate used this chance to kick Anne's body before she could dodge, sending her toward the ground. Ah! Sasaki followed through, die! Wind twister! A sharp wind twister was thrown at Anne, who was falling towards the ground. No, you don't! Tatsumaki! Sasaki's wind twister was overpowered by a flaming wind twister that came out from Zoro. Anne quickly stopped herself from crashing into the ground and gave Zoro an appreciating nod, which the swordsman returned. Sasaki clicked his tongue and was about to rush toward Zoro when suddenly a figure crashed into him, almost sending him into the ground. But Sasaki quickly fixed his flight and was a bit irritated that someone caught him off guard. "Ha, sorry Sasaki-senpai," said a figure that came towards him through the air. He had blue hair and casual dressing. He was a bit tall, with a slender build, a large blue hand-like tattoo on his exposed chest. He was also hovering over the air with Sasaki, but it wasn't flight, it was a certain technique used by the Marines. The man lazily waved his hand. "I didn't know my kick would send him that far this time. I'm still getting used to my fruit's powers." Sasaki had a tick mark seeing the figure, but sighed, "Be careful next time." He grunted before he looked at who or what crashed into him a moment ago. It was the wounded body of Shuzo, who seemed to be a bit roughed up. "Shuzo, are you all right?" Anne asked, quickly rushing toward her comrade's side. While Zoro was keeping an eye on the two enemies in case they attacked. Zoro might not have trusted the Marines too much, but with such powerful pirates, losing even a single ally could shift the battle in the favor of the other side. "Yeah, that speeding bastard just got the drop on me," Shuzo said, standing up, as he wiped the blood from his face. Even though he didn't look any good, he could still fight. Anne nodded and looked above towards the enemy. "Say, Sasaki-senpai, let's team up and finish these morons off, yay!" Sasaki looked at the blue-haired man. His name was Slender Swift, one of the super rookies from a few years back. His most notable feat was his background. He was one of the official allies of the Beast Pirates. Sasaki was surprised that this man even came here. His strength was almost comparable to his, being an ex-CP agent. It seemed Jack-sama didn't pull anything while he intended to rescue them. Well, one of the Tobirapo did die because of the Marines. "Let's take care of them, and join Jack-sama, we can't waste any more time here," Sasaki said. Oh, then I'll take the pretty face Marine there. There are a few things I like to take slow if you know what I mean." He wiggled his brows at Sasaki, giving him a perverted smile. The Zoan snorted before darkly chuckling. He looked at Anne's figure, and with how roughed up her clothes were, he could guess where Swift was coming from. "Sure, you can take the first round." Both of them suddenly felt a rush of heat from behind them. Their observation haki was too late to warn them. "No, you don't." And the two of them were kicked in two separate directions by none other than a very pissed-off Sanji. With his enhanced senses, he did pick up what both of them were saying, and he didn't like it one bit. Sasaki and Swift both got shot in two different directions, buried into the rubble. "What the?" Sasaki got out from the rubble looking at Sanji with a surprised expression. How did he get the jump on him with his observation haki? He knew that the blonde guy shouldn't be that strong. What is up with that speed? Swift called out from the other side, disappearing from the spot where he crash-landed previously and kicked toward the blonde straw hat. Sanji countered the kick with his own flaming leg, creating a shockwave. Ho, 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 you really can keep up with the first stage of my speed. Let's put that to the test. With that, both of them started to attack each other. Zoro looked at the situation and quickly called Anne and Shuzo. "Oi, you guys take the overweight fish, we will take the perverted bastard. It seems that our cook has some personal issues with him, so I will give him support." Even though Sanji was able to keep up the speed, he was getting overwhelmed. And that was saying something. Zoro rarely found the chef this pissed. Alone, Sanji wouldn't be able to beat him, but together they had a chance. Anne wanted to keep an eye on Zoro, but nodded. Both of them weren't comfortable fighting alongside each other, and Sasaki wasn't someone she could take alone either. Previously, X-Drake had to give his all to fight him, and he barely won, so she looked at Shozo and nodded. Shozo got the message and looked at Zoro. Be careful of that bastard, if my intel isn't wrong, he was a former CP agent. Zoro nodded. Any abilities that you know of? Maybe he knows all of the Rokushiki, or at least some of it, if you know what I mean, Shozo said. He had already seen the Straw Hat Pirates using the 6 marine techniques, so he didn't explain further. His devil fruit is speed related, and he can use armament haki. I don't think he has observation haki, but be careful, he's very fast. Zoro grinned, as he gripped his 3 swords. Don't worry, speed shouldn't be an issue for our chef. Just clear out the battlefield, so that both of us can let our flames loose. Shozo didn't get what Zoro meant but nodded, as he jumped towards Sasaki. Anne had already rushed towards the ancient Zoan user, and with both of them, they started pushing the Triceratops Zoan user to the other side of the battlefield. Zoro breathed in, as flames started coming out from Nozarashi, wrapping around his body towards Yubashirai and Sandai Kaititsu. He opened his eyes and jumped towards the fight between Sanji and Swift using Geppo. 209. Gear 4th. Luffy bit into his arm, blowing air into it as steam started coming out of his body, fully covering his form. He had already placed his Naginata on his back before going through the transformation. Both Sinbad and Jack looked at Luffy, as the steam cleared out. Luffy's proportions became warped, and his body became much larger in size, almost becoming half the size of Jack, standing 15 feet with his arms, upper torso, and legs coated in red armament haki. But at the same time, his legs weren't proportional to the rest of his body, so he was incapable of standing for the moment, bouncing around like an inflated balloon. PFT. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Both Jack and Sinbad had the same reaction seeing Luffy's transformation. Luffy, on other hand, fought the urge to scowl at both of them. That's why I don't like using this form. But I am not done yet. Luffy held his breath as he started to squeeze his muscles, bones and everything with the use of life return. The pressure from the trapped wind inside his body along with the explosiveness started to make his body shrink, his blood and heart rate sped up at an inhuman rate. Finally, Luffy stopped shrinking when his size went back to 9 feet, but unlike his former size, his hair grew in size instead. With more hair, it gave him the appearance of having a black mane around his neck. His red armament haki that covered his body in swirly patterns, similar to a devil fruit, and the dark rims around the eyes marked it as being Gear 4th. But this was his new and improved Gear 4th. Gear 4th, Lion Man. Luffy said as his hair was long and wild in the wind. This was his own version of Gear 4th, even though this looked similar to Gear 4th, Snake Man. The similarities ended there. Luffy half squatted, Gomu Gomu no. Ha 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 ha, you went back to regular size, was that supposed to impress? Before Jack could finish, Luffy was on him, and his fist connected right to his face before he could move. But Luffy wasn't finished. Leo Rokuo gun. Suddenly a devastating pressure came out Luffy's hand, which was still connected to Jack's face. A stream of wind pressure was released internally right in Jack's face, and his body was thrown away like a missile from one corner of the plaza to another. Even Sinbad was wide-eyed in shock. That speed, he didn't even notice him moving. But just by looking at Luffy, he knew that the Straw Hat wouldn't be able to hold on for long. How long can you last in that form? Luffy looked at him. Not long enough. Start charging your attack, I will create a distraction for you. Sinbad nodded, quickly taking to the sky as he started gathering frost energy from the air, specifically near his palms. Jack, on the other hand, was shocked as he coughed out 4 teeth and some blood from his mouth. That wasn't advanced armament, and yet he was surprised by the damage he took. It was as if someone had detonated a bomb inside his face. But that surprise quickly turned into anger. "You fucker!" Luffy was on him yet again, this time had his right fist held back, which was the size of a giant's fist, Gomu Gomu no King Kong gun. Jack had to cross his arms as Luffy pushed down the attack from above, the giant fist landing on Jack. But rather than Luffy pulling back after the attack, he pressed on as the rubber hand coiled inside from both sides sent shockwaves towards Jack, pressing the mammoth user down to the earth even more. Jack coughed out blood as he was sent down to the ground, making a hole in the floor going several meters deep inside it. Luffy didn't stand still, he jumped up into the air with Jeppo high enough that most of the people around him could see and held out his right hand's index finger in a pistol-like fashion, while his left arm supported it. Black and red sparks started to gather in his fingertip, as a ball of blue energy started to form. Luffy's arms were shaking due to the energy he was trying to hold onto. This was his version of taking Shigen and Rokugan to the extreme. Due to the sudden power in his fingertip, his finger started to recoil in itself, but Luffy held on. A bit more. He willed, and unconsciously used some of the Conqueror's haki, creating more sparks of red lighting on his finger. "Leo Gun!" he announced, as a very small yet powerful concentrated beam of energy shot out from his finger as his own figure was shot several feet to the sky. The attack landed inside the hole where Jack was at. For some time nothing happened, before a powerful explosion went off, creating a translucent blue pillar of energy that shot up to the sky, steam covering the whole area. The pirates and marines, those who were around the area, were thrown away due to the sheer force of the attack, as the whole island shook as if an earthquake was happening. It went on for a while, before everything calmed down. Now everyone could see the massive hole that Luffy's attack created on the island. It was a deep trench, one couldn't even see the bottom. "Monster!" one of the pirates said, throwing his weapon and running away from the plaza. And like him, many of the pirates threw away their weapons as well, fleeing from the plaza as staying here during the battle between monsters wasn't an option anymore. No one could live after that, but Luffy knew better. A deep roar came out of the hole in the plaza, shaking the earth, as something jumped up from the hole, its whole body covered in a full body of black armament haki. The haki went away, only covering his arms now, while Jack the Drought was in his half-Zoan form. He looked animalistic with mammoth fur covering his body, and the front part of his head had a trunk, while his jaw was still covered with his metal plate. He was even taller due to this, and yet he was fast. With one jump he reached to where Luffy was and punched towards the Straw Hat in a mad rage. "Rag! Yeah!" Luffy countered that with his own punch from above, a mad smile on his face as both pirates held on with the clash, with neither being able to push back one another for a few seconds. Sparks of black electricity from the armament clash, but this time things were different. Luffy was slightly wide-eyed as some cracks started to form around his fist, and Jack roared, smashing Luffy right into his chest out of the sky toward the ground. Luffy could do nothing as his body was thrown into the ground, skipping a few times with the grace of a rag doll and finally stopping when he crashed into some broken buildings. The wind was knocked out of him, and his chest ached in pain, and yet it wasn't the worst of his injuries. Luffy looked at his side and he could see his right arm turn purple from the injury, no red haki was there, and it was also deflated, showing minimal muscles and only leaving him with a bony hand. Luffy wanted to get out of his Gear 4th state so that he could recover, but when he looked with observation haki, he could see that Sinbad wasn't ready. He had to hold on for a bit longer. 210. Marine Ford. Fleet Admiral Sengoku was stressed today. One of their bases, the G3 base, got attacked by the Beast Pirates and their allies. All communication after the initial attack was cut off, and that was off from the base. It seemed that Jack the Drought took a good amount of men and gathered the rowdy pirates around Paradise Waters to attack the G3 base. Their main target was freeing the prisoners captured by Vice Admiral Sinbad. But that wasn't the issue. "Are you sure about the reports, Sengoku?" Garp asked, his expression darkened. Isn't there anyone that can support that purple-haired brat? Other than both of them, Bogard, Kuzan, and Zephyr were also present in the room. But they stayed silent with grim expressions. Sengoku shook his head. I tried to get in contact with Vice Admiral Virgo, but it seems he was also busy on his front. Some pirates are keeping him occupied from going towards the G3 base. Surely we can do something. Damn it! Sengoku slammed his fist on the table. Do you really think I haven't tried? He glared at his old-time friend, but both of them knew the anger that he had was for not being able to do anything. If it was any other Yonko group attacking, it might have gone differently, heck we might have even negotiated terms with them. But the beast pirates are a wild bunch, who knows how much destruction they have caused. It's been a few hours already, no evacuation ships came to any nearby island. And sending in more troops there would be just suicide. Other than Virgos who's occupied, there aren't any strong marines in that part of the Grand Line. Sengoku said. Zephyr sighed, seeing that both Sengoku and Garp looked at him with a bit of pity. Hey, don't worry, Z. I'm sure that little brat can take care of himself, one Yonko commander shouldn't be a problem for him. Garp said, trying to cheer up his colleague and friend. X-Drake is there too, so they should be fine. Zephyr didn't say anything. But everyone in the room knew Garp was bluffing. Jack was Kaido's third strongest man. At least 3 Vice Admiral level Marines would be needed to stop that kind of monster, but everyone wanted to be cheerful in this bad situation. And while Sinbad was stronger than a normal Vice Admiral and X-Drake could be considered Vice Admiral level, they wouldn't be enough for Jack. And that's not mentioning the others that came with the Beast Pirates for support. Suddenly the room's door opened and Vice Admiral Cancer walked in. Sengoku-san, one evacuation ship successfully made its way to Alabasta. That was great news. But Cancer wasn't finished, we were also able to get into contact with the G3 base. All eyes looked at the young Vice Admiral as he walked in with an opened Den Mushi. There was an active call going on. Sengoku frowned as the transponder snail was put on the table. Who is it? He asked Cancer. The Vice Admiral looked at the transponder snail, then back to Sengoku. It's a monkey, sir. With Luffy. You should have used me, his nameless Naginata called out, still strapped to his back, as Luffy was panting from the last attack, his right arm still a mess. I would have been able to cut him. That was stupid. Oh, shut up. I was caught up in the moment, Luffy said, a trace of a smile still on his face. He might have messed up his arm, but that clash gave him a good understanding of the difference between his own level of haki and Jack's. He was catching up to the mammoth user in the raw power of armament haki. Soon enough he was sure he would meet the requirements. Also, his goal wasn't to beat Jack here. If that was the case he could have brought Sparky and Usopp into the fight and done that way back. Even without Sabo, he could have taken out a Yonko commander as not everything was about strength. But Luffy now wanted to gain a better understanding of his armament haki. And while training with Sabo did improve his haki use by miles, now being able to hold his armament for way longer, he still needed to get the raw strength that came with from fighting near-death battles. It was a calculated risk, but it was worth it in the long run. Also, the reason why he was fighting with Sinbad was because he was one of the leading figures in the Marines and it would be good to create a personal relationship with him. Getting on friendly terms with him would do good in the future. Luffy's musing was cut short, and the fight was far from over as Luffy saw Jack's figure coming down from the sky. This time, he took the smart option and bolted out of his spot. Jack's figure landed on the ground, creating a giant crater before he had to hold up one of his arms, coated with armament, and stopping Luffy's Naginata from reaching his body. With his other arm, he swiped his shotel blade towards Luffy. Luffy countered the blade with his feet, and another clash of black lightning occurred. Both contestants seemed equal in strength, even though Jack was way larger than Luffy. Luffy and Jack moved back a bit before again clashing with their hands and feet. Punches, swipes, jabs, kicks, throwing everything at each other. Their movements were a blur to the naked eye as both attacked one another. Both opponents didn't dodge each other's attack as Jack countered it with his durability, and Luffy countered with his odd rubber body enhanced with his red haki. The fight continued as winds and shockwaves started generating from each of their blows. "I will kill you, Straw Hat!" Jack screamed in rage as he sped up his attack. "Oh! That's a new one," Luffy grinned as he countered each strike. "Also, increasing his speed, try something better next time." Shishi. Both opponents weren't equal, Jack was clearly stronger, and yet Luffy was getting near his level with each blow. And even though Luffy was clearly losing, his grin was getting wider and wider. And suddenly Luffy's eyes glinted as he finally reached the requirement. Flashback start. Luffy punched an wooden log, his fist covered in armament haki, stopping an inch away from the log. And yet his desired outcome never happened. The Straw Hat internally grumbled before he resumed his training on the Going Merry. "I still can't believe that you are already trying to go for advanced armament haki," Sabo said, leaning against a wall as he looked at his brother. Luffy grinned, "Well, I do plan on becoming the world's strongest. Your control over armament is already good. I think what you are lacking in is raw power. I think improving that is the key to getting advanced armament haki. Or emission at least," Sabo said. Luffy knew what Sabo was talking about. His brother had shown him advanced armament haki, but it wasn't the one that Luffy was looking for. What Sabo showed him was projecting his armament outwards, emission. But what Luffy was trying to teach himself was even more advanced. He was trying to learn internal destruction. When Luffy asked Sabo, the boy was dumbfounded that Luffy even knew that. While emission wasn't exactly common with armament haki, internal destruction was even more rare. Sabo could use it, yes, but wasn't that good at teaching him. His Dragon Fist was based off of that technique. Advanced armament haki was rare. This was one of the reasons why he held the second position in the Rev Army. "I get your theory, but it's just, I think I'm this close, but can't just seem to get it," Luffy complained. Now he wasn't one to whine about training as he believed in hard work, but still, the progression was super slow. "And if you can do internal destruction with your haki, then I won't lag behind either, that's why I'm training." Sabo chuckled, "Well, at least you are motivated. I think what you need is a trigger point. Something to bring the need for your body to use that haki. Remember, haki is connected as much to your strength as it is to your will. It's already complicated. So I think it should be better to take it easy. So what should I do? Throw myself into a death battle? I doubt there's anyone in the first half of the Grand Line that can give me a challenge," Luffy said, and he wasn't bragging either. Without stronger opponents, life seemed to stagnate for him. And things get a lot more boring if that happens. Sabo could only shake his head. "You and your lust for battle, but who knows, danger is everywhere in the Grand Line. Just because this place is called paradise, it's not, don't get fooled. I'm sure you will find your trigger point, little brother." With that he ruffled up Luffy's hair, which the Naginata user slapped away, making Sabo chuckle. And of course, the Straw Hat stuck out his tongue before he resumed training. Flashback end. Sabo was right, he did find his trigger point. And he was finally able to awaken his advanced armament haki. And Luffy grinned, it wasn't just emission either. Finally, Luffy unlocked his advanced haki. Both emission and internal destruction. 211. Jack, seeing the improvement in his opponent's ability, was surprised and knew he had to do something or else he might get overpowered. So, Jack used the one chance to let Luffy's Naginata stab into the right side of his chest, ignoring the pain, and used his other hand to grab onto Luffy's good arm, while his trunk wrapped around his body. "What the?" Luffy struggled to move, but he was trapped. "You are dead now," Jack said, and with his free hand, he swiped his shotel blade intending to cut down Luffy. But as the blade got near Luffy's exposed neck, things slowed down for Luffy. There were multiple ways to avoid getting hit. He could just pull his neck down, but where was the fun in that? Am I? Luffy said as suddenly his broken arm inflated into a giant hand, stopping Jack's attack and surprising him in the process. Luffy cashed in on the opportunity, delivering a blow right to Jack's chest. Internal Destruction Leo Rokuo Gun. This time his attack was also supported with his advanced armament. Sakura-like petals came out of Luffy's hand and wrapping around his inflated arm. A devastating pressure came out of Luffy's hand which had just punched into Jack's figure, doing as much internal damage as external. Luffy could hear several of Jack's ribs breaking as his body was thrown away like a missile. Blood flew out of his mouth and his trunk got ripped off his face. As he flew toward Sinbad, who was now finished with his technique. Stagnation. Sinbad said as he appeared right behind Jack's back, putting his hands on his back as a frost symbol of white color appeared on his back. Jack was in no situation to counterattack, so Sinbad pressed on with his technique. A full form of white frost symbols appeared on the ancient Zoan user's back. When Jack came to his senses, he bit back his pain and moved, but he was surprised as he could feel that his speed was cut by half. Still, he was able to make Sinbad retreat away from his back. You. He looked at the marine, as even his thoughts started getting foggy. What did you do to me? His half-Zoan form started going away as his devil fruit powers got completely nullified. He still had his strength, but he couldn't use his fruit. Meaning the injury from his chest wasn't recovering either. Good thing his trunk wasn't an actual part of his body, still the pain was quite a lot. Evening out the playing field, Sinbad said as the armor around his body started shimmering and going away. Leaving Sinbad in his regular marine clothes, with the justice coat on his back. Luffy came to his side, steam wisping from his body as he returned into his base form. His right arm looked worse now because of the last attack. It was deep purple and had multiple fractures on it, but now that he could use life return, he was recovering. Luffy also popped a few protein bars for the needed calories. So that's your little party trick, hey? Shish ishi, hey, wanna join my crew? Sinbad chuckled, you are either mad or stupid, but seeing you fight that beast head on, I can confidently say you are a madman. He then cracked his knuckles, but when I consider you being his grandson, I expect nothing less. Let's beat him the old-fashioned way. Luffy grinned, loosening up his left hand. Fist fight, eh? Well, Gramps did teach me something about using my hands. Well, just let me have the finishing blow. I will have to take his arm for what he did. You know, an arm for an arm. But I'm gonna rip him a new one. It's an eye for an eye, but I do get what you mean. Sinbad laughed darkly, as both Luffy and he started walking towards the beast pirate. That's if he survives a hole through his stomach for what he did to my comrade. You don't know how much I had to hold myself back from pummeling the guy. Also, thanks for softening him up. Shish ishi, you are going to be a fun one to be around, Sinny. It's Vice Admiral Sinbad to you, Straw Hat. Whatever you say, Sinny. Jack grunted. Because of Luffy's last attack he didn't have his shotel blade on him, but it didn't matter. His face was also very deformed. Luckily his trunk was only part of his Zoan transformation, so even though it hurt like hell, he didn't lose any limbs or his nose. But now that his Zoan was gone, his passive recovery was on hold, and that wasn't all, his stamina was cut in half as well. But Jack was a fishman, a powerful one at that. He still had his hands, with both arms covered in haki. He charged at the grandson of Garp the Fist and the son of Black Arm Zephyr. The fight was far from over. 212. Sanji's body met the ground in a loud thud, but the cook didn't stay down. He picked himself up, and wiped the blood from his mouth before looking toward his opponent. Slender Swift was amusingly looking down on him from the air. The XCP agent was also very good at using Jeppo, it seemed. Supporting himself with his knee, Sanji stood up as he rushed through the air, using Jeppo and Soru at the same time, meeting Swift right in the middle as both kicked towards one another, creating a sonic boom of fire and sparks. While Sanji's kick was supported in his flames of Diable Jam, Swift's kick was pure speed that had blue arcs of electricity in it. Diable Jam. Speed kick. Both kicks met in the air at the same time, creating a large explosion of speed and flames. But they didn't stop, as both of them quickly kicked toward one another, and with every kick they countered from one another a small explosion happened in the air. Their speed was becoming so fast that their figures started disappearing and appearing randomly through the air. While Swift was getting faster and faster as the fight went on, with great speed using the help of Geppo and Soru at the same time, Sanji was barely keeping up. Other than Luffy, only Sanji knew how to use Geppo and Soru in combination, as usually using Soru in air was incredibly tough to do. And yet Swift's speed was too much for him. You are really good at using Geppo and Soru, but you are getting slower. Sahahaha. Swift laughed, ducking under one kick from Sanji and delivering a Shigen right toward the cook's heart. But at the last second Sanji was able to avoid getting hit. Still, the wind generated from Swift's finger pistol ripped off a part of his suit. While Sanji did have his exoskeleton, Swift's attacks were still able to penetrate his skin, and that's why he was actively trying to avoid getting hit. Sanji leaned back, and swiped up his leg forward, Red Tempest. The flames of Diable Jam mixed in with his Tempest kick as Swift was forced to jump back, avoiding the attack. But that was Sanji's intention in the first place. Yaki Onigiri. A thick pillar of flames rushed towards both of them, catching both Swift and Sanji in it. Swift quickly used his speed to get out, with minimal damage, while Sanji stayed. His clothes were made to stand most flames, and flames didn't actually harm him, in fact, it empowered him. That was the only reason why Sanji was even able to keep up with Swift. But even then Sanji was close to reaching his limitations. Sahahaha. I haven't had this much fun in years. Swift exclaimed in joy, as he blocked Zoro's 3 blades with the sole of his feet, backing away when Zoro's figure exploded in flames. Fighting you both is tricky and fun, sahahaha. Zoro followed through, giving out multiple attacks with his 3 swords, but Swift either avoided them or blocked them. And every time Swift would want to harm Zoro, Sanji would be there to block him. This has been going on for quite some time now, and yet both sides were in a stalemate, so to speak. But that's not all. Swift seemed to be holding back as well, and that frustrated both Zoro and Sanji. It appears that he was toying with them, both of them, and they hated it. Slashes, kicks, and stabs were avoided swiftly by the speed-based Devil Fruit user. You guys are getting slow. Toro Nagashi. Suddenly Zoro went in at close range, leaning toward the opponent, using 2 of his swords to block the opponent's attacks, while twisting his body around and eventually cutting through the opponent's stomach with the 3rd sword. Gah! You cut me! Zoro smiled, but it soon wavered when Swift's own face donned an amused smile. Just kidding. 10 howling kicks. And the sword user might have damaged Swift, but the speed user took the chance to kick Zoro in the gut, his body lifting up a bit from the force before he delivered multiple kicks to his body, which Zoro was unable to block, sending the 3-sword user out of the sky towards the ground. Sanji quickly had to get behind Zoro and stop him before he could crash into the ground and get even more injured. Sahaha! That last one actually hurt. He laughed as the wound on his chest mended together at a visible rate. Sanji noted that while Swift was fast and knew a few of the Rokushiki techniques, being an ex-CP agent, he really had a bad defense. Sure, Swift had armament haki, but he didn't have observation haki. If he did, then like Luffy and Sabo, he would have coated the area with armament before the strike could hit him. But even without observation haki, Swift's reaction speed was fast. Luckily his defense was weak. They were able to get a few hits on him before, but each time he would recover. But Sanji and Zoro didn't back off. Most Devil Fruit users had a limit to their stamina, so that's why they were playing the long game and betting on Swift's lack of defense. Not one time did the cook see him use Tekai or any other means of defense, and he also seemed to not be that durable, but the problem was his recovery speed. Sanji had a small passive recovery factor unlike other humans, but it wasn't anything noteworthy, not like his other siblings, whose passive recovery factor could fix bones and deep wounds in minutes. So he had to be careful. And Swift, on the other hand, also had some kind of passive recovery factor, but Sanji suspected that it had something to do with his devil fruit. Maybe speeding up the healing process of his own body. Even though Swift didn't outright say his devil fruit's name, Sanji knew what it was. Sakudo no Mi, velocity fruit, a devil fruit based on the attribute of pure speed. Making him essentially a speed human. Sanji had gone through the devil fruit encyclopedia after Luffy encouraged him to look for a fruit that might be suited with his ability. It wasn't just Sanji, almost everyone in the crew, except a few others had one or two fruits on their wish list so to speak. And Sanji had selected a few that might make him strong, and this fruit was one of them. Sanji was the weakest among his siblings, and yet he was out to get revenge on his so-called family. And for that he needed strength, and a devil fruit might help with that. Swift didn't seem good at using his fruit, not that creative, nothing like the wild ideas Luffy blurted out. Sanji had to appreciate his captain sometimes. Where did he even get those types of ideas? Becoming intangible through speed and vibration, creating speed clones to fool enemies, some of the ideas seemed out of fiction. But then again, Luffy made his rubber fruit into something awesome with his creativity. A huge explosion rang out from the plaza, creating a large pillar of blue energy to come out from the center, and that made both parties stop their battle and look toward it. The ground shook beneath them, and the air current was rushing in towards them as well. Whoa! What was that? Swift asked, a bit thrilled. Someone made the whole island shake. Zoro and Sanji both grinned and knew it was their captain. Swift looked at them, and grinned. I should go there for a good fight rather than babysit you two weaklings. They didn't wait anymore and charged again. Sanji with his diable jam covering his legs, while Zoro with his three swords covered in flames. 213. As the fight went on, Swift seemed to be getting faster and faster. It seemed he was holding out less and less, and so, to counter his speed, Sanji and Zoro were working together. Sanji's body was able to take the heat from the surrounding area and turn it into his own energy to boost his abilities. It was a temporary boost, but it was needed to keep up with the enemy. And luckily, both Sanji and Zoro had enough sparring matches to know how to use that to their advantage, so when Zoro was shooting out flames, Sanji was trying to absorb it into his body so that he could gain speed. Zoro might not be as fast as Sanji or Swift, but his reaction time was very fast, and with his honed battle instincts he was able to keep up, barely. But, Zoro didn't like it one bit. He didn't want to fall behind again. Not when he had the dream of becoming the strongest swordsman. Unknowingly, his resolve for strength was setting his sword on fire through sheer will, and that wasn't all because of Nozarashi. His flames were getting stronger and stronger, with a green tint to it. Swift again avoided a few close calls, but seeing it becoming more difficult, the XCP agent called out. "Let's turn it up a notch," Swift said, as his hair started to spike up with sparks of electricity running up his body, his blue hair standing up and eyes shining with lightning. Both Sanji and Zoro tensed up, seeing the overwhelming power. One didn't need to have observation haki to know that. "Try not to die, K." Swift grinned as his figure vanished. He moved fast, delivering a punch to Sanji's gut before both of them could react. The punch was covered in haki, making Sanji's exoskeleton crack as the wind was knocked out of him, his body bending inwards because of the punch. But Swift wasn't finished as he grabbed onto the back of his head, kneeing him in the face, hearing the satisfying crunch of Sanji's nose breaking. He was going to follow through with another attack, but Zoro's sword got dangerously near his neck, so Swift was made to back off. Swift wondered if Zoro had gotten faster but quickly shook his head. Internally, he was a bit pissed off that he couldn't finish off the cook. So as Zoro's figure neared, trying to strike him with wild swipes, he sent a close-ranged tempest kick. Take this! Zoro crossed Sandai Kaititsuo and Nozarashi to block the attack, but his figure was still sent flying toward the sky due to the powerful wind blade that carried arcs of electricity in it. And Zoro had no time to catch a breath either as slender Swift appeared right to his side, delivering a punch coated with his haki right to his liver. Ugh! Spit and saliva came out from his mouth as Zoro's body bent from the force of the punch. Unlike Sanji, he didn't have any exoskeleton, so the swordsman could feel his insides being ripped because of the punch. Let's finish it off, weak one. And Swift slammed his other fist right to Zoro's skull, also coated with haki. Zoro had no time to react as his body crashed into the ground, creating a small crater. Swift followed up with one leg outstretched trying to stomp on and crush Zoro's head, but Sanji made it in time to attack him from the side, saving the green-haired swordsman. Red Tempest. A large flaming tempest kick charged with hot flames made its way to Swift. But the speed user kicked the flaming tempest kick in half with his own kick, appearing right near the blonde cook. You look pissed. Why don't you cool down? Swift grinned, grabbing onto Sanji's leg when he tried to attack. Blue arc of electricity passed through Swift's body as he shocked the cook, snuffing out Diable Jam in the process. Ah ha ha! Shocker! Right! Swift tossed Sanji's limp body up into the air as he cocked back his fist, with his index finger pointed, the tip covered with armament haki, trying to deliver the finishing blow. But he had to blitz out of there as a mad angry man charged at him. Ushibari! Bull Needles! Zoro attacked. Whoa! Whoa! Calm your tits, ladies! Swift said, ducking under a sword slash from Zoro and delivering a shigan to Zoro's exposed stomach, which the three-blade wielder blocked with the side of his sword. Zoro didn't look good, but he had to push himself. Countering Swift's blow, he charged onward with the attacks, leaving Sanji to recover for a bit. Yo! I thought it was just my imagination, but you did get faster. Swift said as he delivered a punch to Zoro's face, but in the process, one of Zoro's swords was able to stab into his stomach. That won't do anything. Sanji tried to capitalize on Swift being distracted, even though his body wasn't responding well because of the electricity running down his system, but his kick was also easily blocked by Swift. See, I told you. He grinned as he kicked off Zoro, the sword coming out of his stomach, before bashing his fist onto Sanji's face. But I don't like getting hurt either. With one arm grabbing Sanji and the other grabbing Zoro, electricity ran through both of their bodies as he threw them both to the ground, creating two craters. Gah! Ah! Both Sanji and Zoro had the wind knocked out of them, and yet they had little chance to recover as Swift was on them yet again. But this time, Swift didn't go for Sanji. I will take care of the weak one first. Zoro felt a twitch of anger for being called the weaker one out of the two. But he had more concerning things to do, like avoiding getting hit by the kick that threatened to decapitate him. Unlike before, Sanji didn't rejoin the fight immediately. It seemed that the electric attack did quite a bit of damage to him. But on the bright side, Swift didn't seem too eager to kill Zoro either. Blades met fist, steel met flesh, and yet Swift remained unharmed due to his armament haki. Sahaha! Both Swift and Zoro crashed with each other, creating small explosions of sparks and electricity. Short waves that destroyed everything that was around. D. But with each strike Zoro was getting pushed back. 214. Swift spun in the air, his feet covered with haki and blue electricity as he performed an axe kick, which Zoro had to block with three of his swords. Tell me, pirate? Do you have someone you love, a beautiful girl maybe? The speed-based devil fruit user asked as both of them were in a power struggle. Zoro felt his face twitch through his gritted teeth as he pushed back. Oh, so you do. Hey, he said, with a perverted grin, is she beautiful? Don't tell. I will find out when I bed her after this battle is over. Sahahaha. I will make sure to give her a good time as well. There are few things I like to do slow, if you know what I mean. Zoro felt raw anger boil inside of him, the anger he didn't know he had. And it wasn't just him, Akayata no Zarashi, Sandai Kaititsuo and Yubashirai. All three of his swords felt deep hatred for the enemy. Unknowingly, the fight just got personal. In his anger, Zoro's strikes sped up, becoming wild, his flames growing stronger, and he seemed to momentarily overpower Swift, who seemed to be loving this newfound desperation. I really like it when I can get under the skin of my opponent. Swift chuckled, but you made one mistake. And then Swift suddenly delivered an uppercut to Zoro's jaw, making him drop his third sword Yubashirai from his mouth. And then with his two hands, he grabbed Zoro's wrists, sending jolts of gathered electricity into him. Ah! Zoro screamed as the volts of electricity ran through him, it would have burned any other man. But Zoro was used to the heat, so even electricity couldn't give him severe burns, but the shock had other effects in locking Zoro's muscles. Swift pulled back his right hand slowly, with a casual grin on his face. You let your guard down, he said, now die. Shigen. Zoro saw the attack coming, but his muscles refused to move. Still recovering from the shock. Move. Move. Damn it. He told himself as he saw the hand of Swift begin to near his chest right where his heart was. You are not weak. You won't lose here. Not to this bastard. Move, damn it. Unconsciously, a wave of will burst out of his body and through sheer willpower, he stepped to the side at the last moment, causing Swift's finger to stab into Zoro's lungs instead of his heart. Sahahaha. You avoided the critical blow at the last second. But, you are now injured. That blow should have taken out one of your lungs. Swift cheered as he laughed, in the glory of his opponent's misery. Zoro coughed out some blood, but unlike what Swift expected, he had a bloodthirsty grin on his face. No, you are just trapped. Tekai. Swift was wide-eyed as before he could pull out his finger, it got stuck in the stab wound. To make sure he didn't leave, Zoro grabbed onto his arm, burst asunder, Akayata no Zarashi. Suddenly flames burst out from all over Zoro's body, and even though Swift struggled he wasn't able to get out of the range of the flames, nor was he able to defend against them. Ironically it seemed Swift wasn't swift enough to coat his entire body with armament haki. Akh! Zoro used that chance to swipe his blade towards Swift's hand, while Sanji appeared behind him delivering a flaming kick to the back of the speed user's head. Even though Swift was in a massive heap of pain from getting his whole body deep-fried, he tried to get his arm away from Zoro. Moving his arm at rapid speed he was able to get out, but due to focusing on only Zoro, Sanji got the drop on him. Swift felt his skull crack from Sanji's kick as his flaming figure was sent away, crashing into multiple buildings and going through them in the process. Zoro coughed blood and kneeled down, holding his chest, while Sanji had moved for another follow-up attack towards Swift. The cook was worried about his crewmate, yes, but he wanted to end his battle as fast as possible. But it wasn't that easy as the moment Sanji got near Swift, he was sent flying with a kick to his gut, which sent Sanji's figure toward the sky. The cook was left wondering what had happened before another kick crashed down on his spine, sending him back to the ground. Sanji could feel that most of the exoskeleton and bones in his body were broken, the pain was unimaginable. And yet the cook struggled anyway. I won't die here. Not before I take my revenge. I will kill all of you. Swift yelled in rage, dashing towards the nearest opponent which was Sanji. Sanji was just barely able to see anymore as he watched Swift's mad figure running towards him at full speed. It seemed Swift was quite mad, the front part of his face and chest having multiple third-degree burns that were now healing. He also had a good chunk of his hair missing at the back of his skull with his head caved in. Swift's leg swept up as it took on a black metallic look, intending to crush him. Sanji wanted to move, and for some reason things slowed down as his eyes began to hold a red glint. But the cook had yet to notice. His mind raced on how to avoid the attack, but with Swift's speed, it wouldn't be possible. His only hope was taking the attack head-on and gamble on it. I refuse to die here, the cook thought with grit teeth as he crossed his arms. But that attack never came. Instead, Sanji heard steel blocking attack. And the cook was shocked when he opened his eyes and saw Zoro was in front of him, blocking Swift's kick with his 3 swords. But that wasn't what surprised him. No, it was. You! Swift exclaimed in shock, with wide eyes looking at his swords. One of his swords was now black. Akayata no Zarashi was now a metallic black which gave a sense of doom and death. I thought you didn't have armament haki. Zoro's eyes were hazy, and yet it was focused and held a look of determination. A green light shone behind them, and Swift felt his world turn. It was as if a giant skull was coming out from Zoro's shadow, which in his eyes stretched far beyond the horizon. There was nothing but him, Zoro and the skull. A skull that was smiling maniacally towards him, opening its jaw and trying to eat him. Death. Swift, for the first time, felt fear. A shiver ran down his spine as he quickly took a few steps back. But just as he blinked, the scene was gone. In its place was a suffocating pressure that he knew well, the pressure of overwhelming will. 215. Zoro's eyes were hazy, and yet it was focused and held a look of determination. A green light shone behind them, and Swift felt his world turn. It was as if a giant skull was coming out from Zoro's shadow, which in his eyes stretched far beyond the horizon. There was nothing but him, Zoro and the skull. A skull that was smiling maniacally towards him, opening its jaw and trying to eat him. Death. Swift, for the first time, felt fear. A shiver ran down his spine as he quickly took a few steps back. But just as he blinked, the scene was gone. In its place was a suffocating pressure that he knew well, the pressure of overwhelming will. I am not weak, Zoro said, as his green blazing eyes covered around his body, and the flames from Nozarashi turned green, as an avatar of a smiling green demonic Oni. The Oni's head looked monstrous to Swift. It had 2 small horns sticking out its skull and a thin horizontal scar on its left side which ran down from the forehead towards the chin going through his left eye. I will be the strongest swordsman. Sanji didn't know what Swift was seeing, but he knew what Zoro was doing. And recognized it immediately, Conqueror's haki. The color of the Supreme King. He muttered, a small smile on his face. The pressure of a king. Even though Sanji's body was close to giving up, he couldn't give up. Not now, not never. So with his own will he pulled on any fire that was in the surrounding area, into his body. Trying to mend back his wounds, with the support of his knee he stood up. A small grin was on his face. He didn't like to admit it, but Zoro had surpassed him in strength and skill. But damn, if he would let Marimo get one up on him. As Sanji walked to Zoro's side, flames also started covering his feet. Sanji passively took in Zoro's flames as he started getting stronger himself. He wouldn't let Zoro surpass him that easily. He pushed in more flames into himself, as he tried to enhance his recovery, but unknowingly some of the flames started gathering on his back. The injuries on his face and stomach started to fix themselves. Sanji fixed what remained of his already tattered suit. Why you? What are you? Swift asked both of them, as he unconsciously took a few steps back. His playful demeanor from his face was gone, replaced by fear and worry. We are the Straw Hat Pirates, Sanji said, cracking his neck, as he stood by Zoro's side. The crew that will be the strongest in the sea. You forgot the Pirate King part, Zoro grinned a frail one, as he leaned forward, his armament haki getting pulled in by Nozarashi to the rest of his blades. With that he dashed towards Swift, leaving a trail of green flames in his wake. Purgatory. Don't have all the fun without me. Sanji said as he jumped to the sky, using the flames on his feet to propel him forward alongside Soru and Geppo. Swift saw his two opponents and his jaw tightened. Sparks of electricity started coming out of his body as he went into full speed. He needed to give it his all if he wanted to survive now. But the problem is even he couldn't fully control his fruit's abilities. He saw Zoro's green flaming figure nearing him before it suddenly disappeared. It seemed even with all that speed, he was still slow. Onigiri. Zoro appeared right behind him in blinding speed as 3 large sword wounds carved into his chest, in a star-like pattern, but no blood was spilled as the green flames on the wounds cauterized them immediately. Akh! Swift's body shot off into the sky due to Zoro's attack. His chest was still covered with green flames that were eating away at his flesh. Before the XCP agent could fix himself, Sanji suddenly appeared right on him, his feet covered in flames. It might have been Swift's imagination as he saw 2 wings made out of flames on Sanji's back, but he had little time to think as Sanji's feet dug into his already injured chest. Brochette. Burrogietto equals skewer, Sanji called out. And with the combination of green and blue flames, Swift's body inflated as if the flames went inside of his skin, before he burst open, Sanji going through him. Swift's body was now separated in the middle, before it exploded into flames. The battle was won. And almost instantly both Sanji and Zoro lost their last bits of strength. Sanji's figure crashed onto a nearby building, and Zoro dropped to the floor after sheathing his blades. No one saw a certain blonde-haired guy with a plague mask casually sitting on top of a rock. Before his figure blended into invisibility, it seemed his help wasn't needed here as well. A small smile dawned on his face as he moved towards Zoro, picking him up over his shoulder before going towards Sanji. First Luffy, now Zoro, and Sanji. A crew that didn't even sail for 1 year, and yet 3 members of the crew were already this powerful. But then again, what else could he expect from the people Luffy chose to bring along on his journey? Sabo shook his head, as he checked through the rubble before picking up Sanji. It seems that Curly Brow didn't notice that he had awakened his observation haki. In a way, he felt proud of the both of them. They were kind of his first students after all. Almost all the slavers and kidnappers amongst the pirates had been taken care of. With Sparky, Usopp, and him working together, it didn't take that much time. More so when some other marines, along with Vivi and Nami, came for help. Even though some of the pirates were still fighting the marines, it became obvious who won the war. Still, it made Sabo sad that they were this late. Many civilians had died, some lost limbs, while others lost their dignity. But at least with his brother, Sabo was able to do something. Sabo didn't say it out loud, but at first he had some doubts on whether his brother could beat Jack or not. He didn't want to reveal himself, Dragon prohibited him. But he could always apologize later rather than ask permission. But it seems like it wasn't needed. Speaking of brothers, he wondered how Ace would feel after seeing him again. His thought quickly vanished away when the ground beneath him shook. Sabo knew it was Luffy's doing, he could clearly see it from his observation haki. His brother had grown strong, and he was proud of that. Heck, if he didn't pull himself together, his brother might soon overtake him in skills as well. And as a big brother, it was his duty to be stronger. With Zoro and Sanji on his back, he moved towards where he could feel Sparky's haki was. The last time he checked, the 6-armed monkey was tinkering with some marine transponder snail and also giving first aid to those who were harmed. Most of the doctors on the island who stayed for first aid were with Sparky for their safety. Chopper and the others were left on evacuation ships, but with Kuina there, Sabo doubted anything bad would happen. Sabo's musing was cut off when he heard Zoro's painful coughs. He really needed some medical attention. Sabo almost forgot that the swordsman had a punctured lung and a damaged liver. Sanji wasn't any better either. The cook might have mixed most of his wounds, but he required some much-needed recovery. So basically Zoro and Sanji's abilities complement each other. Mainly Sanji's flame Vinsmoke biology, him gaining more strength from absorbing heat and flames. Zoro unlocked C Haki and A Haki, while Sanji gained O Haki and something else. Though it won't play a part in the story for quite a while. 216. There. I think someone is stuck inside the building. One of the Marines said. I heard a call when I was passing. I will check, Usopp said. Unlike other members of the crew, he wasn't fighting the pirates. They were already reduced to a small number mainly after Sabo went invisible and started going through them like a storm, so he opted to save the people in need. Mainly those that were stuck inside fallen buildings and couldn't get out, he shrank down to an ant-like size and jumped through the cracks of the building, easily going through them. Good thing about his fruit was that, in all sizes, he retained relative strength. But if he went too small, like his ant size, then his strength was reduced by half. It was a good thing that his strength was at a good enough level anyway due to all the training. For a while, nothing happened. The G3 base, or Nanimane Island, was now full of damaged buildings and cracked streets filled with corpses and blood. It was a war zone and looked like one too. The port part of the island was cleared out of pirates, and the Straw Hats and Marines worked together to stretch it towards the center, clearing out any areas of pirates. Now that the pirates weren't a problem, the Marines could focus on rescuing those that were unfortunately left out, saving any lives that were harmed due to the sudden battle. Many people were stuck inside buildings, some tried to hide in there while others were too late to get out. The battle in the plaza was creating devastating earthquakes that took down many of the half-destroyed buildings, so a rescue team was needed. Luckily, Usopp and Kobe were there to help with that. But the problem was that the Marines' efforts were stretched thin. With so many of them going away when the 3 evacuation ships left, it left a vacuum in the workforce. Only the most honest Marines that valued their morals more than their lives stayed, and now, seeing the Straw Hat pirates working with them, made them realize that the newspapers weren't lying. Later the words of the honest Marines would spread around, the fame of the Straw Hats would increase. The ground beneath shook and suddenly something the size of an ant came out from the cracks, and it started to expand. It was Usopp, who was carrying 2 bodies, an elderly woman and a little boy, both of them bleeding and unconscious. They are breathing, Usopp said, panting, they need medical attention. Call in the doctors. The Marines hurriedly took the bodies towards the doctor, before Usopp moved on to other buildings doing the same. Not all buildings had people inside of them, so many times Usopp had to return empty-handed. Just when Usopp came out from another building, he saw Kobe carrying 3 injured people on his back, running towards the doctor. Behind him a female Marine was following him, also having 2 people on her back. Highberry might be her name, Usopp didn't clearly remember. Kobe, oi, Kobe. I need your help, Usopp said as Kobe put down the people near the medical staff. Hey, what is it, Usopp? You have enhanced senses, right? Kobe nodded. Then can you use your enhanced hearing to hear my heartbeat? Kobe frowned in confusion but nodded. Think you can do the same for other people even in all this mess? Hey, why? Just do it. Kobe nodded as he closed his eyes and concentrated. It was hard focusing on only people's heartbeat. But after some time he was able to separate that from the other noises. I think I can do it. Usopp flashed a smile, then used that to locate people underneath the buildings. Place your head on the ground or something, you can do that, right? Kobe was wide-eyed. I think I can. Good. Do that. Then I can just get in there with my... Usopp glanced at the Marines nearby, remembering back to Luffy's words. Shrink fruit powers and get them. Yeah. Why didn't I think of that before? He mumbled, that would have helped him as well. Even without Usopp's power, let's do it. Can I help, Pirate Sans? The female Marine known as Highberry said. Usopp looked at her and then at Kobe. He suspected something was going on between the two. But Kobe seemed clueless, so the sniper didn't pay that much into mind. Sure. We need all the people we can get. he said. You are from this base? Yes. Yeah, I know all the layouts of the big buildings. I can help you guys get there. Good girl. Kobe said, come on, we have no time to waste, then. Why yes. Sinbad kneed Jack right in the face, the beast pirate's head caved in. A blow coated with armament was enough to break Jack's nose. The giant pirate tried grabbing onto Sinbad, but he used Jeppo to get out of the way. But while doing so he delivered a fast kick, Tempest Kick, creating a wind blade enhanced by his powers over ice towards the pirate. Even though Sinbad couldn't fully go into one of his armors, he could still use the elements from them to a certain extent. Jack tanked that by crossing his arms and coating it in armament haki. But it had other effects, freezing both of his arms in ice. Now that Jack couldn't use his Devil Fruit ability, the passive durability from the ancient Zoan was no more. Meaning he couldn't just eat up all the attacks he did before. Sinbad didn't stand still, and moved. Soru. He appeared right next to Jack's side, the ice on his hands slowed him down. Giving the marine the chance to kick his feet off the ground as the fishman lost balance, Sinbad took it as a chance to jump up and grab Jack by the hair. Let go of my hair. But Sinbad didn't listen. Soru. This time, with Soru, he used all of his strength to pull on Jack by the hair, using his hair as a rope lifted Jack off the ground and smashed him through a few buildings. Gat! I will kill you. Jack came out from the rebels charging at Sinbad. He lost quite the bit of his hair due to Sinbad. Not the first time I have heard that. 217. Gat! I will kill you. Jack came out from the rebels charging at Sinbad. He lost quite the bit of his hair due to Sinbad. Not the first time I have heard that. Sinbad sidestepped the mad charge, and dodged Jack's attack. Before Sinbad held up his two hands, an invisible force threw Jack off of him, as the beast pirate coughed up blood. Sinbad used that chance to get behind him and kick Jack in the back of his knee, making Jack fall to the ground on his knee. Luffy grinned. What Sinbad used right there was advanced armament. But then again, why was he surprised? Even Centimera was shown to use that. But what Sinbad used was just emission, not internal destruction. Which Luffy suspected Sinbad wasn't capable of using. Well, that didn't matter, Sinbad was already strong. Also, some might mistake Sinbad's attack with Rokugan, 6 King Gun, and honestly armament haki emission in the last Rokushiki wasn't much different. While Rokugan used the user's energy and strength to make a blast, emission used haki to do the same thing. Rokugan is a shockwave-based technique, which directly affects the internals of an opponent. Similar to Fishman Karate or Hosuken. But the effect of literally pushing out your strength in form of an attack was very similar to advanced application of armament. Rokushiki really does prepare a marine's body for haki, don't they? Luffy thought, heck, my Leo gun will have major upgrades after I'm done fully utilizing my armament. Can't wait to grind up my new skills. Shishishi. Luffy's musing was cut short when he heard Sinbad call out. Ice prison. Some white fur grew around Sinbad's arms as he blasted Jack with a stream of ice, freezing him solid. Jack's whole body was frozen, encased in ice. The beast pirate struggled with all his strength but was too late. The marine pulled his hand back in a spear-like motion as it was covered in haki. Lighting drill spear. Gah! Jack coughed up blood once more as he felt Sinbad's hand penetrate the left side of his stomach from the back before the electric discharge hit him, throwing his body through a couple of buildings. Tag! Luffy called out as he passed Sinbad. My turn now. Luffy didn't even give Jack time to stand up as he appeared right behind him, kicking his head in with his feet covered in advanced armament haki, emission. What? He was a pirate, and as a rule of thumb fighting unfairly was fair. Also, he didn't care about the battle anymore, his haki had leveled up quite a bit just like he wanted, and so he was just beating the shit out of Jack for fun. He ducked under one of Jack's punches, delivering a clean blow right to the fishman's side with internal destruction, he made sure that the fishman lost its liver. Gah! But then again it was barely needed as Sinbad had already punched a hole through the man's stomach. Jack walked back coughing blood, but he had little time to rest as Luffy was on him, his arm coated with haki, as he delivered a punch right to the man's face, caving it in. But Luffy wasn't done. He grabbed onto his head and shoved his knee right into his face as he took a few steps back. Luffy also took a few steps back, cocking back his two fists. Gomu Gomu no Gatling. A rapid barrage of strong punches, all of them doing as much damage as externally and internally, hit Jack's body, putting sizable dents on him. Jack took several steps back, not yielding by sheer willpower. He was still standing. I will not fall here, and ruin Kaido-sama's Hano. He couldn't even finish his sentence as Sinbad appeared right in front of him and kicked him in the nuts, shutting him up. Scum like you have no honor. Hey, that was my turn. Step aside, Sinny. Luffy complained as Jack's figure crouched down, holding his groin. Ha, maybe finish the fight, next time. Sinbad mused. A few grenades landed near both Sinbad and Luffy's feet. Neither of them moved, choosing to tank the attack. The smoke cleared, leaving both of them looking fine. You know, I might not like your marine organization, but you guys do have pretty useful skills. Luffy said, deactivating Tekai. Yeah, wait, now that you mention it, how do you even know them? Sinbad asked. Did Vice Admiral Garp teach you? Nah, that old fart can't teach shit. He just beats me up, whenever he sees me. Both Luffy and Sinbad shuddered at the same time. It seemed Luffy wasn't the only one who suffered at the hands of the marine hero. Both felt a sense of brotherhood in their suffering. Yeah, he is strong, but unless one wants a life of pain, training under him is not optimal. Sinbad says. When he was younger, like everyone else, he looked up to the hero, but it turned out Garp wasn't really good at teaching. But then again, Sinbad learned Tekai under him in 3 days, so that might be up for debate. Hey, it takes me back. I had found the 6 techniques from the Royal Goa archives. They had a lot of good reads back in the Royal Library. He lied. No need to give away useful information. Mainly when it wasn't needed. Sinbad raised an eyebrow. You're royalty. Nah, but my brother was. Luffy said, acting sad. He died when a bubble man blasted a bazooka at his ship. Sinbad winced knowing what Luffy meant. My condolences. Nah, don't worry. I remember his face. Luffy said, waving it off. He didn't really care about that particular world noble, but it was just to throw the Marines off. Sinbad on the other hand made a note to not tell the higher UPS about Luffy targeting a specific world noble. He didn't like that kind either. A figure came out from the plaza holding a giant bazooka, the same one who threw the grenades a few minutes ago. It was Sheepshead. You will not take down, Jack-sama. Die. Men attack. Many of the beast pirates suddenly came out from all sides, holding weapons while pointing at them. Shut it! Both Luffy and Sinbad said at the same time as a wave of Conqueror's haki crushed the beast pirates unconscious. Hey, a king amongst dogs! Luffy said, and here I thought my Gramps was the only one who could use that power amongst you folks. Sinbad raised his eyebrow, but nodded. If anyone in the Navy had Conqueror's haki, then it would be Garp. There were rumors of Fleet Admiral Sengoku also having it, but Sinbad didn't know that for sure. Maybe his father knew. Jack seemed to be standing up, bringing both Luffy's and Sinbad's attention back to him. Let's continue the conversation later, at 218. Jack seemed to be standing up, bringing both Luffy's and Sinbad's attention back to him. Let's continue the conversation later, at. Sure, but I'm going first. Sinbad said, before disappearing from his spot and reappearing right in front of Jack, delivering a kick that sent him flying. He followed through, going in the air and using Geppo to drop kick him right in his stomach where he punctured a hole before. Jack was crushed onto the concrete ground as he struggled to hit Sinbad. The marine on the other hand was taunting him to fight. "Oi, my turn now," Luffy announced, as he was jumping through the air with his naginata coated in advanced armament. The blackness of the haki spreading outwards from his blade, creating a black bubble. Sinbad looked back and he was wide-eyed as he quickly jumped to the side. "Oi, you will hit me, you idiot." Shishi. Eclipse strike. Luffy swung his naginata, as if blocking out the light and striking his opponent with the power of his will. Jack crossed his arms trying to block the attack with his own haki, but it was useless. Akh. Jack screamed as his arms were cut off right near the elbow. But that wasn't all, the strike also made a deep wound on Jack's chest as well as a trench behind Jack, shaking the whole plaza. "I will kill you, bastard. You took my arms." Jack screamed in pain and horror, wiggling like a worm from the unimaginable pain. "Shut it." Sinbad came along stomping him on the head, knocking him out. Jack still squirmed underneath Sinbad's feet, but now that he was unconscious he was struggling less. Internally Sinbad was a bit sore about the fact that he couldn't give the finishing blow. Sinbad then looked at Luffy, who was appreciating the damage he did. "You know, we make a good team," Sinbad said smirking, while Luffy returned the grin. "It would have been cool if you joined the Marines instead, who knows, I might have taken you in on my unit." "Oh, please." Luffy rolled his eyes. "Like I would ever join, but if I did, then I would have been already named the next fleet admiral. I'm just that awesome. No one is as awesome as me," he bragged, comically puffing out his chest. Sinbad said, before he burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha. Shishi." Even though there weren't many Marines nearby, there still were some. And seeing the Vice Admiral laughing with Straw Hat Luffy also brought smiles to their faces. No one saw that a certain bird was clicking pictures of the situation. Now that the main threat was down, though, that brought the question, what should they do? "Hey, do you guys have sea stone cuffs around here?" Luffy asked. "I don't know how long your debuff will work, but a pair of sea stone cuffs should be fine for him." Sinbad nodded and looked around. "Wait here, keep an eye on him." Luffy nodded as he went out to collect Jack's shotel blade and feed it to his nameless blade. "You did well, partner," Luffy said. "Of course, I did." His nameless blade huffed. "Now, feed me the other one." After a while Sinbad came back as he placed sea stone's cuffs on Jack's ankles. "Okay, what should they do now?" Luffy was going to say something when a voice called out. "Sin, is that you?" Sinbad couldn't even move as someone ran towards him and wrapped her arms around him. Then said person then started to cry. "Do you know how scared I was?" Vivi sniffed as she hugged her brother from behind. "I thought I would lose you like auntie." Sinbad didn't know what to say, so he just stayed silent, but even his eyes were getting wet. He might have not liked Alabasta, but Vivi was still someone he considered his sister. Luffy didn't say anything, only smiled. He was happy for Vivi, but he didn't know why he felt a bit off. But the Straw Hat shrugged it off, as he saw Nami coming. Nami also came from the direction Vivi came and smiled softly after looking at the scene. She then looked around the district, finally finding her captain. The girl winced with how roughed up he looked. "You have seen better days," she mumbled. "Yeah, but I got stronger." Luffy gave her a weak thumbs up. Nami snorted as she shook her head. Before going forward and hugging Luffy, "I was worried about you, dummy." The boy was surprised but awkwardly returned the hug. That was unexpected. Right then another few Marines also came, making Nami quickly separate from the embrace as she went towards the other Straw Hats that were also coming. Luffy smiled as Nami tried to hide her flustered face. "This girl," Luffy said, shaking his head. Anne and Shuzo came dragging along the unconscious body of Sasaki. Both the Marines were injured, but nothing too serious. But Luffy didn't pay attention to them. No, he had other concerns. The boy spread out his observation haki, picking up the auras of his other crewmate. They were okay. Zoro and Sanji became strong, really strong. But they were unconscious, being carried by Sabo. Usopp, Bartolomeo, Kobe, Johnny and Yusaku were also fine, with minimal injuries. They didn't have any major battles it seemed. Hachin was a bit wounded and he seemed exhausted more than anything. All in all, everyone in his crew were fine. Speaking of the crew, where was Karu? Luffy spread out his haki, and his brow twitched. The duck hadn't even left the Going Merry it seemed. Luffy also picked up the nearby aura of a certain someone. Oh, Sparky? Did you do what I told you to? Luffy asked, and Sinbad was surprised to see a 6-armed monkey and Bins with a transponder snail. All of the marines either raised their eyebrows or frowned. What was Luffy playing at? Sinbad was also curious. Luffy might act simple, but he wasn't as simple as he liked to make himself look. He wanted to ask Luffy. But before he could ask, a voice called out from the transponder snail. 219. A bit earlier, Marine Headquarters. Who is it? Sengoku asked Cancer as the Vice Admiral walked in with an open transponder snail. Around the room, other than Sengoku, there was Vice Admiral Garp, Vice Admiral Bogard, former Admiral Zephyr, and lastly current Admiral Kuzan. All of them were tense and worried. There was a reason why most of the higher UPS of Marineford were in the same room. The Vice Admiral looked at the transponder snail and then back to Sengoku. It's a monkey, sir. Sengoku felt his brow twitch, before he glanced at a certain someone. Hey! Not every monkey is related to me, damn it! Garp defended. Just because his family name was Monkey didn't mean he was one. Sengoku sighed, picking up the transponder snail, and putting it on loudspeaker. Who is this? Sparky, came a voice from the other side, making Bogard, who was in the room, cough. Okay, I take it back. He is related to me, Garp dumbfoundedly muttered, getting a glare from the fleet admiral. Gampa? Asked the voice. The human voice then turned full on Monkey. Gwahgugua hueh. Ugua hihua humulua hiya ueh, making monkey sounds as a monkey should. None of them got what the monkey said other than Garp, of course. It seemed Sparky still preferred his monkey tongue to those who could understand it. Okay, you missed me on the Vivi part. Who's Vivi? More importantly, why the heck are you in that base? Wait, Vivi. Zephyr, who was also listening to the call, stood up from his seat, going near the transponder snail. Yes, Vivi. Sparky went back to speaking human. Female human, beautiful, blue hair, has a duck. Zephyr grabbed the speaker. Where is Vivi? Who is Vivi? Sengoku asked. I have one better. Why is Vivi? Garp said. All of them looked at him. I mean, why is she important? That was a valid question. She's the princess of Alabasta that had gone missing a year ago. Zephyr answered before he looked at Garp. Who is this? And why does he know about my niece? The confusion in the room vanished. Before it resurfaced yet again as to why the unknown monkey knew about her. Well, Vivi, she's a friend. Sparky said. Garp put his left fist over his right palm. Now it makes sense. Shut it. Both Sengoku and Zephyr hissed at the same time, shutting the old marine hero down. Kuzan had to step in before the 3 old marines killed the poor transponder snail in their shouting. Garp-san, can you ask Sparky here what is going on? Oh, he did, didn't you guys hear? Garp said, while picking his nose with his pinky. We don't speak monkey, damn it. Sengoku grunted, while Zephyr massaged his head. Oh, you should have said so, Garp said, but quickly explained when both Zephyr and Sengoku were glaring at him. Well, Sparky and his friends seemed to have saved one of the evacuation ships on their way to Alabasta. But when they heard the G3 Marine base getting attacked by Jack, and Vice Admiral Sinbad being there, they had to make a detour. Something about Vivi's cousin being in trouble? So it seems my grandson and his crew are there on the island helping your brat. Bahaha. Wait, your grandson? I thought your grandson was Mario. Wasn't he a bounty hunter or something? Zephyr asked. Many of the new recruits he was training idolized that figure for some reason. Being a hero or whatnot, he didn't know. Honestly, he thought he didn't know who Garp's grandson was. He didn't keep up with the newspapers that much. Bahaha, no idea why that brat got that name. But nah, his name is Monkey D. Luffy. And he's a pirate. Sengoku said, sighing, while Garp coughed. But I don't even care anymore. Garp, ask about the conditions of the Marines, more importantly about the civilians, and about the evacuation ships. Oh, and about the high-ranking Marines stationed there. We need info on the situation there. Garp looked at the transponder snail, and nodded. But he knew better than to ask random questions, so he started with the main one. Well, to start with, why did you call? Is the situation bad there? Do you need backup? Even though there wasn't any fast way to send help, as the distance between the island of Alabasta and Nanimane Island, G3 base, was 1 day. Even with a fast boat, it would take at least 6 hours to get there. And when Sengoku called in the Desert Warlord, Crocodile had declined helping the Marines. Not wanting to get involved with Kaido's men. There were other Marines on the island, like Smoker and Captain Hina, but both of them weren't that strong enough to provide significant help. And Sengoku knew better than to push in cannon fodder just to get slaughtered. Then there was Vice Admiral Virgo. He was also a capable fighter, but it seemed he was busy being attacked midway in the sea. The Marines had no way of verifying the story, but they trusted the upper ranks enough. A mistake on their part. Oh, I was just checking if the first evacuation ship reached its destination. The first ship was a bit damaged and I wanted to make sure. Sparky said, but that was a lie. As Luffy had handed Jin a transponder snail, not the black one. A transponder sail that they took from MR3 after capturing him, in case they needed it for contact. The real reason he was calling was because Luffy had a plan in mind. Yes, the first ship has reached Alabasta. Garp said, what about the others? 3 other evacuation ships left the base, the other 2 are currently getting filled with survivors. Well, the situation wasn't that good before we came here, many of the Marines died along with civilians, but now the situation is completely the opposite. All of the Marines present there looked at each other, mainly 2 of them relaxed a bit. That was Garp and Bogard. They didn't know how strong Luffy got, but he was always the tricky fighter, so he might be able to handle it. Also it makes them proud knowing that Luffy chose to help even though he's a pirate. Bogard had also been called 6 months back to train Luffy just after the boy had unlocked his armament haki, so both of them knew Luffy's capabilities. Learning all 3 types of haki, even the basic concepts, by himself was no easy thing. And also Luffy had an eye for taking in strong people. Sparky was one example of it. I can't believe I'm saying this, Garp, but can we trust the monkey? Sengoku said. 220. I can't believe I'm saying this, Garp, but can we trust the monkey? Sengoku said. Garp looked at his old friend and nodded. Okay, how's the situation at the G3 base? Zephyr asked, do you guys need backup? There are not that many capable units, but Captain Smoker and Captain Hina are in Alabasta, they could offer some help. No. Sparky said. All of them blinked at the monkey's response. What do you mean, no? Zephyr said. The base was attacked by Jack the Drought, one of Kaido's men. And not to mention in that base was Sinbad, his own son. And even though currently Vice Admiral Tsuru wasn't present here, there were rumors that her granddaughter was also stationed on that base. Even though in reality all lives were equals, but personally everyone wanted their loved ones to live first, that was just basic human emotion. Yeah, the elephant fishman guy, tall, ugly, big, and weird. Sparky said, but don't worry, Luffy and Vivi's cousin is fighting him. He's tough, but he's losing. As he said that, all of the Marines in the room could hear a loud sound coming from the other side. Oh, they already won the battle, it seems. Hey, talk about timing. The room fell silent as all the Marines looked at each other. Everyone knew Vice Admiral Sinbad's strength. He was strong, but even he wouldn't be able to take Jack on alone. Unless someone with strength equal to his fought alongside him. And while X-Drake could stand equal to Sinbad's side, he wasn't on the same level as Sinbad. It was hard to believe, a boy that hadn't been in the sea for even a year, getting this strong. Sengoku could already feel the headaches the boy would cause him in the future. And for the first time in the day, Zephyr was feeling a bit relieved. The silence was broken by Garp's laugh. My grandson is strong. Bahaha. Sengoku grabbed Garp by the collar and shook him while Garp was laughing. Now, isn't the time for jokes? Bahaha, don't worry, the young ones have it handled. Garp said, Oi, Sparky, bring some proper marine on to calm down Sengoku, old age isn't doing him any good. Why you? I will bring someone that can do it, Grandpa. Just wait a minute. With that, the other side went silent. Before the sound of shouting and screaming came from the other side. Unhand me, you six-armed menace. Came a voice which was definitely not Sparky's. I have to get back to Vice Admiral X-Drake's side. I have to give him the good news when he wakes you. He was cut off by a slap. Ugh, you hit me. Why? Speak to it. Speak to who? Oh, is that a transponder snail? Moshi Moshi, who's this? Sengoku rubbed his forehead. This is Fleet Admiral Sengoku speaking. What is your rank and name, Marine? He already could guess by the voice who it was. Heek. The figure from the other side shut up. Sengoku-sama, this is Commodore Binz speaking. Binz, what's the situation there? Get to the details, and speak your mind. Sengoku ordered. And so the Marine explained. And after that was over, Sparky quickly brought him and the transponder snail to the plaza. Present time. Vice Admiral Sinbad, can you hear me? The transponder snail said, bringing almost everyone's attention to Binz, who was carrying the snail. Is that Fleet Admiral? Sinbad looked at Binz, who hurriedly nodded. Sinbad quickly made his way to grab the transponder snail, but he was a bit late as Luffy got there first. Moshi Moshi. Gramps, you there on the other side? Luffy asked, irritating all of the Marines. Bahaha, brat, you're still alive. Came a voice that was none other than the Marine heroes. Heard you and the purple-haired brat took down Jack. Yeah, he was tough. It was fun. Shishi. Luffy said. Now if anyone in the Marines had any doubts about Luffy's and Garp's relation, it was cleared. But it was still hard to believe that a pirate was the grandson of the great Marine hero. Bahaha. Shishi. Shut it, both of you. Both Sinbad and Sengoku said from the same time. And that shut them up, before Sengoku spoke again. What's your status, Sinbad? I'm mostly fine, and so are most of my unit. I don't know about the other high-ranking Marines stationed here, but the casualties on the Marines side should be more than 1,000. Sinbad's face turned grim, even though most of the people around here were a bit cheerful. Almost everywhere one could see the dead bodies of Marines and pirates. Binz had reported as much. Sengoku said, what happened to Jack? Sinbad glared at the fallen body of Jack. He is alive, but... The transponder snail was snatched away by Luffy. Yeah, about that. I have a proposal. Luffy said, making everyone in the Marines frown. The line was silent for a moment. What are you playing at, brat? Sengoku asked, almost growling. Shishi. Luffy said, and looked towards Vivi. As everyone was gathered here, he could play it. Sengoku-san, I heard that you are in for an early retirement. The fleet admiral scoffed, get to the point. Shishishi, well, Sengoku. I've come to bargain. 221. Sir Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords, was a bit irritated. It had been 2 days since he last made contact with the Baroque Works agents he sent to Drum Island. Now, this usually wouldn't be a problem since he himself ordered MR3 to not make contact unless it was important. But the main problem was the newspaper he was reading. New ruler elected in the Sakura Kingdom. Formerly known as Drum Kingdom. A picture of the new kingdom's flag was shown, with people cheering in the background. After the previous ruler's execution by his own people, the citizens have elected King Dalton as their new ruler. After the end of the tyrannic ruler Wapol, the Sakura Kingdom finally found its peace. The island had suffered much at the hands of their former ruler. The island, which was well known for its doctors, the paper went on telling about the history of the old kingdom and such. But Crocodile didn't pay much attention to the rest. He had suspected that something might have happened to his agents, but now he was sure. If the Mr. 3 pair and Mr. 6 pair were successful in their attack, then today's newspaper would have pointed out the other attack. Or something along the lines of an unknown group taking over the kingdom and such. But there was no such thing. That brought a lot of questions. And the fact that now that he tried to get in contact with them, his calls were getting declined proved his point. Crocodile had a lot of things in mind. He was called a few hours ago by the Navy to assist them in the defense of the G3 base, where Jack the Drought had wanted to free some of his crew that got captured. Obviously, Crocodile declined. As a warlord, unless it was from the 5 elders themselves, one could avoid such tedious tasks. Jack was one of Kaido's men, and Crocodile didn't want himself to be put in the radar of that beast, not yet at least. His plans for Alabasta were years in the making and were going well. Why stop now at the critical moment? The Straw Hats were a thorn to his path, especially since they had Princess Vivi with them. Mr. 2, Bon Clay, was called in and was currently making his way to Alabasta. When he arrives, his final plan for Alabasta will be set into motion. The room to his office opened and Miss All Sunday walked in. Sir Crocodile, we might have a problem. Crocodile frowned but let the woman continue. Nico Robin was well known for gathering information. A marine evacuation ship from the G3 base came to Alabasta port. She said, and I'm pretty sure White Lady Kuina and Mandemon Jin were seen there. But the other Straw Hats are yet to be seen. A small smile traced on the pirate's face before he started laughing, ka-ha-ha-ha. That's not a problem, my dear. Can you make it so as to invite our guests here? I might want to have a little chat with them. I will see what I can do. Nico Robin nodded. Crocodile wondered why 2 members of the Straw Hat Pirates were on that ship but didn't pay that much thought into it. Capturing them would be good, and maybe with them captured, he could exchange Princess Vivi for them. A mistake that he would regret later. Crocodile would have gone to the Navy evacuation ship himself to capture the pirates, but going there might bring more problems than he needed. He was considered a hero in Alabasta, so of course seeing him there, the civilians and Marines might request his help for the G3 base. And Crocodile didn't want to be put in a position where their image could be ruined. So he opted to give the job to Nico Robin. Oh, and take Mr. 1 with you, Crocodile said. He will help you if the pirates get rowdy. The port was now mostly cleared out, the rest of the civilians and the injured were being taken care of by the Marines. X-Drake had woken up from his injuries a while ago, but he didn't join the battle, it wasn't needed. The battle was won. Jack and the rest of the beast pirates were either killed or captured. A lot had happened while he was unconscious, it seemed. He was glad to see that Sinbad and all of his friends were relatively unharmed due to the incident. But that wasn't even the surprising part. It seemed that while he was knocked out, a certain group of pirates came along and helped the Marines. It was none other than the Straw Hat Pirates. He really missed a lot of things while he was unconscious. But honestly, he didn't care. The situation was taken care of, lives were saved and a tragedy was averted. That was the main point, who cared if they had to work with pirates to do so. Currently, Drake was overseeing the last of the civilians filling the ship. The Straw Hats had already left and no one tried to stop them. Especially, since the civilians were praising the Straw Hats for helping them. Mainly 2 pirates were praised more than the rest. A pink-haired pirate whose name was Kobe, and a pirate with a long nose whose name was Usopp. He also heard Captain Kyojaku, Vice Admiral Tsuru's granddaughter, praising someone called Nami. Vivi was also mentioned by her, but it seemed she didn't know about her relation with Sinbad. As the day started to end, the last 2 evacuation ships were finally filled. And their destination was the Alabasta Kingdom. The whole of Nanimane Island was in ruins. It would take time for the G3 base to be rebuilt. Many lives were lost, both Marines and pirates died. But then again both parties were willing to die in the sea. What made Drake sad was that many civilians died as well. Bodies were being counted and identified. The beast pirates had lost the battle, and now most of them were captured, and to top it all off. Just to make sure another attack like this didn't happen, Vice Admiral Cancer's unit was sent on his way to the G3 base and Admiral Kizaru was tagging along with him as well. Other than the prisoners, the G3 base would mostly be empty. Any ranks above captain were commanded by Fleet Admiral Sengoku to stand by. They didn't want another attack to happen, and so measures were taken, but the civilians were deported from the island in case another battle broke out. But Drake doubted it would happen. The Marine wondered if this could have been avoided. If only they had received help sooner. "There you are," a voice called out, bringing Drake's attention back to the present as he looked at Sinbad's figure, who was wearing casual clothes, rather than his marine outfit. "We haven't eaten since morning, the chefs cooked some stuff up. We have to be quick if we want to get some." The Zoan user smirked. "Heard a princess came to save you," he said. "How was it meeting your long-lost cousin? Heard she was quite the looker." He wiggled his brows. She's like my baby sister, you sick bastard." Sinbad choked on his drink, coughing. "Get those thoughts away from your dirty mind." Drake chuckled, before he gave his friend a knowing smile. If that's the case, then you wouldn't mind if I hit on her." "Dude, what happened to the bro code?" Drake just laughed, and after a while Sinbad joined in as well. "It's good that you guys are all right." Drake said, "This day could have gone worse." Sinbad nodded, he had nothing to say. Drake smiled at his old friend, but a question still bugged him. "Sinny, what happened to the request we sent to the other Marines? Specifically, what about Vice Admiral Virgo? He was supposed to be here. This was his base after all." Sinbad blinked, before his mood shifted. Drake got a feeling he wouldn't like what he was going to hear. 222. "Garp, you know, your family is a headache." Sengoku grumbled, as he cut off the call with elders. "Bahaha, nah, my grandson is a genius. He's even better than my son." Garp laughed while he lazily ate rice crackers. Other than Garp and Sengoku, no one was in the office. All of them left after the fleet admiral barked out their orders. Sengoku could do nothing but rub his head. "You do know your grandson is planning something?" "Bahaha, I don't know what you mean." Garp deflected, acting like he didn't know any better. Sengoku snorted, "He wants to be a warlord, and somehow he knew that I was retiring. But then again, it was no secret, there was a plan for this for a little over a year now. As well as an upcoming war against one of the Yonkos. And to top it all off, I can't just write off his contribution." The news of Straw Hat pirates working side by side with the Marines of the G3 base would make news. He said, with so many eyewitnesses even the world government wouldn't be able to cover it up. Garp didn't say anything and just ate his rice crackers. Who cares, at least he did you a favor," he said, gulping down his food before giving Sengoku a side glance. With Jack in our custody, it should be easy to bring out Kaido for the war. And it's not the first time we beat up the oversized snake. Sengoku frowned but nodded. I have spoken to the 5 elders, they don't seem to be bothered by the plan. But I'm not sure how I will manage to convince them about Luffy joining the ranks of the warlords. They don't particularly trust your family, after all. I'm sure you will manage somehow. Didn't he say he would take down Crocodile in Alabasta? With Princess Vivi vouching against the sand pirate, he's toast. No wonder why he refused to help with the G3 base situation. Garp said. In the call, Luffy had told them many things. On how to use Jack for the upcoming war to fish out Kaido, to giving him a seat in the warlords, and about how Crocodile was scheming his way into the Alabasta kingdom. About how his organization was just a front for his real work. Sengoku or any marines present didn't want to believe it. But when the princess, Vivi, vouched for his words, telling them of how she had joined Baroque Works to spy on them and gather information, and how they were ruining Alabasta from the inside. Luffy even brought more evidence, 2 former members of Baroque Works. Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week, who they captured. They had blurted out everything they knew when they were questioned, as long as they weren't arrested. Both Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week had clean records and were mainly bounty hunters. Sure, they did try to take over the Drum Kingdom, but Luffy didn't mention it, so they didn't blurt that out either. After that, it was obvious what Crocodile was planning. Sengoku and Garp had to hold off Zephyr before the old marine could get out and do something. And so the plan was simple. Sengoku was pulling strings to find evidence against Crocodile, while unofficially Luffy's crew would bring down Crocodile. After that, when one seat becomes empty, Luffy will take the place as a warlord. A very well thought out plan. And Garp really liked it, since this way he could keep an eye on his grandkid. Sengoku also saw it as an opportunity to rein someone in that was much stronger than Crocodile, mainly when it became almost obvious that a war with Kaido was inevitable. But Sengoku, are you sure about going into the war with a Yonko? I still think it would cost more lives on our side than we can afford. Garp said in all seriousness. It's orders from above. But I don't like it either. Sengoku said, rubbing his forehead. But at least it's better than going into a war with Whitebeard. Among the Yonko, he might be physically weaker due to his old age, but he has the greatest number of allies. Bringing him down would take an even larger force. Kaido, on the other hand, is arrogant. There's even a chance that he might just bring one ship for the war. Garp snorted, he's arrogant, but not a fool. He will also bring his whole crew and allies to show his power to the world. Sanagu nodded. Also, Whitebeard was a pirate, yes, but he was at least decent among the monsters that sailed the sea. Many islands were safe just because they had his flag on the island. Kaido, on the other hand, was just a mindless beast. He had allies, yes, but they were limited in number. As far as they knew, at least. Convincing the 5 elders to switch targets from Whitebeard to Kaido was the easy part. Preparing for the war, on the other hand, was the tough part. Sengoku had a lot of paperwork and careful planning to do. Even though Garp looked aloof about the situation, he was a lot more observant. Fighting Whitebeard might bring Ace, one of his other grandsons, to the fight, and also reveal his identity as Roger's son. And Garp didn't want that. He didn't know why, but he got a sinking feeling that Luffy tried to avoid it. Garp grinned. You have grown, brat, he thought internally as he continued eating his rice crackers. At least you got your father's brains for doing stuff. I just hope you'll be safe. Garp might not have liked how Luffy turned out to be a pirate. But what he did today made him proud. Every Marine in Marineford was discussing how a rookie pirate stood with the Marines in times of danger. Many were praising the young pirate for standing up for what's right. Of course, there were critics, but Garp didn't care. He only cared that his grandson was doing the right thing. And him being a warlord wasn't as bad now that he thought about it. Unknowingly, due to Luffy's actions, many of the Marines that were part of Sword now idolized him. Well, there were quite a few of them in the G3 base after all. All in all, Garp was really proud of his grandson. 223. Kuina, Jin, and Chopper sat in a very fine establishment, sitting on luxurious chairs at a big fancy table. Even White Fury was with them, though she had nowhere to sit, so the establishment owners gave her a large mat to sit on. All of them looked a bit bloated from the food they had, as one could see multiple empty plates on the table. "Thank you for the wait, dear sirs. Here are your desserts." A group of waiters came, placing very fancy dishes and taking away the empty plates. All of them were desserts, cakes, ice creams, and fresh fruit salads that one wouldn't expect from a restaurant in a desert country. "Thank you for the food," all of them said at the same time, as the 4 Straw Hat Pirates dug into their food. All of them had blissful expressions on their face as they paused from time to time to appreciate the food. Now some might wonder how they got here. Well, after helping the Navy evacuation ship, many people offered many rewards. But the Straw Hats declined most of them since they were doing it out of goodwill. So they didn't want to take too much benefit from it. But the 4 Straw Hats hadn't eaten for a whole day, and so when one of the civilians there owned a restaurant here offered them food, they didn't deny it. It was already night and they would need to eat dinner anyways. But who knew that they would dine here in such a fancy restaurant? With the Straw Hats dining in there weren't any other customers. The restaurant owners didn't want their guests to get disturbed, it seemed. "Being a pirate is awesome. Oh, Chopper said as he ate the red cake. The reindeer mink had a blissful expression on his face. Jin nodded as he licked his ice cream like a kid. No one should ever see the man demon this way. The happy expression just didn't go well with his whole scary face. "You should try the yellow cake after a sip from the coffee," Kuina suggested as she took her time to have some coffee. All of them might have had better food in their lives because of Sanji. But that didn't mean the restaurant's quality of food wasn't praiseworthy. Even the big white snake was wiggling around like a worm after having ice cream. Which was weird since most snakes didn't even eat that kind of stuff. But unfortunately, their enjoyment was cut short as an explosion destroyed the front of the store and a group of thugs came out with weapons in their hands. "Heard you were from the Straw Hat Pirates. We are from Baroque Works. The boss wants you folks to come with us." The thugs pointed their large bazookas at them. "Don't even try anything, I was a Grand Line pirate with a decade of experience before joining." The thug's words died down as he was suddenly frozen, frost gathering around his body, even the smoke and dust froze. "All the food, it's ruined." Chopper sobbed cute reindeer tears before he growled, his form changing from his childlike form to his muscular form with pissed red eyes. "You will pay," he growled as his fist was charged with electricity. "I didn't even get to touch my chocolate-flavored ice cream," Jin muttered, before his form started to change as scales grew over his body like armor, making him gain height and muscles. "You will suffer. You people chose a very wrong time to piss me off," Kuina said. She looked calm, eerily calm. But that was in her nature when she was angry, if not downright furious. The whole area around them had already shifted in temperature, becoming cold. The group of thugs could see their own breaths as fog. Hey, what did you do to Bob?" One of the thugs finally found the courage to ask, but he was ignored. White Fury hissed in anger, as wings with sharp white feathers grew out of her back. Yes, you can have them as a replacement for your dessert," Kuina nodded. And with that, White Fury jumped onto the nearby pirates before all of the Straw Hats jumped in themselves. "Ack! She froze my arm. Help me! It's going to eat me! Zzz. No!" Loud cries escaped from inside the shop as the fight with a group of 50 thugs tried to survive against the Straw Hat Pirates. "Hey, who the heck makes this much noise this late?" said a man wearing a red hat and wearing a normal shirt that was unbuttoned. He also had a simple samurai sword strapped on his belt. "Hey, let's check it out," he said as his hands touched his sword. "You seem excited for some reason. Insert pic of ace." 224. The Going Merry was speeding through the ocean at a rapid speed toward the island of Alabasta. "We are on a short schedule. Hatchin, bring in the food," Luffy said, as he and his crew rapidly ate their meal. Almost all of them had bandages covering their bodies. The kitchen door opened and the six-armed fishman came out with 6 large dishes of food. Inside, one could see Sanji rapidly working in the kitchen, his figure blurring out from time to time. All of the crew ate as if their life depended on it. Well, for some it did. Even though the Straw Hat Pirates helped the Marines, without Chopper they didn't have doctors. And the crew didn't trust others that much, especially Marines. "Oi, Nami, how long till we reach Alabasta?" Zoro asked as he gulped down food at ridiculous speeds. "Don't speak to Nami Swan like that, Moss Head!" Sanji screamed from the kitchen. "At least 4 hours with the speed we are going, if we don't face any storms, that is," Nami answered. Zoro nodded, focusing back on gulping down food at a comical rate. The Going Merry was going at a very fast speed. Nami had used her knowledge and the log records from the Black Moon Pirates to find the best way to travel. As they didn't have any doctors on hand, their best bet was to get to Alabasta as fast as possible and see Chopper. Luckily most of the crew knew a somewhat basic usage of life return, so they could recover from most of their non-lethal injuries by eating. For someone like Luffy, he was almost back to full health. His right arm, which had been purple and fractured in multiple places, was now pink and healthy. Even though Luffy had stressed the importance of life return, seeing the result was another thing. Many of the crew got motivated to look into that technique later. Especially Zoro, since he was the one that got the most injured. The ship was being pulled by Momu, who had been fed first. Well, with so many bodies of pirates and marines floating around the Sea King had a lot of time to snack on. But even then, the speed at which Momo was pulling the ship was unnaturally fast. It shouldn't have been possible, yet it was. After the battle with Swift was over, and Sanji came to consciousness, he rushed and looked through every corner of the island looking for the fruit. Sakudo no Mi, Velocity fruit, was a blue spiral-shaped lemon. And with the excuse of looking for survivors and the help of his crewmates, Sanji was able to find the fruit. It was located in one of the marine kitchens in the bases. Sanji didn't even waste any time and ate it, becoming the speed human. With his natural talent for speed, the fruit finally found a great user, boosting Sanji's abilities to a significant level. But the problem was that Sanji was unable to control the speed. Going through walls, and breaking stuff even when he tried to walk. That is until Luffy suggested channeling the speed to something else. Like how Usopp did with his size fruit. And all of them were surprised that it was possible to increase others' speed as long as Sanji was in contact with them. That is the reason why the Going Merry was running at 5 times its regular speed. But at the same time, Luffy made sure to use Bartolomeo's shield ability to mold a shield around the hull of the ship to the front, so that the fast currents didn't damage Merry. And with all of their combined effort, the Going Merry was reaching the Alabasta Kingdom at a very fast rate. Seeing Sanji's sudden improvement, Zoro pushed himself into training. Well, not any heavy lifting or anything like that. No, he was specifically training for life return. As he already had Tekai, learning life return shouldn't be that tough as both techniques work in controlling your body. Like how Sora was kind of like a pre-technique for Geppo. Same was the case with life return, learning Tekai was the first step. And after seeing what Luffy was able to achieve, Zoro was very keen in learning the technique. So, his first task in learning life return was to eat as much food as possible, and force his body to use the added food to make his punctured lung and damaged liver recover. And shockingly enough, it was working. Kuina already knew life return, mainly because she needed to better understand her own body to use her ice manifestation, Verf. So Zoro had another reason to learn the technique. He couldn't let either Sanji nor his childhood friend get a leg up on him. Not now. Even Luffy was impressed by what Zoro was able to do. It seems the rivalry between Zoro and Sanji pushed both of their growths to the extreme. Though Luffy could see that even with Sanji's new powers, Zoro was stronger now. While Sanji's power did increase quite a lot, it wasn't controlled. In fact, with the introduction of the devil fruit, Sanji needed to work really hard so that it wouldn't become a liability. Now Sanji could only activate or deactivate his powers, not control them. He needed to get that covered if he wanted to improve his fighting style. Also, speaking of fruits, Hatchin admitted to killing a guy who had the swamp fruit. The same guy who tried to harm Vivi and Nami. Luffy could guess a story there, but didn't ask. Hatchin was a kind-hearted guy, so he knew it took a lot for him to kill. But as they didn't find the fruit on the island, it was most likely left there. Luffy really hated leaving behind a Logia fruit like that. But with all the Marines, it was good as it is that they were able to get the speed fruit. Being too greedy might put them on their radar. Still, a Logia fruit, especially the swamp fruit, was shown to be able to carry prisoners and things inside one's body, so Luffy was a bit sad about it. But oh, well. It's useless crying over spilled milk. In actuality, he was sure there were more fruits that were lost in the battle, as the beast pirates had a few normal Zoan fruits in their ranks. Some of them were smiles, but some of them were devil fruits, so it wasn't just the swamp fruit that Luffy lost out on. Sabo also took the time to contact Dragon about what had happened. Even though the fall of the G3 base was a major loss for the safety of the islands that were near it, it also gave the revolutionaries an opportunity to spread their work around the said islands and maybe bring some people towards their cause. After the eating was done, Luffy also made a quick call to Jin, who he had given a normal transponder's nail. He was just making sure White Fury, Chopper, Jin, and Kuina were okay or not. Dinner ended shortly, and everyone went on with their routine. Everyone but one member of the crew. It was Vivi. The princess was petting Karu and thinking about what just happened a few hours ago. 225. Viv was petting Karu and was thinking about what just happened. A few hours ago, she was worrying about Alabasta, then Sinbad, and now all her worries were gone. Sure, Crocodile was still out there, but Luffy had made sure to report everything to the Fleet Admiral, and his grandfather Garp. And now Crocodile was only a warlord in name. Vivi had thought of reporting her findings on Crocodile to the Marines many times. But getting into contact with high-ranking officers who would actually believe her story was another issue. Heck, if it was easy, she would contact her uncle or Sinbad. But Luffy had managed to not just tell any Marine, but the highest-ranking Marine there was. The Fleet Admiral was very displeased about what Crocodile did, especially after he declined to help with the G3 base situation. Vice Admiral Garp was down yelling at Sengoku about how he let that happen. And by extension, her uncle Zephyr. Honestly, Vivi didn't know he was hearing the call now. Crocodile was no longer under the protection from the Marines or the world government. Well, on paper he still was, but Garp just told Luffy to take care of him off the book so things would be stable. Sinbad was pissed enough to go there and beat the pirate himself. But Fleet Admiral Sengoku stopped him in his tracks. He had other duties, such as looking after the beast pirates until they were transported to Marineford. Especially after Luffy hinted at there being a mole inside the ranks. Because in all reality, that was extremely likely since very few people knew the layout of the G3 base and the pirates had attacked in very specified locations, promoting the idea that someone had leaked the information. Maybe Luffy knew something, Vivi thought. Well, he did tell something to only Sinbad. Luffy knew a lot of stuff, so she wasn't surprised that Luffy figured something out. After that was over, Sinbad wanted Vivi to stay with him, and Uncle Zephyr proposed the same thing. But Vivi declined. Sure, both of them were worried, but she trusted the Straw Hat Pirates more than the Marines. Even though Vivi didn't like how Crocodile's schemes would remain unknown to the world at large, it was for the better. Other nations would laugh if they knew the Alabasta kingdom was almost taken over by a pirate. Baroque works really did mess up her country. Speaking of Baroque works, Vivi glanced at the two agents that were on the deck of the ship. Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week, both had eaten dinner with them. Also, it meant bad news as well. The fire lit between the Alabasta revolutionaries and the kingdom was at a critical stage. Taking out Crocodile would help, but it wouldn't solve all the problems. Well, that could still be taken care of if any third party didn't intervene. Alabasta might be going through a lot right now, but Vivi was sure her father could do something to calm them down. There was a negotiation between the king and the leader of Alabasta's revolutionaries in a few days. It would be better if Crocodile was dealt with before that. More so when as Luffy wanted the Alabasta kingdom be under him, which would stop most pirates from coming to their islands and causing havoc. While Crocodile was a scheming bastard, due to him many pirates stayed tame if they ever crossed through Alabasta. He was just that fearsome. Unlike others, no one suspected Crocodile of being the mastermind of Alabasta's problems. Not even the world government, not that they would have helped. It was well known that the world nobles had a dislike for her family. Still, it didn't matter. Luffy and the crew are strong enough to handle Crocodile and her country would be free. That is the only thing that mattered. But that brought another question. She was reaching home. Would she have to leave the crew? Hey! I think Momo just ran over something. Hatchin called out. We are on the sea. What do you mean Momo ran over someone? Nami called out. Luffy squinted his eyes at the night sky, before pulling back his fist and launching it in the air. Gotcha! And with it, he pulled in a certain someone. So the G3 base was attacked. Dragon nodded to himself as he finished his call with Sabo. Making calls from the base was a lot of trouble, especially since they had to set up black transponder snails from both sides. Good thing that Luffy had one with him. Still, it was one of the reasons why they weren't able to contact each other often. After leaving with Luffy, Sabo had only now reported back. Well, it was better than the Marines finding out about Luffy getting in contact with the revolutionaries. Especially now that his son had some specific goals. The G3 base was destroyed in the attack by the Beast Pirates. It meant that the revolutionaries could move a bit more freely in the first part of the Grand Line. A good thing in his books. Due to the Marines focusing on the first part of the Grand Line, the revolutionaries had to pull back from there. Even their base was located in the second part of the Grand Line because of it. Dragon wondered what his son was planning after becoming a warlord. So far he was doing his own thing, but his son, like him, had ambition. A small smile dawned on his face as Dragon leaned back on his chair looking at a picture frame. Well, two pictures set in that frame side by side, placed on his table. Most of the time he kept the picture inside his drawer, but not today. Both of the pictures had Dragon on them, but with two different women. His first and second wives. Taken a few years apart. Both women were beautiful, people that Dragon would give anything and everything in the world for. And yet both of them were no more. They were one of the main reasons why he wanted to take on the world government. To avenge what was taken from him. To stop it from ever happening again. The absolute power of the world government had made the lives of regular people miserable. The Marines as an organization couldn't fully serve justice if they were under those corrupt rulers. The world government did many things to hide its history, and yet he found a lot of it over the years. But then again his first wife would know better than him about the past. A sad smile was on his face as he looked at the picture of a silver-haired woman. Dragon sighed, rubbing his forehead. He opened his drawer and took out a bounty poster of Nico Robin. His firstborn. Dragon wondered where she was. Just like her mother, she was really good at hiding from the Navy. And because of it, Dragon never knew where she was. He only knew that she was somewhere, alive, and not captured, due to the active bounty poster. He kept track of it every week. He wondered how he would break the news to his own son, of him having a sister. After what happened to his first wife and firstborn, Dragon didn't want to take chances with Luffy and placed him in his father's care. That was the best way he could keep him safe. At least he wouldn't fail Luffy this way. Dragon sighed thinking about things. No one knew about Nico Robin being his firstborn, not even his second-in-command Sabo. He only knew she was important. What the leader of the revolutionaries didn't know was that Sabo already met Nico Robin. But with all things that were going on, the blonde actually forgot to mention it in the reports. If only Dragon knew. 226. And that is why, Mr. 1, I suggested not going in there head first. Nico Robin said as the Baroque Works grunts were taken care of swiftly by the Straw Hat Pirates. Mr. 1 looked at Miss All Sunday, didn't we poison the food? It was one of our best restaurants, they are going to destroy it at this rate, so why isn't it taking effect? Well, we didn't poison the food. Nico Robin cleared, I just put some strong sleeping potion in it. Mr. Zero did want us to bring them for a bargain, killing them here wouldn't do us any good when they could be much more useful as a bargaining chip later for the princess. Also the fact that she didn't want to actually kill unless needed. Dazbone nodded. It would be better if we retreat. Fighting them head-on will only cause problems. Both Nico Robin and Dazbone, Mr. 1, were hiding in an alleyway, looking towards the restaurant where the Straw Hats were. In the middle of the night, they could easily hide so no one could see them. No, Dazbone said, pointing to something, look there. Who is that? Nico Robin frowned and looked at the figure that Daz was pointing at. To get a better view she used her fruit powers to sprout an eye near the restaurant. And what she found shocked her. No, it can't be. It's the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Firestorm Ace. What's he doing here? Does he have some connections with the Straw Hat Pirates? Dazbone asked, but the answer came when Ace suddenly the front of the shop burst into flames and ice. I will take that as a no for an answer. You're Firestorm Ace? Kuina shouted in question as she clashed blades with the fire user. Ace blinked, confused, yes, I am, but why are? Kuina cut him off, then fight me. With that, she attacked relentlessly as her blade started getting cold, gathering frost. The area around her dropped down to freezing temperatures. Ace sidestepped a stab from the odd girl, before taking a step back to avoid a slash aimed at his chest. From the brief interaction, he deducted 2 things. First, she was much weaker than him, and second, she wasn't actively trying to kill him, more like challenging him to test out his skills or to test herself. Which confused him even more, as he didn't know the lady. But if it's a fight she wants, a fight she will get. With that, Ace activated his powers, countering hers, the temperature shifting to a boiling point on his side as he blocked and parried her strikes. What's your name, lady? Do I know you? If I did something wrong I'm sorry, I guess. Ace said as he easily countered Kuina's strikes. Sparks of frost and flames flying in the air. Ace jumped back, gaining a little distance. Kuina, and no you don't know me. Anyway, fight me. Kuina said, Sakura Hurricane. A giant blast of ice that looked like small sakura petals dragged toward the Whitebeard pirate. Ace sighed, what's with girls always picking a fight with me? He mumbled thinking about a certain large girl, who also wore a white kimono. Also, about a certain orange-haired marine. And lastly, about a pink-haired female pirate that really loved to eat. Blaze burn! He announced, swiping his blade upwards as a volley of flames ate away at the ice, cancelling out the Ice Lady's attack. Gorgeous, beautiful, and bloodthirsty, you really know how to pick 'em, huh Captain? Masked Deuce said, lazily leaning on a nearby wall, the flames or frost not touching him. Hearing the words of his first mate, Ace's eye twitched, but before he could respond, Kuina was on him yet again. Pushing him with her attacks to an empty section of the town, Ace could only watch in annoyance as his first mate waved him a goodbye. Crap! Jin called out, coming out of the restaurant. Why is Kuina fighting him? She knows who he is. Who is he? Chopper asked, returning back to his smaller form, and he was also feeling a bit sleepy. Is it me, or am I a bit sleepy? Jin blinked. Now that you mention it, he said, narrowing his eyes. Someone drugged our food. What? Then we need a doctor. We need a doctor. Chopper screamed, running around Jin, before the taller pirate grabbed the panicked mink. You are the doctor, he said nonchalantly. Oh, but why aren't the drugs taking effect? I'm used to overdosing on drugs since I was little, so it doesn't affect me much, but what about you and Kuina? I mean, White Fury is already asleep. Jin blinked and checked to see that the large snake really was asleep. The large white snake also had a bulging stomach. It seemed that she didn't leave anyone behind, earning a respectful nod from the man-demon. I had a lot of alcohol tolerance before joining the crew. Could drink anyone under the table. Good to know I still have that skill in me. Jin said, but then again, I've been trying to learn life return for quite a while now, so maybe that might have been the case. I think Kuina's case is similar. She is the third one I know that has fully learned the technique. Chopper's eyes took a shine in them. Oh, that technique that uses biofeedback. I am trying to learn that as well. Jin nodded. Anyway, why is Kuina attacking that guy again? Who's that guy, anyway? He seems quite strong. That's Firestorm Ace, and of course, he would be strong. Jin said, well, he is captain's. But he was cut off, as his words froze. Chopper blinked at why suddenly his friend stopped talking. A man with blue hair and a mask casually walked towards them. You shouldn't just go around telling those kinds of things around here, not when there are eavesdroppers around here, rookie, Masked Deuce said, pointing towards a certain empty alleyway. He then let go of Jin, making the pirate blink in confusion. And, yes, I do know about that relationship between your captains and mine. I'm sorry that my captain didn't recognize her immediately, but he seems to be enjoying the fight. So let's leave them be. Come out, little listeners. But no one came out. Hey, it seems they are making a run for it. What should we do? He asked Jin. Jin shifted in his place. He recognized the man. Even though Luffy didn't actively tell others about his family, the rubber man trusted Jin enough to give him key details about Ace. And this man was Ace's first mate, Masked Deuce. Jin promptly took out his transponder snail. Let's call my captain. Masked Deuce blinked. Wow, carrying a transponder snail like that. Resourceful, and a good idea. And so Jin made the call. 227. Now what do we have here? Luffy wondered, looking at Bon Clay, who was knocked out. Hey, still alive in there? Bartolomeo asked, as he poked the Okama with a stick. I think we killed him, big brother. Sad. Johnny nodded. Sad. Yusaku nodded. Hey, what's sad? The Okama sat up from his lying position, scaring the three pirates. You are. All three Straw Hat Pirates said at the same time. What? Wait, did I almost die? He asked, did you guys save me? Any we saved you, so you have to thank us. Luffy said, sitting down with crossed legs in front of the Okama. Thank you then. The cross-dresser said genuinely, I didn't know what hit me, but thank you. Sure. Luffy waved it off, getting a bunch of sweat drops from his crewmates. Anyway, wanna join my crew? No, I'm sorry. I'm already in a crew. The Okama nodded. Ah, that sucks. Luffy said, then can we be friends? The Okama blinked and nodded vigorously, of course. Then as a friend, can you do me a favor? Anything. Luffy stretched out his hand, and Bon Clay shook it, but suddenly Luffy wrapped something around his arms. That made the Okama drop to the ground, weak and drained. Just don't try to get out of the cuffs, Luffy said, cuffing the Okama's hands behind his back. Bon Clay felt betrayed, and before he could say anything someone cut him off. Is that you, MR2? Wait, what are you doing here, MR3? They also got you? Bon Clay asked. No, well kinda, answered Miss Goldenweek, who was having tea and some snacks on a nearby table. She stretched both of her hands. See, we have no cuffs, so the situation is a bit different. See, she gets it, act right and you will get out of the cuffs in no time. Shishi. That's not how it works. Bon Clay screamed before he shed a tear. Looking down at the ground in disbelief, I thought we were friends. Wait, now that you mention it. I didn't get your name. My name is Bon Clay, by the way. Name's Monkey D. Luffy. I'm quite famous around here. Bon Clay felt his jaw drop and he looked around. This was the crew his boss had warned him about. He could clearly see Princess Vivi glaring at him. Shit. Pair. Luffy blinked as Nami came out of the navigation room with the transponder snail. Ugh, get to know the crew, Luffy said. I'm sure we can be the best of friends after the situation with Crocky is over. With that, Luffy went inside the navigation room, with Nami. After sitting on the nearby table, he finally received the call. Moshi. Ugh, Captain. I think we have a problem. It was Jin. Luffy frowned. What? Did Crocodile attack you guys? Yeah, that did happen. Well, he didn't attack, but his guys did. But that's not the problem. You see, it's your brother, Ace. Kuina is kind of fighting him right now. Pfft. Oh, I thought you said there was a problem. Luffy asked with a smile. I'm sure he's having a good time. I mean, who doesn't like a good fight? A chuckle came from the other side. It wasn't Jin's. Brothers indeed. Oh, where are my manners? My name is Masked Deuce. Ace said a lot about you. Luffy's grin widened. Kuina panted, her breath rough. She eyed her opponent carefully. She drew in a breath of air, fog coming out of her mouth, before she disappeared from her spot, appearing right in front of Ace. She swung downwards, her sword getting blocked by Ace's. Wado Ikimonji hummed like never before. It was as if the sword had awakened its will. She striked, slashed. Her blade leaving an afterimage after every move, each one move more elegant than the last. Pinning down Ace's weak points and striking them. And yet the fire user avoided them without a hitch. Not even using his Logia ability to do so. Both of their blades met in the middle, drawing sparks of frost and fire. You are very talented, hey. Ace said, smiling. Your moves kind of remind me of one of my crewmates. Whitey Bay. Do you know her? Kuina didn't say anything, focusing all of her will into her blade, before pushing Ace back. The fire user jumped back, doing a backflip, and avoiding the flying slashes before landing. He held his hat. It's time to get serious, I suppose. He held up his blade gaining a shine of black. He looked at his sword. It's been acting a bit rowdy lately. However, it was being rowdy in a good way. The last time it got rowdy, it tried to suck all of his haki into itself. Though at the time, it did save his life. He has been using this sword for about a year now, and yet the sword felt full of mystery. With Inma enforced in haki, Ace looked at his opponent and moved. He was going to get serious, but he was also having fun in a way. So why not test his opponent? It took Ace a bit of time, but he did figure out what the true identity of his opponent was. Kuina also moved her sword shimmering white, before both of them clashed, creating a clash of fire and ice. Ace moved with a flurry, each strike having more force than the previous. His blade naturally sucked in his flames, gaining a shimmer of red along the blackness of the sword. Even though Ace was getting faster and faster, the girl was able to match his speed. Impressive. Ace said, "Let's see you handle this." Flame commandment. He swung his sword around his body, gathering all of the flames in it before releasing a thick wheel of flames. Kuina was astonished as the speed of the attack was too fast for her to react. She braced herself with verve, gathering as much cold as possible. The attack landed on Kuina, generating a large pillar of flames that expanded to the sky, lighting up the surroundings. Ace grinned, before his smile flattened. He didn't overdo it, did he? The pillar of flames that stretched to the sky suddenly started shimmering, making Ace grin. Suddenly the pillar of flame was replaced by a pillar of white ice. Freezing moon. Kuina said as she stepped out of the frost pillar. Panting. That last attack took quite a bit out of her. But at the same time, she could feel something deep within her almost awakening. Her sword was calling her to strike, to stress the boundaries. To be free. Kuina breathed out, as the frozen pillar behind her scattered into steam and mist surrounding the general area. Ho, blocking my vision won't do you any good. I do have observation haki. But suddenly Ace stopped midway as when the mist touched his body it froze his arm. Of course, it didn't stay frozen as Ace had blasted it with fire, but that got him on the edge. He also took a few jumps back away from the mist. That was dangerous, a grin spread out on his face. And he liked danger. The hold on his blade tightened, maybe he was going to enjoy it after all. 228. Sir Crocodile's brow twitched hearing Miss All Sunday's reports. So you are saying a Whitebeard pirate is fighting one of the Straw Hat pirates? The woman nodded. Dawsbones didn't say anything but he looked a bit pissed. You did the right thing by withdrawing, the Whitebeard pirates aren't someone you guys can go against, Crocodile said taking a drag from his cigar, his left arm giving a phantom pain hearing that name. The sand user tightened his jaw, remembering what had happened. Whitebeard, he hated that man. But for now, it would be better for him to not engage the enemy. That would bring too much attention. And there should already be a few marines there, so maybe they could handle it. They are also causing a lot of destruction in the lawless part of that town. All Sunday said, as if to prove her point. Right at that exact moment the night sky lit up. All of them looked at the small pillar of flame that was visible from here. Crocodile grunted, that firestorm brat, leave him be. Same for the Straw Hat pirates, it seems they are not as easy as it seems. Crocodile had gotten a few reports from the Marines under his payroll. And he came to notice what happened at the G3 base. It seemed for some reason they were spotted on that base. Meaning they shouldn't be here for at least another day. Good. By then Mr. 2, Bon Clay, should be here and ready for the mission. We have to speed up our plans, Crocodile said. Robin looked at him, what do you have in mind? Crocodile grinned. Kuina panted, her breathing ragged, multiple wounds were visible on her body. Almost all of them were shallow, but the large number of wounds showed how powerful Ace was. All of the wounds were shallow only because he was holding back. He was also sporting some damage to his clothes. But he looked rather fine and fresh. That technique of yours is quite amazing. But I guess it's a win for me. Ace said, smiling. Why don't we end this here, before you get yourself hurt? Kuina was about to refuse, but stopped when she saw something. With that, she sheathed her sword. Okay, but you do have other things to worry about. Like who? Like my captain. Ace frowned and looked back over his shoulder to see someone falling from the sky. The figure was tall, almost as tall as him, having a solid build of muscle. The said figure also had a large naginata coated with haki, and Ace recognized him. His brother had changed so much, the fire Logia grinned. Ai. His brother yelled with a wide smile. Luffy. The fire user responded with his own smile, coating his own weapon with haki. Their weapons met in the middle, creating large sparks of red and black lightning, as both of their eyes bleed red. Shishi. Ha 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 ha. Fire on one end and wind on the other end blew any nearby buildings in the nearby area. Even Kuina had to unsheath her sword and stab it into the ground so as to not get thrown away. A wave of Conqueror's haki spread outwards, knocking down anyone who was weak-willed, breaking any nearby glass and wood. And Kuina had just one thing to say. Monsters, she smiled, even though she lost the fight with Ace, she earned something valuable in the fight. It wasn't perfect but it should be doable, until she learned haki. The ringing of a transponder snail could be heard from the office. Pura puru. Pura puru. Pura puru. Kakuk. This is Captain Hina speaking. Hina. Have you gotten the reports? A rough voice from the other end answered quickly without introducing himself. About Crocodile? She asked. Yes. Headquarters made it clear to clear out the civilians and stop the rebels if needed. She sighed, this is a total mess. Yes, Smoker said, I have made a decision. I will personally deal with Crocodile. What? Are you insane, Smoker? He's a warlord. And I'm a Logia. Smoker curtly replied, if anyone could stop him, it would be me. You would be going against direct orders. Hina said, and you know what happened to Anchor. When we joined Sword we did leave out a letter of resignation on the table. I came to serve justice, and I won't just stand still while that monster destroys the country. Hina bit her lips but nodded. She was mainly stationed here in Alabasta, Smoker had come mainly chasing after the Straw Hat Pirates. But it seemed things had changed. Now the White Hunter had a new target. Then headquarters had informed the higher-ranking Marines, or only those that Garp and Sengoku trusted about Crocodile's deeds. After the G3 base incident, the old Marines were a lot more cautious about what news they shared. So Hina and Smoker only knew what Crocodile was doing. Headquarters didn't specify how the warlord would be dealt with. Only that the civilians should be cleared out if any fights break out. And if needed, help the kingdom to stop the rebels. But that was it. They didn't know that the Straw Hats were going to deal with the situation. And so Smoker, seeing how bad in shape Alabasta was, he wanted to help. People trusted the Marines a bit more than pirates. And so Smoker wanted to use that as an advantage to face Crocodile head-on. Are you confident that you can take him on? Hina asked. I'm not sure, but I will bring backup with me. Smoker said. And that would be me. Another voice came from the other side. It was from Popeye D. Anchor. Hina gave a frustrated sigh, but he's not a Marine. Smoker laughed, well, after I pull this stunt I might not be either. He said, chuckling, taking a drag from his cigar. But I have to do what is right. That sounds like some last words, Anchor said, grinning from the other side. But if that's the case, then Hina, please tell Vice Admiral Jun that I loved her. Yes, as if you hadn't mentioned that to her multiple times already, Hina face-palmed herself. You guys are complete idiots, you know that. She said, but I will see what I can do. When will you guys strike? First thing in the morning. Smoker said. Also you will have to do us a favor, clear out the people in the area if the battle happens. We will go to Rain Base so the rest of Nanohana needs protection. Crocodile might not care about casualties, and even use the civilians to his advantage. Hina sighed, okay, I will see what I can do. She was about to say more, when the door to her office opened. A Marine walked in with panic. Captain Hina, Firestorm Ace is fighting the fallen hero Luffy. Why can't things be easier? 229. AI. Luffy. Both of their weapons met in the middle, coated in haki, creating large sparks of red and black lightning as both of their eyes bled red. Shishi. Ha 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 ha. Fire on one end and wind on the other end blew any nearby buildings in the nearby area. Fight me, Ace. If you can beat me I will let you in on a secret, said Luffy, his eyes turning sharp as a heavy pulsating aura suddenly exploded from him. It suddenly became difficult to breathe, as if the air thinned. But Ace knew that oh too well. Sure, it shouldn't be too hard, he said, pushing back with Inma. Ace's Conqueror's haki burst open as both of their haki clashed, sending wind and lightning everywhere. Around them, things were blown away. The sand behind them swirled, creating a small sandstorm, the coast's water turned turbulent, and the ground beneath them started to shake. Shishishi, this is fun, Luffy said in glee, jumping back with the nameless Naginata in hand. He placed the weapon on his back, as his fists took on a metallic color. Sure is, Ace agreed, sheathing his own sword as his own fists were covered in haki and flames. Flame on! Gear first! Gear second! Luffy pumped his blood, kicking his body immediately into second gear, as his body increased in mass due to the first gear. Gomu no! The Straw Hat Pirate disappeared from his spot. Ace sensed Luffy's presence with his observation haki. Flame commandment! He shouted as fire enveloped him. Ace turned around facing his brother with his own fist. Red Hawk! Fire fist! A large explosion of flames stretched around outwards, destroying anything that was near. Cracking the ground, and demolishing the surroundings. You can use flames? Ace asked, grinning. That's kind of cheating. Ha, you are just jealous. Luffy said, pulling back his hands and giving another punch which counters with his own. With that, both of the pirates' fists turned into a blur as they started punching one another. I can't believe I'm seeing this in this part of the Grand Line. I thought they said this only happens in the New World. An old pirate said, hiding behind some thrown rubble. I'm too old for this shit. First was Firestorm Ace and White Lady Kuina. Now the opponent changed to Straw Hat Luffy. The town would have been destroyed if the pirates hadn't changed locations. The heatwave from Firestorm Ace can be felt even from here. His opponent, Straw Hat Luffy, turned partially into a giant and hammered a coast cliff clean into the ocean with rapid punches of obsidian giant hands. Due to the flames, the night sky was constantly lit up as if there was a second sun on the ground. That's so cool! Chopper cheered, on top of Jin's head. The man-demon was in his full Zoan form and holding onto the ground for dear life, so that he wouldn't get thrown back. His tail was wrapped around White Fury, who was still fast asleep. Well, that's my captain, Jin said, grinning. Wow, they aren't holding back, hey. Zoro said, his body wrapped in bandages. There really are some monsters out there, Sanji said. Flames were his thing, but with what Ace and Luffy's fight were generating, even he was a bit shocked. It seems my brothers really do know how to put on a show. Sabo mused. Ha, speak for yourself. Sparky said, who was hanging off Sabo's shoulder. Nami nodded, Sparky is right, you know. Your fight in Little Garden caused the same amount of damage. Sabo just chuckled, the monkey had grown quite talkative after he got the ability to speak. Why is Luffy fighting with Ace? They're brothers, aren't they? Vivi asked in mortification. That's the exact reason why they are fighting, Sabo said flatly. Blame Grandpa Garp for instilling this bullshit way of greeting each other. I mean, no wonder all three of you got this strong, Kobe said in awe and admiration. I heard a rumor that Big Bro Jinbei and Ace fought for 5 whole days. Hachin said, on his shoulder was a small Momu, who was sweating a bit from the heat. Wow, really? Usopp said, there really are many people that are stronger than you'd think, hey. He had a backpack on, mainly the same backpack Sparky used. In there was going Mary, shrunken down so that it could fit there. I can't wait to meet more strong people, Johnny said, pumping his fist up in the air. While Bartolomeo and Yusaku nodded vigorously. Fire pillar. A huge column of fire rose, with Ace at the center. Gathering his energy, Ace launched a building-sized fireball toward Luffy, Fire Fist. This time, his attack was unavoidable. So Luffy didn't dodge. In fact, he stood still, placing his arm in front of taking in a breath of air. Gear forth. The fireball landed, but was snuffed out by a volley of steam that was released from Luffy's body. Lion Man. Ace looked at his brother and he could barely recognize him. He was tall, taller than him, and had a very well-built body. The hair on his head stretched long, and moved in the air like a mane. But that wasn't all. The most distinct thing was the red haki and how it coiled around Luffy's chest like some sort of tribal tattoo. Luffy grinned while taking out his naginata. So finally getting serious, hey! Ace said, as his whole body turned to flame, as he unsheathed his sword. Inma. Shishishi, let's see how strong you are with your toothpick. Luffy said, flame-like red flames fluttered around his fist along with black sparks before it ran down towards the tip of his naginata, indicating his use of advanced armament haki. Luffy didn't notice at first, but it seems his theory was true. His haki did have fire properties. And unlike the original Luffy, it might be even more prone to fire, as he didn't make sakura leaves but sparks from using the advanced technique. He made a mental note to look into it later on. This was also the reason why it didn't take much time to learn Red Hawk. Why am I even surprised? Ace sighed. A similar thing happened to Inma. Let's see whose haki is stronger. Oh, you're on. With that, both brothers moved. The fight between the two brothers only ended after the sun rose. By then Firestorm Ace and Fallen Hero Luffy had wounds all over their bodies and big smiles on their faces. 230. The next day. Wow! Kaido of the Beast Pirates was drunk, and the said drunk was crying. Jack! Ugh, Jack! How come you got beaten? He wailed, his teardrops drenching the ground below. In front of him were his 3 all-stars and the remaining members of the Tobirapo. All of them had serious expressions on their face, and all of them were pissed. But that wasn't all, they were on an elevated platform, a few floors high. A bit further almost all of the members of the Beast Pirates had gathered. The army of Beast Pirates looked at their leader with fear and anticipation. Wow! Jack! Kaido cried, taking a swig from his jug of ale, I thought you were strong. And yet, you were beaten by some kids in the first half of the Grand Line. Poor Jack! But it's your own fault for being so weak. Wow! The others didn't say anything as Kaido drank his booze, they just watched, but suddenly Kaido's eyes turned sharp. And he started to laugh. Wororororo. The Marines have Jack right? Kaido asked to particularly no one, as a grin spread on his face. Then we will declare a war against them. Worororo. It seems that's what the Marines want. King, for the first time, spoke. The large man with flames on his back looked at the newspaper one last time, before it burned into ash. Let them set the date. We will come there on their own terms and destroy them. Kaido said, holding his spiked metal club in the air. Loud cheers came from almost all of the members of the Beast Pirate. Worororo. We're going to take all of those pampered noble-born rulers and drag them off their ivory thrones down to the battlefield with us. Kaido said, with a massive smile on his face. His body shaking with excitement, there was no more boredom for him. That's what I call equality and freedom. A world where war decides a man's true worth. The Beast Pirates roared again with cheers. There was a war brewing on the horizon. Things would get complicated from now on. But the bloodthirsty pirates there were thrilled with the prospect for battle. While this was happening, no one noticed King moving away from his spot. On his hand was a transponder snail. If there was a war, he needed to prepare. A few moments later, Queen also excused himself going towards his lab. He had things to prepare as well. Don Quixote da Flamingo looked serious as he read the newspaper. He had a frown on his face before he ripped the newspaper with his strings. This was bad. Even before the newspaper was released, he knew what had happened. Virgo had called in the night before telling about what happened at the G3 base. And about Jack getting captured. He thought that the newspaper would keep this stuff under wraps. But it seemed the Marines had gotten bolder. A part of the ripped-off newspaper laid on the floor. And it had a few lines. Jack the Drought, one of the commanders of the Beast Pirates, got captured by the Marines. Vice Admiral Sinbad and fallen hero Luffy temporarily allied themselves to save the people of Nanimane Island, G3 base. It then showed the picture of Luffy and Sinbad standing side by side, all bloodied against Jack. It seems there's a war brewing, Doflamingo said, looking up. Before a smile dawned his face. Phew 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 phew. Now which side to choose? Gururururura. Ace's brother did something amazing again. Gururururura, said a very large pirate taking a swig from his jug, before running his hand over his white beard. By his side a certain pineapple head grinned, that he did, Yoi. He said, he's certainly the grandkid of Garp. Gururururura. A certain red-haired pirate smiled upon seeing the news. Bring in the booze. This calls for a party. Yet. For Luffy. For Usopp. Let's party. Mama mama. The sea is about to get wild. The only female Yonko said, prepare my children, we will grab the world when we get the chance. Mama mama mama. Zay ha 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 ha, the world will burn. And a new age will rise, the old will fall, and the young will ascend. And I will be at the top. Around the world, similar reactions were happening. The newspaper revealed two important things. Firstly, it solidified Luffy's position as being a hero, and secondly, it showed that Marines weren't afraid of any Yonko. The newspaper was an unofficial declaration of war. The people were excited, some were wary, and others were scared. But everyone had hope. Hope for a better future. Straw Hat Luffy and Vice Admiral Sinbad had gotten much fame in the short news. And people were already looking up to them as heroes. The newspaper also revealed key players and what they did. Of course, it went into detail on how the Marines beat the Beast Pirates. But people were more interested in other things. Amongst them, there were pictures of pirate hunter Zoro and Blackleg Sanji beating down a former supernova. Hatchin of the Sea cutting down the Caribou pirates. Other members of the Straw Hats helping the civilians and helping them get to safety. There was even a picture of Jin and Kuina helping people in the first evacuation ship. In the picture, if one looked closely, they would also see a mink and the body of a snake. But among them, two of the Straw Hat pirates had gained quite the fame. A certain pink-haired pirate, along with a long-nosed sniper. Hero of the Navy port, Kobe. There was a picture of him helping the people, in the background a certain female marine was also shown cooperating. The gunner, Usopp. There were two pictures of him, one where he took out a group of pirates with his dual revolvers. Another one is where he is helping the civilians and carrying them out of the rubble. The Straw Hats pirates might have not gotten a new bounty. But their fame spread across the sea. And everyone was looking forward to them for what they might do in the future. 231. Ace and Luffy lay on the ground, their bodies covered in wounds. Their surroundings were only filled with destruction, broken and scorched ground. The rocky ground around them was in a mess, along with the sand. Around them were several large craters. Their fight had brought them quite far from the town area and into the desert. So several parts of the desert were now turned to glass, with large amounts of landmass scattered around. The desert was already lifeless, and yet the fight between two pirates had somehow made total destruction of it. Both of them were winded with smiles on their faces. "Ha, takes you back, doesn't it?" Ace said, laughing, you have gotten strong Luffy, but I'm still better. You only won this time. Luffy said, not minding. But remember I'm still a new pirate, and yet I almost had you. Sure, keep telling yourself that. Ace said, laughing. In truth, Ace was still stronger than Luffy, and yet the strength difference wasn't as great as Ace assumed. After fighting Jack just a day ago, Luffy had gained quite a good amount of strength. In particular, his mastery over Haki, that is why even Ace had a bit of a hard time against him. Ace could tell that his brother was already around a division commander level. Which was saying something for a kid that just started his journey into the Grand Line. Ace wondered what kind of brutal training their Gramps gave him. But then again Ace remembered Garp's words. It was almost a year back, he was in the New World with some of the members of the Whitebeard Pirates when Garp and the Marines showed up. Ace had to distract the old man while his other crewmate escaped. Garp then told Ace about how much Luffy changed after he was gone and how good of a Marine he would be. He also added that Luffy was taking his training very seriously. Of course, Luffy hadn't become a Marine, but still, he was far stronger than he expected. Gramps wasn't lying, it seemed. Ace thought, a small smile on his face, you truly changed, little bro. I might need to up my training, he thought internally. Don't get your hopes up. You still have a long way to go. Ha 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 ha. We'll see about that. I'm gonna be the strongest man in the world, and find the One Piece. Tell your old man to look out, I'm coming for the old man's title. Shishi. You have to go through me first. Ha. Ace said, his stomach grumbling, I'm hungry. Me too. While Luffy and Ace were lying down, a good number of people gathered. There were at least 100 of them. All pirates and bounty hunters. They had been hiding in the sands or around the broken rocky terrain for cover. All of them mainly came here for the opportunity of capturing the two famous pirates. I think we should move, they look pretty beat up. I think we can take 'em. One of them said. Are you sure? One of them is a Logia. Another one asked. Don't worry. I have some sea stone laced nets, we just have to get close. The first one said. Yeah, but I'm not sure. What if they attack us? We'll die. Another one said. But that's Firestorm Ace, and fallen hero Luffy. Just getting one of them would give you enough wealth and fame. A brave one said, you pussies wait here, I will collect my share alone. Hearing his words, others also got motivated and started moving on them. But suddenly, a green-haired swordsman came from nowhere and started looking around. It was as if the man got lost. That's Pirate Hunter Zoro. One of them said. Did you come here to stop us from catching your captain? Another one asked. We aren't afraid of you. Another one added. Why would I stop you guys? Zoro asked, a bit irritated. I just got lost. Wait. Luffy's here. He looked around and found Luffy lying on the ground with another pirate. But in doing so, he gave his back to the group of bounty hunters and pirates. He's off guard. Get him. Attack. Charge. Zoro just looked over his shoulder and glared, shut up. And with that, the whole group of 100 pirates suddenly felt a chill run down their spine. It was as if death loomed over them. Before they could even move, they lost consciousness, and with foam coming from their mouth. Zoro smiled. Pretty useful skill, no wonder Luffy uses this all the time. He mused, nodding along as he walked. Now, where was Luffy again? That's the opposite side, you moron, Kuina said flatly, walking down from another corner. On her side, one could see many ice sculptures. Which were more or less unfortunate pirates that crossed her way and got trapped in ice. I know that, Zoro said, correcting his way. You have gotten stronger, Kuina stated. A small smile dawned on her face. So you figured out Haki, Well. I also figured out a nice little skill. Kuina Swan. Sanji said, his feet creating a tornado as he rushed to her side, blowing away wind and flames on the way, with a heart-shaped eye. I missed you, Kuina Swan. Oh, you guys finally made it here, Jin said, walking towards them with Chopper on top of his head while White Fury was being carried over his shoulder. He was a lot larger, almost double his normal size, in his half-Zoan form, mainly because it helped carry White Fury, who was fast asleep. Also, it worked as a part of training. Jin was following in his captain's footsteps of always constantly training. His captain had shown him the way of the grind, and he would follow it. 232. Zoro. Sanji. Chopper jumped down from Jin's head. You guys are injured, he said, panic evident in his voice. Doctor. Doctor. We need a doctor. He started running circles around them, before stopping. Wait. I'm a doctor. I don't need a doctor. Zoro said, trying to go away. In actuality, he was the most injured. He still had his wounds from the last fight, and the basic treatment he got from the marine doctors weren't enough. Still, he didn't want to get treatment, but before he could, he was suddenly knocked down as if his muscles weren't working. Why you? Electric pressure points. Works like a charm. Luffy had warned me that you might do something like that. Chopper said, taking a gauge of bandage and other medical stuff from his backpack. Now, let's see what I can fix. Cracked ribs, punctured lung, damaged liver. You need to rest immediately. Ugh, no. I'm not sick. Zzz, but he got knocked out, when Chopper pushed a pressure point on his back. And with that, he finished wrapping him up in bandages, making a cocoon out of him. Okay, who's next? Sanji and Kobe look fine, what about you three? Johnny, Yusaku, and Bartolomeo, who just saw what Chopper did, shivered, and started flexing their muscles like bodybuilders. See, we are fine. All three of them said at the same time. Scared of what the doctor might do. Chopper looked at Kuina. But the girl quickly politely held up her hand. I have minor burns, but I think I can take care of them with life return. It's training in a way. Chopper then looked at Nami and Vivi. Both girls showed some minor bandages, and lastly, there was Karu. Yes, poor Karu was so brave during the fight. Chopper, you should give him proper treatment. Nami said sweetly, while Vivi held back her laugh. The duck in question looked at the two women that betrayed him, and started running around the group, with Chopper giving chase not far behind. They were a bit irritated when they found out that Karu hadn't even left the ship when the fight broke out. So in a way, it was fun watching the duck suffer a bit. After Karu was all wrapped up in a bandage cocoon, as Chopper found no outward injury. The best treatment would be rest, so he made sure that Karu was all bandaged up. After Karu was done, he looked at the remaining members of the crew that came. But he stopped when he saw something. Wait, is that Momu? Chopper asked, looking at the small bird-sized sea king that was on Hachen's shoulder. Why is he so small? That's so awesome. The sea king in question puffed up his chest on Hachen's shoulder. Yup. Cool, right? I did it myself, with my awesome devil fruit. Usopp bragged, puffing his chest. I even have Mary in my backpack. That's so cool. Chopper said with stars in his eyes. Wait. Zoro said, stopping everyone and jump-scaring some. Before returning back to sleep. Zzz. Really, Moss Head? Sanji grumbled, while others laughed a bit. Hey, you wanna fight, shitty cook? Zoro said, still in his sleep. Zzz. Why you? But Chopper held him back. No. You can't, Sanji, he's sleeping. All of them laughed at their antics. Wait, is that a tanuki? Asked Bon Clay, still in his sea stone cuffs. I'm a reindeer mink. You jerk! You really are foolish. Mr. 2. Mr. 3 said, pushing back his glass. That is the reason why you are still in your cuffs. He said as if he knew what a mink was. When in actuality he didn't. Minks weren't as commonly known like fishmen were. Miss Goldenweek on her side just munched on her cookies. Nodding along. Bon Clay got sad hearing that, but he then looked at Chopper. Oh, I'm extremely sorry, friend. You are a very good doctor. Your praise doesn't please me, Chopper said, doing a weird dance. Oh, so that's the Straw Hat Pirates. Masked Deuce said, hello, it's nice to meet you. I'm the vice captain of the Spade Pirates, or in better words, Ace's right-hand man in the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Masked Deuce. Whoa. Usopp said, you're Masked Deuce? The Masked Deuce. I have read your books. He said with stars in his eyes. Can you sign my book? Sure, Masked Deuce coughed as he scratched the back of his head. He did write sometimes, and it seemed he had a fan here. Whoa, big bro Usopp, you read books? And Masked bro, you write books? Bartolomeo said in awe. Masked bro. Now that the whole crew is back. Ace, let me introduce you to my nakama. Luffy said, sitting up from his lying position. But first let me let you in on a secret. Ace also sat up and frowned, mainly when a certain someone knelt down on their side. It was a blond fellow, with a scar over his left eye. It's nice to meet you, Ace. The second in command of the Whitebeard Pirates was in shock, and jumped back, recognizing the figure. He took several steps back, with tears rolling down his face. What? How? He asked, looking back to Luffy and then back to the other figure. Are you? Sabo smiled, yeah, it's me. I'm sorry I took this long. The blonde was cut away when Ace threw himself over him, crying. Sabo! Wait, Sabo! Even Masked Deuce was surprised. But how? 233. After Crocodile discussed what he planned, both Mrs. All Sunday and Mr. One moved out. Nico Robin was tasked to get to the city of Tamarisk to find Mr. Two. The Okama should have already arrived in Alabasta, and yet there was no contact from him. That is why Crocodile had sent her to check on him. He was crucial to the plan. His ability would be the main key in bringing mayhem in Alabasta. A key part in bringing down the monarchy of Alabasta. Nico Robin didn't like what she was doing. Especially since compared to the other royals she had seen in other countries, the Alabasta royal family was of a better kind. The king of the country, Cobra, actually cared about his people. Which was quite different from the other royalties she knew about. In her 28 years of life, Robin had to shift from one island to another, not staying in one place or one crew for no longer than 3 years. A good way to stay off the radar of the world government. And compared to the other islands and their ruling power, the Nefertari royal family was of the better kind. And yet she was helping a pirate take over the country all for her own benefit. A sad smile dawned on her face. She always used the excuse that, if she wasn't doing it, someone else would. Still, she didn't like doing the dirty work. Due to her circumstances, she had to cheat, kill, and betray just to survive. Still, taking down the royalty of a country that was actually good towards its people was something that even she was reluctant to do. That is why when she found out that Nefertari Vivi had infiltrated their ranks as Miss Wednesday, she hid it from the other members. And even led the girl to find out that Mr. Zero was actually the warlord, Sir Crocodile. She was hoping that the girl would use her royalty to her advantage and inform the Marines. That was why she tried to even push Straw Hats into going to Nanimane Island, G3 base. But it didn't seem to be working out. Still, she didn't care that much. Her partnership with Crocodile had been over 4 years. And she was planning to end it. If she could get access to the Poneglyph in this country before that, it would be better. As Nico Robin made her way toward Tamarisk City, she also stayed vigilant. Tamarisk City was a few kilometers away from Kataria City, where a big fight was happening. Well, she was there when it started. First, it was White Lady Kuina against Firestorm Ace. But now it seemed that Straw Hat Luffy had also joined in. And the fight between the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates and the second division of the Whitebeard Pirates was of epic proportions. The amount of destruction both pirates caused were massive. Good thing that they moved away from Kataria, or else the city would have been destroyed. The city of Tamarisk and the city of Kataria were sister cities, so to speak. Both were port cities, where ships docked. In the city of Tamarisk, mostly navy and legal merchant ships docked, mainly used by the kingdom for its duties. While on the other hand in the city of Kataria, only the lawless pirates came. It was, in a good way, to separate pirates from the main line. With so many new pirates coming to the Grand Line, stopping all of them would be impossible, so this kind of system was quite common. It ensured that the chaos was contained. Both cities were near each other, only being separated by a rocky terrain of a few kilometers. It seemed the fight between Luffy and Ace had stretched away from the city of Kataria towards the rocky terrain. Robin didn't know if the fight was still happening or not. The constant noise from the fight was not heard. Previously the night before, the fight between Ace and Kuina had gathered quite a lot of attention. It got even more intense when the Straw Hat Captain joined in. Pillars of flames, and sounds of explosions became a common occurrence throughout the night. Robin hadn't seen that kind of fight before. But from what she heard, only New World-level pirates were capable of this type of destruction. She was quite impressed that the so-called heroic pirate even fought against Ace. Nico Robin wondered who won. But the question was obvious: Ace was the more experienced pirate, a commander of a Yonko. Luffy wouldn't be able to beat him. Even with all of the newspapers hyping up his deeds done at Nanimane Island, G3 base, she was still skeptical about the boy. If the fight was between Crocodile and Luffy, she would bet on the latter. Over the 4 years while she worked, she had gotten quite close to the Sand Logia user. While Crocodile's ability to control sand was very powerful here on Alabasta, she doubted Crocodile could win against Luffy, not even mentioning Ace. Luffy was exceptionally strong for a new pirate. Some newspapers claimed that he was related to the marine hero. She doubted the newspapers as oftentimes it showed false news, still something about that boy was just different. 234. As she made her way to the city of Tamarisk, trying to find Mr. 2, she had finally spotted him. And he wasn't alone either. There was also Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week, along with the Straw Hat Pirates. This complicated things. It seemed Mr. 2 was captured, and maybe the same could be said for Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week. Even though they didn't have cuffs, the crew seemed a bit wary of them. She also was quite surprised as to how the Straw Hats got to the island so fast, before remembering that they had a Sea King to pull the ship. If this was any other time, she would have called Crocodile to give him the update. But she held off. With the Straw Hats having Mr. 2 captured, almost 80% of Crocodile's plan was foiled. And that wasn't all either. The newspaper this morning showed how Straw Hat Luffy was seen working alongside a vice admiral. Both of them working together to take out a commander of the Beast Pirates. And with how casually the crew was here in Alabasta, it seemed that maybe Luffy had some favors in with the Marines. Well, it was speculated that Luffy was the grandson of the marine hero Garp. If that was the case, Robin wondered if the Marines already knew about Crocodile, and his plans to take over Alabasta. Well, if that was the case, then letting Vivi in on Mr. Zero's little secret was a good idea after all. Robin had spotted Vivi along with the Straw Hats, laughing and smiling as they made their way to where their captain might be. If that was the case, then it complicated things. Even more so when she spotted Masked Deuce, famously known as Ace's right-hand man, being friendly with them. Robin shook her head, as she continued to follow the Straw Hat Pirates. keeping a very long distance between them. She didn't know much about observation haki, but she knew that if she kept a long distance and used her powers she might be able to follow them without getting caught. It seems they are going towards where Luffy and Ace are fighting. Strange, why is the right-hand man of Firestorm Ace with them? And why was he on friendly terms with the crew? Weren't both of their captains fighting? She also wondered why they fought in the first place. Last night she saw White Lady Kuina fighting against Ace. Kuina being the obvious aggressor, trying to pick a fight against a big shot for some odd reason. And it seemed the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates took over the fight, maybe to save his crewmates. Robin sighed. She had seen a lot of pirates over the years. Most of them were cruel and bloodthirsty, without any loyalty. And yet there were some that valued the lives of crewmates more than anything. But more often than not, those types of pirate crews made it big time. Maybe there is something called a bond between friends and crewmates. She sadly chuckled to herself. She didn't have the privilege to have something like that. And yet deep down Robin wanted to be part of something bigger. But then again, with so many previous crews she crossed over the years, she doubted any crew would take her in. Mainly when the world government was constantly looking for her. Even with so many years working under Crocodile, the warlord barely trusted her. Holding off key information from her, even though she was technically the second in command. But she knew why Crocodile kept her in the crew. She was one of the few that knew how to read the ancient language. A threat to the world government. And the warlord wanted to use that. She was just another tool in his arsenal, so to speak. Well, the feeling was mutual. He only saw her as a tool, nothing else. So if that was the case, she would return the favor. Crocodile is already on the losing side. Robin thought. It's better to switch sides now, rather than later. It seemed Crocodile was fighting a losing battle now. And even though she wanted to read the poneglyph that was located in Alabasta, with Crocodile it wouldn't be possible. But if she played her cards right, maybe with the Straw Hats, she could do something. Crocodile wanted the location of one of the ancient weapons. But even if she found it after reading the poneglyph, she would keep it to herself. Mr. One was sent to Kataria City to stir up some trouble between the rebel army and the Royal Knights. Yes, she could use that. Or she could also take the Straw Hat Pirates directly to Crocodile. Crocodile was powerful, but she knew his weakness. Maybe she could use that as well. Information was power. She could use that to her advantage and switch sides. But let's not be hasty. I have to see what they are up to first. That was why Nico Robin started to follow the Straw Hats as they went out of the city towards the probable location of Straw Hat Luffy and Firestorm Ace. And when she got there, she was quite shocked. The whole rocky terrain was messed up, scorched, and broken with multiple craters. A good part of the desert had turned into glass. Smoke was still coming out of them. And in the middle of it was Luffy and Ace. The rest of the Straw Hats and the others in the group finally found them. And all of them seemed to be on friendly terms. Then why were they fighting just a few hours ago? She needed to find out. Even though it was a risk, as she was found out previously by one of Ace's crewmates, she wanted to know what the Straw Hat Pirates were talking about. So she used her powers within a safe distance. Using her powers to bloom an eye and an ear somewhere nearby, close enough to gather intel, far enough to not get noticed. And what she found out really surprised her. It seemed Straw Hat Luffy and Firestorm Ace were actually brothers. But that's not all. Sabo, the one usually wearing the plague mask on his face, was also their brother. From what she could gather, it seemed that all three of them were very close. And Sabo, when younger, got separated from them. Due to an incident with a celestial dragon. Ah, world nobles, the root of all problems. She mused, it seems I'm not the only one that lost her family to those bastards, no wonder he's not a marine. He really is the grandson of the marine hero, hey. But then again, Luffy hadn't lost his brother or any of his friends or family to the world government. She did. In a way she felt glad for Luffy, but at the same time she also felt a bit of jealousy towards the Straw Hat Boy. Other than that, Robin found the whole thing quite wholesome in a way. A family reuniting. Even though based on how the three brothers talked, they might not be blood-related. But some bonds were just thicker than blood. Thinking of blood, the face of her late mother came to mind. And thinking of bond, the picture of a friendly giant came to her mind. And alas, Robin, you have no one in the world like that. Not in blood nor in bond. She said to herself. Thinking over the last known family that died on that island, she was always alone in the world it seemed. She looked at Luffy using his powers, at least someone found his lost family in this cruel world. Any sense of jealousy she had vanished when she saw the boy smile. There was something in that smile that made her feel happy. A lone tear ran down her cheek, she wiped it using her hand, luckily a tissue was handed over to her. "Thank you," Robin said, taking the tissue and wiping her tears. "You're welcome, mademoiselle." But then Robin blinked and quickly looked to her side where the cook of the Straw Hat Pirates was standing there with a red rose in his hands. "I usually hand over the flower first, but I didn't think it would have been appropriate. Still, I hope you accept my flower." Robin was too surprised to say anything as Sanji handed over the flower. "Captain also wanted to meet you, but if you aren't feeling it you can talk later. As a gentleman, I can't force you," he said, before promptly disappearing from his spot. Robin blinked several times. Did that actually happen? Or was she just imagining things? The flower in her hand said otherwise. 235. Nico. Robin didn't know what to do. Should she just leave? She was found out by one of the Straw Hats, and yet it seemed that the blonde cook had no intention of revealing her to them. She bit her lips as Sanji's earlier words rang in her head. It was a gamble, but considering what her other option was with all things she learned, going back to Crocodile would be foolish. Just leaving the island to find another crew to hitch a ride on for a few years, she was willing to take the risk. So she walked forward, toward the rest of the Straw Hats. Seeing her, several members of the Straw Hat tensed up and became cautious. Only the blonde cook and the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates seemed happy. And others like Sabo, Ace, and Masked Deuce seemed just curious. Miss All Sunday. Mr. 3, and Mr. 2 said at the same time. While Miss Golden Week also seemed to be on guard, though she still continued to eat her biscuits. But Nico. Robin didn't pay attention to them. She rather looked at the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Luffy. Robin looked into the eyes of the pirate captain. They were sharp and yet gentle. It was as if he knew something, and could see through her. And yet it had no malice, and almost seemed innocent. It made her feel calmed down a bit, and yet the years of paranoia stressed her to be vigilant. "Yo!" Luffy greeted. "Long time no see, Robin. Been spying on us?" he said before glancing at Sanji, who looked away as if he didn't know anything. A few others including Zoro and Sparky noticed but didn't say anything. Robin looked at the boy, not knowing what to say. She was used to being on the end of a glare, and yet she was finding less hostility than she expected. What she didn't know and would learn soon was that the Straw Hat Pirates trusted Luffy more than anything. He proved time and time again that he was a reliable captain that put his crewmates first before anything. So most of the Straw Hats were waiting for their captain's orders. "Join us, we are about to have breakfast anyway. I mean, I'm pretty hungry after the fight. What do you think, guys?" Luffy asked. "I mean, I'm hungry, and Masked Deuce's food tastes like shit." Ace grinned. The first mate in question rolled his eyes. Not denying his claims, he was an author and a pirate. Not a cook. If he wanted food, then he could just ask Thatch, but quickly Deuce's mood turned sour as he remembered why they came here in the first place. He quickly shook his head. Now wasn't the time to think about this. Yeah, well, Sparky isn't a good cook either, but Sanji's food is quite good, you will love it. Luffy said. Well, he's one of the best cooks I have ever met. Sabo said honestly, so, I think it would be cool to have breakfast here. Nico Robin, why don't you join us? He said, only now remembering he had yet to report to his boss about the girl. But it could wait a few hours, it wouldn't be that important. Food on the other hand. You guys can't be serious. Vivi said, glaring daggers at Robin. She's one of the reasons why my country is like this. Luffy nodded, yes, dear, but I'm sure if we feed her a good breakfast, she will switch to our side. I mean, I'm always more open to stuff when I'm full. Indeed. Ace nodded. Indeed. Sabo agreed. Oh god, there's 3 of them now. Nami rubbed her head, not really trusting Robin. But she trusted Luffy, he always had a plan for something, so for now she would trust him. Also pointing a finger at Nico Robin would be a bit hypocritical since 3 other Baroque Works members were already journeying with them. Not to mention even Vivi had tried to kill or at least tried to harm them, when they first met. You guys can't be serious. Vivi said, looking at Nico Robin. Why should I ever trust you? You don't need to. Robin said, but answer me this, why do you think I purposefully let you follow me, to find out about the secret identity of Mr. Zero? Ever question why I did that? So what, you want me to believe that you wanted to double-cross Crocodile from the start? That's why you let me follow you? Yes, Robin said genuinely. Vivi opened her mouth and closed. Well, she was making sense. She could have killed her several times, and yet she didn't. But why? Well, I wanted you to report him to the Marines. He might be a warlord, but you are royalty. I'm sure some of them would believe your words rather than that of a pirate's. I don't know what to say. See, Robin isn't bad, well at least not all bad. Luffy said from the side. The woman in question smiled, well, Miss Wednesday, I'm sure I can help you with what Sir Crocodile is planning. I hope that would help in clearing out the situation of your country. Vivi bit her lips, but that wouldn't fix things, and what do you even know anyway? I know that Mr. One is trying to kill the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Koza. I don't presume you know him. Robin was taking a gamble here. She knew that the rebel army leader was once friends with the princess, but it was not confirmed intel. But seeing how pale Vivi went, it seemed her info was right. I know a way to stop him. Of course, Robin was lying here. Crocodile only sent Mr. One to kill some lower-rank rebel army members to stir up some trouble. Killing the leader would bring way too much trouble. But Vivi didn't know that. And it wasn't a complete lie either, since Crocodile always held back his plans from her. So he could just call up Mr. One and do some last-minute adjustments. So, you're gonna switch sides? Kobe asked, tilting his head, just like that. Hey, like ever Captain would accept it. Johnny said, frowning at her. While Yusaku nodded. 236. Robin tensed up, before Luffy spoke. Say Robin. The girl looked up at the younger boy. Wanna join the crew? He finished. Hearing it, Ace and Sabo just laughed, while others facepalmed themselves and groaned. Masked Deuce was amused because he expected something like this, especially from the brother of Ace. Robin didn't know if he was joking or not. She went into other details. Honestly, you can blame me for what I did. But at the end of the day, I don't like to stay on the losing side. And I do know some information that would be of value, like where Crocodile is, and his weakness. I was hoping by sharing this, you would let me join your side. Miss All Sunday? You are betraying Crocodile-chan here. Mr. Two said, before promptly getting shut up by someone who waxed his mouth. Please, continue without this idiot. Mr. Three said. Oh, did I mention that he was planning to use a bomb to blow up the capital? Robin said, as Vivi paled, though you don't need to worry about that, with how short the time frame was, the bomb wasn't finished, and won't be for several days. Vivi sighed upon hearing that, and she looked at Luffy, who seemed to be humming while scratching his chin. You didn't answer my request. Robin blinked, not getting what the boy meant. Hey, it seems I have to say it again, Luffy sighed dramatically, before giving her a playful wink. Wanna join the crew? Robin opened her mouth and closed it before she finally nodded. I will be in your care then, Captain. Shishishi, good, because if you refused, I would have refused your refusal. I'm just that stubborn. A few of them playfully snorted after hearing that. Captain, I have a request. It was Kuina who spoke. I was going over a few things, and it seemed both Sanji and Zoro got their chance to fight. So please let me take care of Crocodile. I will not fail you, that I promise. Robin wanted to say something along the lines of not underestimating the warlord, but she held herself back. But didn't you fight me, miss? Ace asked, rubbing his chin. Kuina gave him a look, before she smiled. That was mostly a warm-up, you could say. I was thinking of taking him myself, but... Sure, you can take him. You have grown strong, Kuina, just make it quick. I don't personally know a lot about Crocodile, but sand is his domain, so stretching the fight too long won't do you any good, Luffy said. And try to not cause too many casualties, we have a reputation to keep. Kuina nodded, looking at Robin. I hope you can bring me to Crocodile after having breakfast. It seems I have a warlord to cut down. Nico. Robin nodded and didn't say anything. So this is the unconditional trust between crewmates, either they are too naive or they are onto something, she said internally. I can't say I like this. Vivi said, sighing, but I will trust you on this one, Luffy. Shishishi. Well, something tells me to trust her, he said, before winking at Vivi, and thanks for trusting my judgment. I mean, trust issues are never good in a relationship. Or so I have heard. Ace grinned, a princess, never aiming for anything less it seems. Please brother, I'm not that shallow. I only look for beauty when choosing my future wives. I mean, just look at Nami. And now Ace became confused, as he looked at Sabo. The blonde in question patted his shoulder. It will take time, but you will get it eventually. Nami just rolled her eyes. But she did wonder what type of girl Luffy was into. She and Vivi weren't very different, and yet he was gunning for both. But then she shrugged, she didn't care that much, as long as he ended up choosing her, of course. Vivi was having similar thoughts, before she shook her head. Now wasn't the time for that. Vivi huffed, glancing at Robin one last time. She could trust Luffy. Fine, but remember I will be keeping my eyes on you. Great. Now, let's party. Sanji, cook us a feast. We have a new crew member. Welcome to the crew, Robin Chuan. Sanji said, I will cook something special for you. Usopp, bring out the Mary. I have to take out the food. Here. Usopp asked. But we are in the middle of a desert. Sure, food in the open desert should be quite fun, Luffy said. I mean, we have to show off a bit in front of our new crewmate. Yes, Usopp, bring it out. Jin nodded. We have to show off in front of our new crewmate. Kobe looked at him, and wanted to ask a few questions. But the pink-haired pirate shook his head. Jin was always the loyal one. Bring out the ship? What ship? Robin asked, befuddled, not getting what the others meant. Ha, you'll love it, Bartolomeo said. Prepare to be surprised. Johnny started. And be blown away by amazement. Yusaku finished. Usopp puffed up his chest a bit, before taking out a cloth from his bag and throwing it in front, covering the view for just a second. As if he was showing a magic trick. And with that, suddenly a large ship appeared out of nowhere, in the middle of the desert. Usopp touched the ship. Mary, meet our newest crewmate, Nico Robin. She'll be joining us on the journey. Robin wasn't much of a person of reactions, but even she was surprised. It was only then she noticed a small sea king perched on the shoulder of Hatchin. It seemed the crew had a lot of surprises. She chuckled wearily, what did I get myself into? Shishishi, first let me introduce you to all of the crew, the captain said, then let's party. 237. The Going Merry was parked in the middle of the desert. The small ship was mostly used as a shed, where a small camp was set up. A small party was being held due to a new member joining the crew. With most of them having fun down in the camp, Luffy had invited Ace and Sabo to the navigation room to hold a small meeting. It's not that he wanted to withhold information from his crewmates. But they were brothers, and some things were better said behind closed doors. Though Luffy did know that the newest member of the crew was snooping in. So did his brothers, but all three of them ignored it. If Luffy didn't point it out, they wouldn't either. I still can't believe that you are actually planning to become a warlord, Ace said, leaning back on his chair, and looking at Luffy. Working for the world government? I never saw that happening. He lightly chuckled. I was offered the same position a few years back, you know, but I had declined. So it's just surprising that you are aiming for that spot. Yup, even though some of my memories are still a bit hazy. I wouldn't have imagined Luffy turning out like this. Sabo said, chuckling. It's like he's a completely different person. Luffy laughed, but for a different reason. Shishishi. A new person, Luffy corrected with a chuckle. Sometimes it's better to just laugh at things rather than explain stuff. And he didn't plan to anyway. The world government might be corrupt, but they are the system for now, so it would be better if I joined their side. This way I can gain many benefits from them. And well, you know, grow in strength and influence, before sticking a naginata into their corrupt ass. Ace chuckled. I can't say I agree with this one, but you do you, brother. I actually see it as a good thing that he's joining the warlords, using his head for once. Sabo said, earning an eye roll from Ace. Of course, you would say that, you were always the planner, Ace said, a fond expression on his face. But you. Luffy doing it seems a bit odd. Well, I still plan on becoming the Pirate King if that's what you guys are worried about. And being a warlord has its perks. If I didn't have any plans, I wouldn't have minded allying with the Whitebeards. Ace blinked, really? Well, we would have loved to have you, as a crew member or as an ally. He said, but what do you mean you can't join our crew? You can still leave the warlord idea and join us, we are the strongest Yonko crew after all. He said the last words with pride. Luffy nodded, I don't doubt it. And if Whitebeard agrees we can be unofficial allies, you know, like Jinbe. Hey, how do you even know that? Ace blinked. Luffy deadpanned, one of my crewmates used to be in the same crew as him, remember? The six-armed fish man, Hatchin, the one that makes takoyaki. Oh, the takoyaki guy. Ace nodded, finally recognizing him. So you want to be an unofficial ally? Good idea, I suppose. Luffy nodded. Yes, if there's any help that's needed, the Whitebeard pirates can call us. But on the front, you guys can't claim me as an ally. He didn't know how strong Shanks was, but he didn't lose his arm in this world, so his strength wouldn't be any less either. There was even some news of Mihawk having a yearly duel with Akagami. Having his help would have made things easy. But he knew he couldn't just ask for an alliance when it comes to Red Hair Shanks. Sure, he could call the Yonko at any time, he did have his number. But unless he proved himself, it would be stupid to ask for an alliance. Whitebeard on the other hand, he could just ask Ace for it. That was also the reason why showed off his strength to his brother. Whitebeard had most of the islands under him in the New World, having more allies than any other Yonko. His only weakness was his old age, and his declining health. I need a position among the warlords for several reasons. Luffy thought, it would be the best way to gain the attention of other warlords. I need to at least recruit Jinbe in my crew, and if possible Hancock as well. The Marines would have a war against the beast pirates, so he was sure Jinbe wouldn't resign from his position as a warlord. So it would be a good way to get him as an ally that way. Sabo was also curious about this matter. Luffy was very open about helping the Revolutionary Army, and him joining as a warlord would be good, as that might give them some more inside information besides Kuma. Internally he smiled, it seems Luffy had grown up. You see, as a warlord I can mainly gain access to a lot of freedom. Mainly from the Marines. And even though I'm strong, I'm still not at the level where I can openly go against the word government. Luffy said, it's not me that I'm worried about. It's my crewmates. Ace and Sabo both frowned but didn't interrupt the boy. Nami, Usopp, Sanji, Zoro, and Kuina, all of them have families or friends back on their island. And one of the world nobles has been targeting me due to my father, but he failed 2 times already. What if he gets ideas and attacks their family and friends instead? Maybe Makina and Usopp's village would be safe due to our connections, but what about the others? Luffy had tortured the CP agent who tried to blow up their ship back on Drum Island. The CP agent talked like a duck, spilling every single thing he knew. Even though the information he had was already known, it wasn't that much. He did tell him who the attacker was though. Saint Camale, the bastard that was after him. Luffy continued, other than the bastard known as Saint Camale, it seems that the other world nobles don't care about me. The 5 elders don't care either. My first bounty was too sudden and done by the Saint Camale, that bastard is really out to get me, so if I become a warlord, that specific celestial dragon would have to stop attacking me. Or at least be more sneaky about it. Maybe I can face his attackers and assassin head on, but my crewmates can't. And I already did gain quite a good rep as a hero, so why not use it? That's interesting, Ace said. 238. Luffy nodded, yes, I can also gain islands under my banner, as long as I become a warlord. And funnily enough Drum Island is already flying my crew's flag along with them. So being a warlord won't just help me, it will help others as well. Sabo nodded, yup, the Revolutionary Army would also be able to set up bases on those islands that way. Luffy nodded, I'm strong, but it should take a few more years before I can reach the level of a Yonko. Ace chuckled, hey, don't overestimate yourself, little bro. It would take more than a few years before you can stand on equal footing with a Yonko. Heck, you can't beat me. Luffy just smiled, not correcting his brother. He was planning to get on the level of a Yonko in 1 to 2 years. But to do that he needed to amass more power, for himself and his crew. Sure, whatever you say. Luffy casually remarked. Anyway, with me becoming a warlord I can also help the revolutionaries, the world government, they need to fall. Sabo nodded, that he could agree on. But Ace on the other hand didn't know what to say. I will wish you good luck then, I will more or less focus on making Whitebeard the Pirate King. Luffy sighed, it's not easy as it looks Ace, we will also need your help if we want to take down the world government. And before you say anything you owe me one. Ace blinked, what do you mean? Well, basically the world government wanted to start a war with Whitebeard. They were even planning to catch one of Whitebeard's Yonko commanders or one of their allies to start the war with the old man. Ace was wide-eyed, that's... Luffy continued, don't worry, I had some talks with Sengoku, after me and Sinbad took care of Jack the Drought, the Marines plan on drawing Kaido out instead. So they switched targets from the world's strongest man, to the world's strongest creature. Sabo concluded, but he is right Ace. We revolutionaries also had some suspicion that the world government might target your crew. Whitebeard might have known as well. Luffy nodded, Ace, it's a given fact that Whitebeard is strong. But so is Garp, but do you know what are the worst things about old legends such as them? The old part. Yes. It's the old part. They might still be able to fight at the level of when they were in their prime for a short time, but as time goes on, they would have stamina issues. And the strength of admirals are no joke. Then there are CP0 agents and Kong, who is mostly on top of the red line. A war happening would be a loss for the pirates, no matter which Yonko fights. I mean, wow Luffy. Thanks, I really do owe you one. Ace said, being genuine. What you said is right. Pops is getting weaker, sure the old man can still beat the crap out of me, but I do get your point. I will let him know. Sabo then frowned, I know this is completely unrelated, but didn't you say that you were going to challenge Whitebeard? He asked Luffy, guess, you will settle for Kaido then, as he isn't in his prime anymore. Hearing that, Luffy grinned, Ace, I might have a way back to return the old man back to his prime. And that would be a permanent solution, but I'm not sure if that would work. He pondered on that part. Wait, what? Luffy, you can't be joking, right? Ace asked, surprised. It almost seemed too good to be true. We had him checked with all the best doctors, that includes the Witch of Drum Island. It's not something that easy. Maybe, maybe not, but it's still a theory. I don't know for sure if that will work. But I can try, but before that, I would need to make sure, if there ever comes a time when I need help in taking down the world government, the Whitebeard pirates will help us. I can't guarantee anything about the rest of the crewmates, but I will personally help you. Ace said, I would have done that anyways. Considering both of my brothers are going against them, it would be stupid if I don't join in. But for the rest of the crew, I'm not sure. Ace was thinking back on the time when the old man didn't even try to avenge Odin, as a war with Kaido would mean a lot of casualties on both sides. Luffy nodded, that would be enough for now. In the upcoming years, he would need to prove his strength if he did want to gain the full support of Whitebeard pirates. Well, that will do for now, but you should talk it over with Whitebeard. For now they are targeting Kaido, but who knows if the next fleet admiral is someone like Akainu. I can see him being bold enough to go for Whitebeard. Especially since he has a good reputation as a pirate. To him, all pirates are unjust and evil. Luffy said. Everything Whitebeard does goes against his beliefs, so he might target the old man first. Taking down the world government was a long-term plan. Before coming to this world, he didn't finish One Piece. The last chapter he read was where the Straw Hats went to Egghead and met Dr. Vegapunk, so he didn't know how things would go from there. But considering how badly the world government wants to keep the location of Laugh Tale a secret, there should be an all-out war if someone does find the One Piece. So it's better to make connections now, rather than begging for help later. He wasn't going to ride on dumb luck or plot for that. And considering his luck so far, it was downright bad. Sure, his crewmates were leagues above the original Straw Hats, but the original Luffy hadn't needed to face Aramaki, nor Jack. Sure, he enjoyed both fights, but at the same time, there wasn't much enjoyment when you have to constantly look out for your crewmates. Or unknown danger lurking in every corner. This world was vastly different, so it would be wise to keep connections with the top dogs in the world. 239. I know you are strong, Ace, but the world government is not easy. An all-out war against them would mean pulling in every bit of help we can get. You know, you actually sound like your father. Sabo chuckled, making Ace and Luffy surprised as they looked at him. Sorry, but he almost said the same words. Like father like son, I guess. Luffy just smiled, well, if you are working for him, he might be a good man, though I'm a bit pissed that he was missing for most of my life. But with what he was doing, I can kind of understand him. Sabo didn't say anything, just nodded. Well, even though I'm technically the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, I didn't know he had a son, so maybe he was trying to keep you safe. And considering world nobles like Saint Camale. Luffy sighed and nodded, yeah, I guess, and that's why I'm not mad either. Everyone has their own story. Anyways, even though officially we aren't allies. Why don't I give you some help, Ace? The fire user blinked. Hey, in what? You are going after Marshall D. Teach, right? How did you know? I keep up with the news. He's a backstabber, a former Whitebeard pirate. Almost half of the world knows that, especially after the chaos he caused in Drum Island. Luffy said, he was a person under your division, the second division. If I'm not wrong, and knowing your personality you are going after him, because I'm damn sure you didn't come to the first half of the Grand Line just to greet me. Ace nodded, yet. I'm going after him. Meeting you was a plus. He then looked at his brother, you are not going to stop me, are you? Nope. Luffy said, a smile forming on his lips. In fact, as an unofficial ally with the Whitebeard pirates, I would like to help you get that bastard. Ace blinked, you would, that would actually help a lot. Masked Dikyu did come with me, but he is more a supporter rather than a fighter, having a heavy hitter would help as well. Yup, I'm also bringing my crew, or some of my strongest members there, in fact, Sabo is going to help with that as well. Luffy said, before looking at the blonde. You will help, right? I mean I have nothing better to do, so sure. Sabo shrugged. But considering a pirate like Teach, I would think of him as an overkill. The 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, the second in command in the Revolutionary Army, and a warlord. I feel kind of sorry for the guy. Luffy shook his head, no, in actuality I think both of you are underestimating him. His words turned serious, in fact, Shanks told me to watch out for 2 people before starting the journey. Shanks himself and the other one is Teach. He was the man that gave Shanks the scar on his eye, and he wasn't caught off guard either. A person that can scar a Yonko on any level is quite strong in my book. Both Ace and Sabo were shocked. A Yonko's warning was no joke. But they did wonder how Luffy was able to contact Akagami, but they didn't ask. Luffy was quite resourceful, so he might have managed somehow. And that's not all, his devil fruit. The Yami Yami no Mi, a Logia. Did you know it can nullify the powers of other devil fruit users? Luffy said, from what the people in Drum Island told me, he was able to control darkness. I looked the fruit up. And it's quite powerful. He was mostly playing with words now, he couldn't just straight up reveal how he knew about the fruit. And he did have a devil fruit encyclopedia, so he wasn't lying in a sense. Ace was wide-eyed. So, that's why that bastard killed Thatch. Luffy blinked, faking a surprise, before he scowled, to kill a crewmate for just power, fucking scum. The last part he said honestly. I thought he went after his crewmate due to some personal grudge or something. Crewmates were people that stayed with you, cared for you, traveled with you, and shared your dreams and goals. His small time of being a pirate taught him a lot of things about friendship and camaraderie. And harming one's crewmate without any legitimate reason was an unforgivable crime in his books. If what Shanks said is true, we need to be careful around him. In fact, I reckon we hold off going after him, until I take the position as an official warlord. There were even some rumors coming from Morgan that he might also be hunting for a position in the warlord. Wait, Morgan who? Ace asked. Big news Morgan. Luffy said, stopping his urge from saying Morgan Freeman. We are kind of in a working relationship, so to speak. Why else do you think he's been all mushy about my deeds? He wanted a hero to sell more newspapers, and I needed a man that had all the news. Well, you get the idea. That's actually quite smart, Het. Ace said, chuckling, who are you? And what have you done with my foolish little brother? Luffy just rolled his eyes and pouted. Stop trying to copy Itaki, it just feels weird. Ha, I don't know who it is, but considering the comparison, I'm sure he was a good brother. Luffy smiled, in a way, but unfortunately, he met a tragic end. Funny, since I'm trying to keep you from meeting a tragic end. Hey, I can take on anyone, Ace said, throwing light punches in the air like a boxer. With Inma and my fire by my side, I'm unbeatable. He pouted. Sure you are. Luffy rolled his eyes before all three brothers laughed. 240. In the camp there was a party going on, and even though the party was mainly held for Nico Robin, the said girl felt isolated in her own way. But Robin was surprised, most of the pirates, except for Vivi and a few others, accepted her into the crew. Something about foes turning into allies was a bit common for the Straw Hat Pirates, it seemed. But then again, Jin and Hatchin were great examples, so others weren't too wary of her. If the captain decided her fit for the crew, they would trust him. Questioning the captain's decisions was not something common in the Straw Hat Pirates. It wasn't her either. The rest of the Baroque Works agents were also enjoying the occasion. Heck, even Mr. 2 was dancing around Sanji, pissing the cook off in his own way. Mr. 3 and Miss Goldenweek were also enjoying their part to the fullest by eating every item on the menu. Though who could blame them, the food Sanji made was one of a kind. Even within all her life, Robin rarely ate that kind of food. Heck, with how much she struggled with getting food in her earlier life, she would have joined the crew just for that. It seemed the cook had more skills than he let on. Robin sighed, remembering the earlier parts of her life, living off scraps, stealing just for one meal. And now here she was enjoying a banquet full of food. These are the few moments in the world she was grateful for. Though the former Baroque agent still had her guard up. A force of habit, trusting someone never did her no good. Either they died or they tried to kill her. Even though Robin enjoyed the food, she shied away from eating too much, not when she was getting constantly glared at by Vivi. That, however, didn't stop a certain cook from appearing right in front of her with a cup full of chocolate ice cream. Ah, mademoiselle. A plate full of love just for you, he said politely, serving her food. Robin wondered where he even got ice in the middle of the desert. The temperature of Alabasta was so high that even ice in the fridge melted down. But she didn't question it, just accepted the plate of dessert. Sanji flashed a smile, before coughing, and saying in a low voice, I might get in trouble for saying this, but please don't mind Vivi. She's very kind once she opens up. With that, Sanji moved, spinning around, noodling his way to Vivi, who was glaring at him. Vivi Swan, can I get you anything? The girl pouted and looked away, making Sanji dreadful as he fell to the floor, without any blood. Pale and dead as a corpse. Ugh! Sanji! What happened? Doctor! Doctor! We need a doctor! The reindeer mink started running around the pale cook, who was on the floor. Don't worry, I can help Sanji. Suddenly a wild Okama appeared right beside the cook, picking him up gently. Bon Clay still had his cuffs on, but it didn't stop him from his antics. My healing kiss has never failed my allies. With that, Bon Clay stretched out his lips trying to smooch Sanji, who at the last moment kicked the Okama right in the face, with a dreadful expression. Nightmare. Sanji said, before blinking and figuring out that it wasn't a dream. He stood up looking quite pissed at the Okama. Bon Clay in question stood up, not minding the kick at all, seemingly taking little damage. See? He said as a matter of fact. Chopper had stars in his eyes with an awe expression. You healed Sanji, wow! The world truly is big. No, it's not. Sanji said as he started running after Bon Clay, get back here, you shithead. Hearing that, the other members of the crew laughed, enjoying the chaos as Sanji started chasing the Okama. Nico Robin didn't know what to say as a small smile flashed on her face. Enjoying the party, hey! Zoro said, walking up to her and sitting near her table, now that you are in the crew, get used to it, there will be a lot of parties going on. For even mundane occasions no less. Nami walked out from her seat and took a chair near Robin. Yet, now that you are in the crew, you will have to get used to the chaos. But as a girl, I could help you out. Nami winked, you know, if you help me, that is. She said, rubbing her hands in a shrewd-like way. Nami was doing that for two reasons. She didn't trust Robin. But she did trust Luffy, so she would give her a chance. But at the same time, getting close to her would make it easy to find any underlying schemes. What do you want, witch? Zoro asked, with an amused expression earning Nami's anger. Shut it, moss head. Nami said, before looking at Robin and batting her eyelashes innocently, don't trust the swordsman, I mean you no harm, but I have heard you were the second in command in Baroque works. Robin nodded, curious about where this was going. But she nodded. So, can you help the little ol me out, you know, telling me where the treasures are kept? Nami said with a fox-like smile, earning a snort from Zoro. A hiss came, and the large-sized snake suddenly came near them. White Fury stretched out her wings and danced like a peacock trying to tell them something. She also wants the treasures, Sparky stated, popping out from Zoro's back and perching on his shoulder. The swordsman didn't mind, gulping down his drink. Robin blinked, the monkey just spoke. But wait, I thought the animals in the crew were just pets, that's interesting. Zoro gulped his drink down, and breathed out, ha, that's good. The drink obviously being a protein shake. A drink that was made for powerful fighters to recover their strength with, or so Luffy had said. And looking back, Zoro didn't mind switching from his alcohol habits. As long as he had something to drink he was pretty much good with it. And also Luffy's motto was muscles and alcohol don't mix. So he could honor his captain's request. 241. Robin observed Zoro and didn't notice the fishman that had walked up to him. The fishman had walked over with a tray full of takoyaki that were still steaming. On his shoulder, the Sea King Momu, who was now the size of a house cat, was nibbling on a takoyaki as well. Here's some for you, the fishman politely said, handing over a few takoyaki to each, with his 6 hands. After that, the 6-armed fishman moved on to distribute his food to the rest. Robin internally was very surprised. Of course, the crewmates of the Straw Hat seemed to believe in Hatchin. Still, he was a fishman, and a former crewmate of Arlong. And they were letting him make and distribute food. Something very wrong could happen. Though after eating the takoyaki she did appreciate the fishman for his skills. Kobe came out from one corner with a bucket full of fried chicken, munching everything down, even the bones. And it seemed the bowl was finished. You guys seen Kuina? I needed some help with training later. She's busy honing her blade for crocodile, Zoro said. And right as he said that, a bit further away a small rock formation turned into ice. Surprising Robin. So, that's where the ice comes from, she thought. After the fight with Ace, Kuina had gotten what she wanted. A true challenge for her ice. But while she was able to push Ace back, none of Kuina's attacks were able to damage him. Ace was just playing with her so to speak. But that didn't matter, fighting strong opponents such as Ace made her see some of the flaws in both her sword technique and verve. Sparring so long with Luffy and Zoro had made most of her fights mundane. So she wanted something new that challenged her. Kuina's verve had an advantage, such was that even without haki, she would be able to harm a Logia because her ice element allowed her to. And yet the temperature around Ace was so strong that even the ice on her blade melted before it could touch him. That was why none of her attacks landed on Ace. And the flame user wasn't taking the fight seriously either. That irritated her. That was why she was preparing. She couldn't beat the fire Logia, but she would make sure to beat the sand Logia. That was why she was out in the open sun, practicing her blade. Making her ice power stronger. She would fight Crocodile in a few hours, so she needed to prepare. But what the White Lady didn't know was that the time was far closer than she expected. Zoro then looked at Kobe and thought about something, before a grin appeared on his face. But I'm free, let's see how strong you have gotten, Pinky. I think I heard someone calling me from over there. But Kobe was caught by Zoro before he could run, holding the pink-haired pirate by the back of his collar. It seemed like Kobe wasn't going to get out of this. Come on, I've heard that you finally learned how to cut steel, let's see that. With that, Zoro dragged Kobe out of the camp, going somewhere. Don't get lost, Usopp said, but the swordsman was already gone. Too late, Jin said, but at least Kobe is with him. The Tonfa user walked near where Zoro previously sat and sat down. He took in a breath of air before he looked at Robin. Is there something you want to say, Mr. Mandemon? Robin asked in a polite tone, but she was a bit tense. Unlike the other members of the crew that acted childish, Jin was different. She could spot a fellow killer in him. And that made her tense. There is no easy way to say this. But we are crewmates now. I will trust you with my life, in return I will protect you with my life. He said, with a solemn tone. Captain trusts you, and so do I, don't break that. With that, he stood from his seat and left. Robin blinked. That was it. She had expected him to say something along the lines of, I will keep my eye on you, or don't get too comfortable. Or at least something along those lines. Don't mind him, Sparky said, bringing Robin's attention back to the six-armed monkey. But he is right. Mr. 2, Mr. 3, and Miss Golden Week have been on our ship. But they aren't part of the crew. You are. He said, pointing at her. Luffy sees something in you, don't prove him wrong. Luffy, he's a good guy. With that he jumped towards the nearest straw hat and hung off his shoulder, going away. Robin just nodded. She didn't know what to say. The girl had been in other crews, and each crew wanted her loyalty in different ways. But the Straw Hats seemed very direct about it. A part of her told her that maybe this was the crew. But the other part of her told her not to be naive. She just jumped from one warlord's crew to another potential warlord's crew. No one would trust her, all of this was just an act to make her let her guard down. But Robin was vigilant. Even though the captain of the Straw Hats wasn't here, she was easily able to keep an eye and ear on him. Listening to his conversation with her powers was easy, or so she had thought. She didn't know that Luffy knew about what she was doing, but willfully ignored it. And so did the other observation haki users on the ship. Heck, even Masked Dikyo could easily detect her power usage, but didn't say anything. Robin was listening into the conversation the three brothers were having. And she was quite surprised from what she heard. Planning to take down the world government, working along with the revolutionaries, and Whitebeard pirates, that was very surprising information. More so the fact of how well connected the three brothers were. The information was dangerous. And in the wrong hands, it could be deadly. But then again, Robin would never stop anyone from bringing down the world government, not after what they did to her home and the few close people she had. The interaction with the crew, and the grand goals of the captain. Everything, this crew wasn't as simple as it looked. Just then her transponder snail buzzed, Pareparepareparepara. Pareparepareparepara. 242. Pareparepareparepara. Pareparepareparepara. Nico Robin blinked as she took out her ringing transponder snail. Hearing the call, almost every commotion in the party stopped as all of them looked at her. Heck, it even stopped Sanji from kicking Mr. 2's face in mid-kick. Robin picked up the call and put it on loudspeaker. A sign of trust on her part. Hello, this is Miss All Sunday, she said. The call was from an unsecured link, so she was also curious who called. Not many had her number. We have to get back to Rain Base immediately, it was Mr. 1, or more infamously known as Dazbone. He seemed to be in a hurry, we have been attacked. Sir Crocodile is currently fighting a marine captain who has some smoke-based logia. The boss called us back, immediately. Robin blinked, what? She said, even she was surprised. She didn't think the Marines would make a bold move. The Marines are onto us. Dosbone snorted, and the bastards are full of themselves. Get back to Rain Base immediately. I have planted the bomb as instructed in Aluberna Plaza, so don't get anywhere near the capital. Everyone who was hearing the conversation were wide-eyed. Vivi looked on in horror. Wait, I thought you were sent to Kataria to stir up some trouble for the rebel army? Did Mr. Zero lie to me? Robin said, a bit irritated that again Crocodile withheld information from her. Now isn't the time, Miss All Sunday. Come back to Rain Base right now, we don't know what boss's next plan will be. For now, we should be at his side. Dosbone said. What about the others, the other agents, I mean? Robin asked, trying to get some information for his new crew. Were you attacked? Dosbone grunted. Yeah, a marine bitch even managed to cut me. He said, I had to retreat from there, but don't worry. The bomb was planted. But unfortunately, MR4's whole team was captured, that's why I'm warning you. Yeah, well, warning me won't work. Robin said, her voice had a bit of an edge. An act to play Mr. 1, Crocodile doesn't even trust me with his information, why should I go back? And besides, the plan is likely to fail. With no one protecting the bomb? It's still in the watchtower, right? Mr. 1 growled, now, isn't the time to throw a tantrum, Miss All Sunday. And don't worry, the plan won't fail. I have set a timer, it will blow up in 15 minutes. MR7's team is also there, but they are unaware of the bomb. His team is currently helping the Billions to create some clash between the rebels and royal guards. Dosbone said. Though it's not helping much. Why's that? Robin said, before she said in a flat tone, let me guess, the Marines are acting on stopping both sides from escalating. The transponder snail reflected a grim expression, mirroring Dosbone. I'm already nearing Rain Base, and I'm sure Sir Crocodile is all right. No Marine will be able to take him down. We will use the explosion of the capital city as a distraction to get off the island. Oh okay, MR1. I will return from Tomo Risk, immediately. She then looked at Mr. 2 who looked quite horrified, and signaled him to get near her. I already found Mr. 2, so I'm bringing him along with us. Bon Clay was wide-eyed, and gestured to him, I am here 1-chan. He said, I will get there to help Zero-chan immediately. Bon Clay didn't like going against Crocodile, but he had his own reasons. Bon Clay sought out the Revolutionary Army before he joined Crocodile. But only because he was promised that they were acting against taking down a kingdom affiliated with the world government. But after his initial capture, and after Sabo revealed who he was and that the real Revolutionary Army had nothing to do with Crocodile's schemes, the Okama felt betrayed and almost heartbroken after learning that he was actually on the wrong side. This was also the reason why he wasn't too bothered about getting captured. At least he learned the truth now. Fine, just hurry, boss won't like how his plan failed. Get there as quickly as possible. We will, Robin said, and Mr. 1 cut the call. With that, there was a pause as all of the Straw Hats took in all the information they just heard. The capital has a bomb. Vivi said in a horrifying voice, tears already on her face. Sanji had his fist clenched seeing a woman cry, as sparks of electricity and fire appeared around his body. We have to move out immediately. It was Kobe who spoke. The boy seemed a bit bruised maybe from his sparring with Zoro, but it didn't matter. He was angry, we have to do something. Where's Captain? Here. Luffy said, jumping down from the Going Merry, I heard everything, thanks for the help, Robin. The captain said, before looking at the rest of his crew. Things were moving a bit too sudden, even for him. You heard it guys, now we need to break into 2 teams. One to kick Crocodile's ass and save Smoker, while the other group would need to go and save the plaza from the bomb. Wait, how do you know the Marine who's fighting Crocodile is Smoker? Bartolomeo asked. Okay, that's a stupid question. He's the only marine captain with an all-powerful Logia. I can see him going for the fight, all high and mighty with a justice stick up his ass. If it wasn't clear he still didn't like Smoker. Luffy just nodded. We need someone to go to the plaza and take care of the bomb, he said, before looking at Robin. Making the older woman uncomfortable. What do you think, Robin? He asked with a small smile. Robin blinked. Was he testing her? It didn't matter. The billions have infiltrated the rebel army and the royal guards over the years. I'm sure Mr. Seven is using them to create some commotion in the capital, though with the Marines being there that shouldn't be a problem, but I don't get why the Marines are suddenly fighting Crocodile. I didn't see the Marines actually attacking a warlord head-on. Wouldn't it create more distrust amongst the other warlords? I think it's Smoker alone. He's a good guy, so to speak, him and a few others. I can see him not following orders. Maybe he doesn't know that I was tasked with taking care of Crocodile. Luffy thought, it was possible. He couldn't see Sengoku saying that another pirate was going to take care of their own problem, and thus creating a misunderstanding. Also, sending a marine to deal with a warlord would make the other warlords less trusting of them. It might even break the already fragile relationship between them and the Marines. Even if the said warlord was at fault. That was why Sengoku didn't protest much regarding Luffy taking care of Crocodile. Robin then looked at the crew. Someone needs to get to the plaza, someone fast, she said, but she had a bit of doubt that anyone could get there in time. Hearing that everyone, except Robin because she didn't know, looked at Sanji. But the cook on the other hand looked at Luffy. Luffy, I don't think I can go to the plaza, Sanji said, honestly. I'm still not fully able to control my powers yet, it would be a risk. I have cracked a few plates just by touching them. I don't think I should be near a bomb with this, Sanji said, as he held up his hand, which was constantly vibrating, with a few arcs of electricity. So, you are a human vibrator now. Everyone looked at Zoro. What? His hand is vibrating, Zoro said with a small smile on his face. Now's not the time for your dry humor, moss head, Sanji grumbled, a bit pissed that he was being called a glorified vibrator of all things. Fine, I will take care of the bomb. I can make it there in time, Luffy said, bringing everyone's attention to him. Though I would need some directions, the bomb might not even be at the watchtower, so Robin, you will have to go with me. Robin nodded. Perfect, now I have to risk my life going into a potential blast zone to earn my new crew's trust. The things I do for survival, she internally sighed. Sure, she didn't like that a lot of people might die if the bomb wasn't stopped. But she still valued her own life the most. But then again, what was her reason for surviving? Unlike others, she didn't have any reason for living, anymore. Robin shook her head. There was still way to get access to Poneglyph. She could only hope that she was able to find her answers there. But then Luffy's voice broke her out of her thoughts. Okay, then Sanji, you have to bring the others to Rain Base. Others, as in the whole crew? Sanji asked, blinking. There's more than 20 of us. The weight shouldn't be an issue, but the size is. Luffy just smiled, looking at Usopp, who was wide-eyed as he got what he meant. Don't worry, the great sniper Usopp is here to help. 243. A storm was brewing in the sky of Rain Base Town. But it wasn't an actual storm. More like two forces of nature were duking it out. Smoke and sand clashed in the sky, creating wind and shockwaves that destroyed anything in their vicinity. The town famous for gambling and luck was now in ruins, due to the ongoing fight between two Logias. Smoker clashed with Crocodile, as both the Sand and Smoke Logia duked it out in the sky. The area was mostly cleared out. Civilians, bounty hunters, thugs, crooks, and Baroque Works agents had all cleared out from the town. Smoker had called out the warlord for his crimes and used his position as a marine to tell everyone in the area to leave. Rain Base was a thriving town in Alabasta, mostly for its big casinos. The warlord Crocodile set this place up as a false hope. The whole situation of Alabasta is mostly his doing, and the people's lives were already miserable. And with a large casino set up that promised wealth to the bold, many people came selling their all and trying their luck. This was one of the ways that Crocodile was able to gather so many Baroque agents in both the royal guards and rebel army. Those that weren't able to pay their debt were forgiven if they worked for the bounty hunting organization. Thinking nothing of it, they agreed, and with a bit of motivation, most of the agents working easily became quite loyal to the organization. Gaining loyalty was easy when you had a common goal. The people of Alabasta had suffered much in the 4 years and they blamed the royal family for all of their misery. With this, Crocodile was able to gather quite the amount of force in the land. But now things changed, when Smoker came and called Crocodile out for his schemes and how it was mainly his fault for the country's situation. People became conflicted. A good majority still supported Crocodile because they saw the warlord saving them from pirates every day. There was no competent marine on the island, so they wanted to fight against Smoker as well. But the marine captain was having none of that, and used his powers to subjugate anyone that tried to harm him, or get in his way. Smoke can be quite suffocating to one's lungs, and they learned that the hard way. Seeing this, Crocodile himself came out. And that is how the fight between the two Logias started. The billions members of Baroque Works ran as they saw what both of them were capable of. Luckily, the Rain-based town had no large residential area. Those that were, had been evacuated by the small force of Marines that Smoker brought along with him. Did the Marines really send one Marine captain against me? Crocodile asked, as his hook clashed against Smoker's jit. They are really understaffed if that's the case. I will be enough for you, scum, Smoker said. Crocodile chuckled, very original line, there. Been reading comic books? He taunted, pushing him back. Smoker's brow twitched as he struggled to hold against Crocodile, and I'm not alone either. A large anchor was thrown at Crocodile, which the Sand Logia had to dodge by morphing his body around the attack. And before he could grab the anchor, Smoker attacked, letting the anchor get pulled down by its attached chain. I'm also here, you should stick, Popeye the anchor said, jumping into the air with all of his strength, trying to strike down Crocodile. The warlord avoided the attack and countered as Anchor fell down. Unlike Smoker, Anchor didn't know how to fly. And he couldn't use Jeppo either, so he just used his exceptional strength to jump very high in the air and attack Crocodile. The warlord snorted, "You really think you guys can stop me? Now that the Marines know about my plans, I will have to just speed things up. But before that, I have to remind them how terrifying I truly am. I am going to destroy the country with my powers and rebuild it from scratch," he said with deep malice. "Don't forget, sand is my domain." Large amount of sand started to come out from the city as they formed small spikes, attacking both Smoker and Anchor. Smoker could easily deal with the attack, since it seemed the rumors were true. Crocodile wasn't able to use armament. But while Smoker could dodge the attacks easily, Anchor had to tank them. Anchor took out a round shield from his back as he protected his side using the shield. All of the sand attacks were strong, easily able to destroy buildings, and yet all the sand spikes slipped away the moment they touched the shield. But Crocodile wasn't bothered in the least. While the two opponents were strong, they were not at his level. He was merely playing with them. Unlike Smoker, he had observation haki and could easily dodge the attack coming from Smoker and Anchor. It seems that the princess was somehow able to convince the Marines about my plans. No matter, there is still a way to take over the country. I have planned for this for years. I won't let it go to ruin. Crocodile would have to take the gamble and attack the Alabasta royal family himself to take care of things. The Marines might have known, but he was still a warlord. And if he did take over the country, it wouldn't be as stable as he would have wanted. But it would still be better. It was a known rumor that as long as a country paid the world government tax, they wouldn't care who had control over it. But at the end of the day, it was still a rumor. Smoker and Anchor were very much struggling against the warlord. Even without Haki, the warlord was powerful. I will have to get the princess. If I go for King Cobra, he would most likely rather die than to give me control over the kingdom. But getting his daughter on the other hand. A small smile crept on the warlord's face. But the problem is that the girl is with the Straw Hats. I will have to get through them. While the warlord knew that the Straw Hat crew was strong, at the end of the day, they were just newbie pirates who were way in over their heads. He has been on the Grand Line for more than a decade now. He won't be taken down by the likes of them. Though he had to be a bit more cautious around the fallen hero Luffy. That kid had a reputation for being unnaturally strong. But it shouldn't be a problem. I have to do it fast as well. Crocodile thought, unless the Marines could spare 1 or 2 vice admirals, he should be mostly fine. According to his calculations, he had to take over the kingdom by the end of the day. Crocodile was sure that the Marines were not too understaffed on the Paradise side, as any good Marines should be at least a few days away from Alabasta, so he had to do it fast. Crocodile's plans had a lot of flaws. But after years of painstakingly making his plan, he couldn't just run with his tail behind his legs. It won't be like last time. He gritted his teeth, the phantom pain from his lost hand flaring up, remembering what had happened. If he couldn't take over the kingdom, he could always escape. He had perfected his Logia powers over the years and flying away was always an option. And besides, sand was his domain. It was his territory. It was a given that he took it for himself. As the fight carried on, both of Crocodile's opponents were starting to get in bad shape while the warlord was completely unharmed. 244. Crocodile ducked under one of Smoker's attacks before his hook latched onto Smoker's jit, and he angled it in a way to take it out from the Marine's hands. Smoker was surprised and wanted to retrieve his weapon, but before he could, Crocodile was backing away. "Coward! Give me back my weapon!" Smoker said, before he pushed both of his palms forward. Smoking flame vortex. From Smoker's hands black smoke came forward that had bits of sparks of fire in them. Very high in temperature. Smoker saw no need in holding back anymore, though he knew he could give little challenge against the warlord. But Crocodile wasn't worried, as he sent streams of sand from nearby. Most of it turned into glass due to the high temperature, but Crocodile had more sand to spear. Logias had 2 abilities, one was control of the element, and the other was summoning it. Smoker's fruit relied mainly on his ability to use the most of his powers to summon smoke. While Crocodile could just use sand from the surrounding vicinity, and if needed he could also add his own sand. Crocodile suddenly had to back away when a shield was slammed into the jit, Smoker's weapon, disarming it from him. The warlord grumbled before he grabbed the shield and tried to break it, but to his surprise, most of his strength seemed to slip away from the shield. It wasn't like sea stone, no, his sand was just slipping away if he tried to put pressure on it. A very strange shield. Crocodile was even more surprised when Anchor appeared right in front of him to deliver a blow with his weapon that was also covered with sea stone. But rather than being annoyed, a cruel smile dawned his face. As suddenly his body exploded into sharp sand spikes, impaling Anchor. Desert Senku. No. Anchor. Smoker said, who had now recovered his jit. The Marine's body was littered with wounds. And of course, Crocodile had used his poison-laced hook, so the Marine was beginning to feel a bit lightheaded. The ex-Marine with large forearms was thrown away, crashing into a small building. "Let's finish off the weak bastard first," Crocodile said, before controlling the sand around the building that Anchor was lying in, and enclosing it like a dome. Crocodile squeezed his hands trying to crush his enemy. Or at least he tried, before everything around the small building to even the body of the ex-Marine got frozen. Ice taking over everything in sight. and he could see 3 figures around the ex-marine suddenly appear. "Chopper, see to it that the blacksmith is all fine or not," Kuina said casually as she rested her sword on her shoulder as she looked at Crocodile. "I will deal with the warlord." By his side, Chopper nodded. Zoro was also by his side. But the swordsman didn't do anything as he sat down while Chopper started tending to anchor. The blacksmith in question coughed up blood as he gave Zoro and the reindeer mink a grateful nod. At least he could relax a bit. Smoker wanted to say something but someone grabbed him by the shoulder. "Our beautiful white lady here wants to challenge the warlord. Please refrain from attacking the warlord." It was Sanji, who seemed very casual about the whole thing. Smoker was in shock. How did he get behind me, he thought. In fact, how did both of the swordsmen reach anchor before the sand dome crushed him? How were they so fast, he asked himself. There was Zoro of course, but even then it added only a burst of speed and he could follow most Zoro users. Smoker wanted to say something but instincts screamed at him to not go against them now. They are more dangerous than the warlord, he asked himself, before biting down on his cigars. How fucking strong did they get in this short period of time? Smoker didn't know what to say, but he stood still. He tried to look at the bright side. Maybe they could stop the warlord. The wounds on his body were also many, so he could use some rest. "Where's your captain?" Smoker asked. He looked around. "We need a haki user to beat the warlord. We don't need to do anything," Sanji said, pointing at Kuina. "She will do it for us, just don't get in her way. You should also worry about yourself." Kobe said, "You have been poisoned, you know. Here, take this." Handing over an antidote. Smoker felt his brow twitch. When did the pinky appear beside me? Just what's with this crew and their insane speed? He just shook his head, before he swallowed the antidote. Previous incidents made him trust this particular pirate group. He just hoped that he was right about it. Poor Smoker was only feeling a fraction of the frustration that the rest of the crewmates faced every day from their captain, who had a habit of randomly popping up beside them. So as crewmates, it was wise to follow in the footsteps of their captain. And also, it was very funny when you get the trick down and find out people's reactions to it. Crocodile looked at the newcomers and gritted his teeth. His observation was able to get a good read on the newcomers. The Straw Hats, even without their captain, were strong. Especially the one with green hair carrying 3 swords and the blonde cook. They were able to use haki, in what way he didn't know. But his instincts told him to be careful of them. Along with them, he stopped the other Straw Hats. The only one he didn't see was the captain. His eye searched around for the Alabasta princess, but she wasn't there as well. Crocodile then looked towards Kuina. The white lady, a day ago, she was seen fighting Firestorm Ace. His observation was having a hard time getting a good read on her abilities. It seemed odd. Both Kuina and Crocodile glared at each other, before both of them moved at the same time. Desert Spada. Bleeding Serpent. An arc of sand and an arc of frost clashed as the battle between 2 pirates started, creating a shockwave large enough to throw away any dust clouds that remained. Both pirates jumped back, Crocodile and Kuina both in the air with their respective abilities. Both of the pirates jumped forward as they clashed once more, creating small shockwaves of chilling frost and grinding sand. The desert wind was now getting colder as the fight stretched. Hook against blade, sand against frost. The fight ensued. But Kuina pulled back as she used Jeppo to get some distance between them. Crocodile didn't move, merely studying his opponent. Kuina was done holding back, now that she got a basic understanding of Crocodile's power level. Kuina held her blade in front, as she breathed in a well-familiar pattern and the connection with her powers increased. Her eyes gained a small amount of whiteness around her pupil, as a flower-like pattern grew in the base of her blade, small bits of ice growing around Wado Ikimonji. When Kuina breathed out, it left some fog in the air. With her powers at bay, she looked at Crocodile before suddenly moving in speed that even caught the warlord by surprise. The warlord recognized the technique, Soru. His observation Haki saw the attack, and yet he was a smidge too slow to react. With a burst of speed, she appeared right in front of the warlord, as she slashed downwards diagonally. Gah! Crocodile bled as he was thrown back, surprised from seeing blood running down his chest. The warlord remained in the air as he glared at the girl with fury. She was able to damage him without Haki. Crocodile's fist tightened. I will make you a shriveled prune of a corpse. Kuina wasn't paying attention to the warlord's threat, she was only disappointed that the wound was too shallow. Are you done? She asked the warlord with a flat tone as a small smile traced her face, then bring it. She was up for the challenge. 245. Sables. Crocodile gathered a swirling mass of extremely dense sand in his hand, then hurled it at his opponent. Howling serpent, Kuina slashed her blade downwards, creating an arc of frozen wind that travelled and met the sand attack head-on. Both attacks collided, creating a large explosion, the blowing gusts of wind destroying some nearby land. But that wasn't the end. Crocodile moved forward with his golden hook as Kuina did with her Wado Ikimonji, clashing in between. Sparks of fire and frost flew as they went against each other. The fight between two pirates has been going on for almost half an hour now. The landscape around them had been changed drastically. At the start of the fight, Kuina made sure to bring Crocodile out of the rain-base town. According to Nico Robin, most of the valuables in Baroque works were stored there. That was why Kuina made sure that their fight was outside in the barren landscape. Everything around the two pirates was either covered in sand, or encased in ice. Destruction could be seen everywhere. Small rock formations were leveled, craters were formed, and yet the fight was still more or less in a stalemate. Kuina had multiple wounds on her body, her clothes having cuts in multiple places, while Crocodile only had one wound on his body. The wound he received at the start of the fight. Even though Kuina had a lot of injuries, she wasn't worried about it that much. She might not be as good of a life return user as her captain, but she could take care of most of her wounds with them, giving her almost a passive recovery of sorts. But that didn't mean the wounds hurt any less. The fight against the warlord was far from easy. During the whole fight, Kuina needed to be vigilant. Luffy had told them about what he knew about the warlord, mostly common information about how he was once a great pirate from the New World. So he shouldn't be taken lightly. Both Crocodile and Kuina landed on the ground, not taking their eyes off each other. It's taking longer than I should. But I have to say, you are strong for a woman. Crocodile admitted. Wish I could say the same for you. Kuina said, a small smile on her face, for a man you are rather weak. Crocodile growled, watch your tongue, little girl. Or I might just make your death a lot more painful. Is that the only thing you can say? Kuina asked, almost as if she was disappointed. Death threats are getting a bit boring. Why don't you try something new? Crocodile didn't say anything as he attacked. Kuina attacked using her own blade, clashing against Crocodile's golden hook, leaving sparks in the air along with small shockwaves. Each of their blows were strong. Enough so to destroy anything that was nearby. Both pirates clashed in the middle, struggling against each other. Tell me, how does it feel to have years of planning ruined by some newbie pirates, Mr. Warlord? Kuina mused as she pushed her blade forward. And not only that, now even the world government will be gunning for you. You really screwed up big time, didn't you? You talk too much, woman. The warlord glared, holding her off. You should have picked the whorehouse, rather than the sword. Maybe that way, you could have used your tongue better. Kuina didn't feel too bothered by his words. Thanks for the tip, are you speaking from experience? She mused, but then again, even as a woman, you would look ugly. Crocodile's brow twitched, as he continued his assault. I teased a little One Piece theory here, guess what? lol. Kuina continued her own assault, striking with fury and grace. Her speed was good, giving her the advantage that even Crocodile's observation haki was barely keeping up. And yet she was still getting injured by her opponent. Observation haki wasn't just for dodging attacks, it could even point out where to strike. That was the reason why she was getting small cuts on her body. But due to the antidote that was provided by Nico Robin, the poison on the attacks wasn't doing much to her. And even then she had a pretty good understanding of life return and could counter most poisons now. While Kuina didn't have observation haki, she was fast enough to react to most of Crocodile's attacks. Heck, his attacks weren't that fast, from all the training she had with her captain and cook. This was also the reason why most of the damage she took was only skin wounds. But that didn't mean Kuina was winning, no, far from it. She was always on the back foot, trying to avoid the Sandman's attack. And every time she would strike, Crocodile would morph his body to avoid getting hit using his observation. It was getting kind of annoying. There's no point in holding back right now, my body should be cold enough, she thought, I will have to make this count. Kuina breathed in, and breathed out, in a systematic pattern. Breath in, breath out, fog started coming out of her mouth as she continued. And just like that she felt her body temperature drop significantly, her skin gaining a shade of light blue. Kuina jumped back from Crocodile's attack as she used her technique. Ice breathing, dance of the Yuki-onna. Suddenly mist exploded out from Kuina's form, drowning the whole battlefield in it. The influx of mist covered the whole battleground, enveloping it completely. The temperature in the surroundings dropped down as the mist stretched everywhere. Crocodile frowned, before his eyes widened as the moment the mist touched the sand it started freezing. Sables! He said hurriedly, trying to push back the toxic mist that threatened to freeze anything in its path. Because of him being too focused on the mist, he didn't notice Kuina until she slashed her sword. Ugh! Crocodile said, throwing the sand ahead to attack her as he fell back. What the? The warlord saw the wound on his chest freeze. It took a few seconds for Crocodile to realize what had happened. By then Kuina was on him again. The warlord quickly twisted his hook, deflecting the blow from her, the blow throwing him away. She's too fast for my observation haki to keep up. Crocodile thought, it wasn't if his observation haki couldn't predict where she will attack. It did, he could read her intent, but it was his own body that was too slow to react. Crocodile gritted his teeth. If this was the previous him, that kind of speed wouldn't have bothered him. But now it was almost life-threatening to him. But even with that, Crocodile was a seasoned pirate. His ears picked up a sound, reacting on instinct quickly he jumped back, Desert Spada. A long sand blade came up from the ground, attacking the mist. Crocodile heard his sand clash against steel, so he sent a few other sand slashes in the sound's general direction, but it was gone before it could hit. His sand slashes hitting nothing but endless mist. The mist that froze his sand. This was getting a bit annoying, he needed to get rid of it. Crocodile frowned, before he held up his hook at the last moment, as it clashed with Kuina's blade. Sparks flying in the air. He might not have been as fast as Kuina, but he could certainly do minimal movements fast enough to avoid lethal blows. You are pretty annoying, you know that? Crocodile said. The warlord swiped his other arm in a claw-like manner, but Kuina's figure suddenly disappeared like a ghost. As if she was never there. 246. Crocodile looked around waiting for his opponent. He needed to calm down and not be agitated so that his observation haki could work. But it was hard as he was furious by his own weakness. His pride of being a seasoned pirate fueled his anger. The wounds on his body were only superficial, but it hurt his ego the most that a member of the newbie crew was able to do so. His observation haki flared up as he felt the ground suddenly getting colder. He jumped away at the last moment, as a pillar of ice erupted from the ground, reaching a few meters high. The warlord clicked his tongue as he kept his senses sharp, and an idea formed in his mind. Again Kuina attacked from Crocodile's other side this time, but this time the warlord ducked by turning his body into sand, and used it to make giant spikes that attacked everywhere. Paquette disable. This time Kuina wasn't able to get away, as one of the spikes managed to stab her in the shoulder, knocking her off balance. Kuina was able to correct herself and the swordswoman jumped back as Crocodile reformed. The warlord frowned, as even though he knew he stabbed his opponent, there was no blood. In fact, the part of the sand that had stabbed her had turned into solid due to the cold. Crocodile was about to follow through, but Kuina mixed in with the mist, disappearing. Crocodile knew better to follow her in there. The toxic mist that was around the area threatened to freeze anything if it got near. The mist was getting problematic, he needed to remove it. With that, Crocodile controlled the sand around him, before a twister made out of sand and wind appeared around him. Desert Sables, Pesado. The hurricane of sand, drawing in the mist and clearing the view. Crocodile smiled, seeing the mist around him finally clear out as he looked at Kuina. But his smile dropped a bit when he had to put his hook up front to block Kuina's sword. "You are getting slow, white lady," Crocodile said, pushing her back as multiple sand spikes hit her. Kuina skillfully moved her blade, cutting down the sand strikes as she tried to close the distance. "It seems that you can't keep up that kind of speed." Kuina's response was to hone in on her opponent while she tried not to let her emotions rile her up. "Maybe," she said, getting near Crocodile as both pirates exchanged multiple attacks. Golden hook laced with poison versus Wado Ikimonji coated in ice. "But I don't always need to be the faster one, sometimes it's more wiser to slow down your opponents." Crocodile was wide-eyed when his observation haki was able to read her intent. But he was too late. Ice breathing, dance of the Yuki Onna. Mist exploded out of Kuina's body, freezing his sandy body. Kuina was going to follow through with a sword attack, but she had to block the wave of sand that exploded out of Crocodile's frozen body. Both pirates fell back, eyeing each other. Kuina wiped the blood out of her mouth as she eyed her opponent. "You almost caught me there," Crocodile admitted as he dusted of the pieces of ice that clung to his body. "But there are some perks of having a Logia body, one that I have fully mastered." Kuina's response was only to narrow her eyes, before she sighed as she sanded straight. She wouldn't let her emotions rile her up. While it worked for some, it wasn't her style. A smile donned his face. "Be careful, Mr. Warlord, I almost caught you." While she looked wound free on the surface, but Kuina knew she was very much in her limit. Her ice skin took a shade of light blue color, boosting her passive defense incredibly. It had saved her from getting stabbed and cuts from Crocodile. But it did little for the internal damage and bleeding she was having. That was also the reason why Crocodile was unable to draw blood with his previous attack. Ice breathing, dance of the Yuki Onna was a technique that increased the connection to ice powers in a Verfuser. And it resulted in mist exploding outwards that consumed anything and froze it. While the techniques had its few downsides, against most Logia users it worked well. Her technique had improved significantly after fighting with Ace, as his fire was a nature counter against her ice. Both combatants eyed each other before they made the move same time. Desert Grande Espada. Crocodile was on guard. Rather than letting her get near, Crocodile attacked with his sand the surrounding area around him, throwing flying sand slashes around him in random directions. The swordswoman easily jumped into the air with Jeppo, going from one spot to another and avoiding the strikes silently, as she made her way to the warlord. While Kuina had speed, it was nowhere near the level of Sanji or Luffy could use. All the matches with Sanji had improved her speed, but she had her limits. She dodged the attacks skillfully using Soru, using Jeppo sparingly to stay up in air. Ice Sword Style, Crystal Sakura Hurricane. A powerful tempest of frozen wind, along with ice petals, like sakura leaves, attacked her foe. It was as if a wave of sakura leaves, each one as sharp as a crystal sword, attacked Crocodile. This attack was even grander than before due to Kuina bringing in more of her ice power. Crocodile saw the attack coming from his left side and countered. Sables. Crocodile threw in his own attack to counter Kuina's attack, but was surprised when his attack got overpowered. The warlord jumped back as the attack exploded, nullifying both attacks and even throwing him off. Crocodile landed on the ground, digging his heels in, so that he wouldn't get thrown back. But Kuina didn't give him time to recover as she was on him immediately with strikes of fury. Slashes that were precise and deadly, each targeting towards a vital spot or with the intent of dismembering him. The warlord was overwhelmed, as he used his hook to parry the strikes from the smaller woman. He was on the back foot now as Kuina didn't even let him get a breather. Both opponents hit each other, while Kuina's attacks did harm Crocodile. All of the wounds were too shallow as the warlord was boosting his defense passively with his fruits ability. Kuina on the other hand could feel her arms aching, ribs crying, and ears humming from the strikes that were doing mostly internal damage. But that wasn't only it, Kuina could feel her ice skin having cracks underneath her clothes. The swordswoman grit her teeth as she sallowed in the pain and continued her assault. Finding a chance, the ice user ducked under one of Crocodile's hook strikes, kicking him in the stomach, before striking horizontally with her blade. The warlord was thrown away but recovered quickly, growling furiously towards Kuina. He felt a trickle of blood on his face. A horizontal cut appeared right on his face, adding another scar to his face that ran parallel to his previous scar. "Hey, was aiming for your head," Kuina said flatly, hiding away the winching pain she was painting behind fake bravado. "Sorry, for hitting your ugly mug. I hope you understand, it was merely an accident." The warlord gritted his teeth as the sand around Crocodile started to hum, gathering around him. "I will show you why I'm one of the most feared pirates of the sea," the sand user said, as suddenly large vines of sand erupted from multiple spots on the ground, all under the control of the warlord. "I'm done playing games, now die." Drying death. A dozen or so sand vines targeted Kuina, but the swordswoman in question didn't move from her spot, taking the challenge head-on. Not that she could move, her legs were shaking from all the liberal use of Jeppo and Soru. She held her blade, flowing her energy into it, as the guard of her blade took a flower pattern made out of ice. The surroundings dropped a couple of degrees in temperature. Ice sword style, dancing of the moonlight blades. With that, she swiped her blade as thousands and thousands of sakura petals formed, each one sharp as a sword, creating a wave of ice-like sand that crashed into Crocodile's sand attacks. A technique that was the final evolution of her Sakura Hurricane. An original technique, so to speak, that had gained quite a lot of power due to her ice breathing. A large explosion rang out, as each vine from Crocodile's attack met Kuina's attack, nullifying each other. The warlord sent another wave, Kuina sent her own. Both Crocodile and Kuina attacked each other, as a tsunami of ice petals crashed into the wave of sand. Both of their attacks seemed endless, neither of them backing off. Their attacks created huge explosions that rang off around them, creating a spectacle of epic proportions. It was as if two forces of nature were fighting amongst each other for superiority. 247. Their attacks created huge explosions that rang off around them, creating a spectacle of epic proportions. It was as if two forces of nature were fighting amongst each other for superiority. But even with that, Kuina knew she was on the back foot, so when Crocodile sent out another wave of attack, the ice user didn't defend against it. Kuina disappeared from her spot, using Jeppo to jump away from the attack and using Soru to speed up on the warlord. With her incredible speed, she ran. Her form ran down the vines that targeted her, as she skipped from one spot to another, gracefully avoiding the attacks, as she made her way towards Crocodile. Crocodile honed in on his observation haki as he tried to predict Kuina's next move. While he might not have been able to react in time, he could counter her attack in other ways. He had realized something. While it was a bit stupid on his part, he didn't want to use this method. But then again, he was a pirate. The warlord smiled, as suddenly his body turned to full sand, merging with the sand around. Kuina, who was making her way towards him, was surprised as she looked around for her opponent. Unlike him, she didn't have observation haki. The sand around her erupted, creating a small sand cloud that hindered her vision. She was about to use her sword to clear her view, but it was too late. A hook made out of gold suddenly shot out from the sand behind her as it dug into her side. The poisoned hook dug into her skin, breaking the second layer of ice skin. She grunted, but before she could do anything, the hook pulled her. "You are dead now." She heard the warlord's voice. With that, multiple sand spikes rushed towards Kuina, who was getting pulled by the hook that still dug into her stomach. "Shit," Kuina cursed, "ice sword style, crystal coffin." Before the spikes could hit her, Kuina's form was suddenly encased in a block of crystallized ice. It protected her from the attacks, also freezing Crocodile's hook that was on Kuina. When the attacks died down, Kuina grabbed the hook and slammed her hand into it, breaking the hook. "You are full of surprises, woman," Crocodile said, "a bit unfortunate that I had to sacrifice my hook for that attack." He now had no hook but a stump where his hand should have been. Though the warlord quickly made a new hand made out of sand. "But make no mistake, your tricks won't work on me anymore," he said, "and you are also running on the clock. The poison the hooks is quite strong, you know." He gave a grin that promised pain. "But don't worry, I can end this quick, just don't resist it." "Shut up," Kuina said, wiping off the blood from her mouth as she stood up. The wound on her stomach was critical. She had frozen the wound and was using life return to keep it in bay. But with all the things going on, she had little time to worry about her wound. She needed to end the match fast. Wado Ichimonji pointed at the warlord. "Ready for another round, New World Reject." Crocodile growled as he could feel his anger boiling inside of him. "You will regret this, all of you." "Yes, like you regretted going after Whitebeard," Kuina smiled. She usually wasn't the one to taunt her opponents. But all the fights with her captain made her pick up a few tricks or two. Crocodile growled before the sand started getting pulled into his body. The warlord didn't grow in size, yet the density of his body increased quite a lot. His skin took a bronze shine to it, after he was done. "I haven't used this in years, be grateful that you will die like this." Crocodile hands moved in swiping motions as the sand around Kuina turned into spikes, hooks, vines, and other shapes as they started to attack her. The woman took to the sky, and yet the warlord sent multiple giant-sized orbs of sand that followed her and attacked. Ice sword style, howling crystal serpent. Kuina attacked as she froze two of the giant orbs, before moving away from another. She moved, cutting up the giant orbs one by one, yet it seemed like they were endless. Ice sword style, bleeding crystal serpent. The swordswoman looked down. It appeared that whatever move Crocodile used made him a bit slow, as he wasn't chasing her down anymore. She also had used a few flying sword slashes that the warlord tanked using his body, taking seemingly no damage. It seemed rather than turning his body to sand he opted to increase his durability. But that shouldn't be a problem, she was able to cut steel. Or that's what it would usually mean. "My attacks don't cut deep enough as it is, now with that transformation I don't know if I can harm her or not." She the gut, as if hearing her thoughts, her sword vibrated. As if telling her that she would be able to do so. "I need to at least weaken his defense in a certain area if I want to cut him," she thought. The swordswoman stepped forward, her form into a blur as she used her maximum speed with Soru. Appearing right in front of the warlord. Ice sword style, Sub-Zero Viper Shot. Her blade hummed as the frost energy gathered at the tip of Wado Ichimonji. Kuina thrust her blade forward, like a sniper shot. It connected right into Crocodile's chest, trying to stab his heart. Her sword was able to penetrate his skin, but the wound was too shallow. Going only 1 inch deep. And yet the surrounding area at the point of impact had turned into ice immediately due to it. Crocodile coughed blood as he took several steps, quickly grabbing the blade as Wado Ichimonji still connected to his chest. She wanted to do a follow-up attack, but Crocodile didn't give her the chance. Kuina tried to yank the blade out, and yet the warlord didn't let her. Desert Girasol. Kuina was wide-eyed as a large slash came up from below, the sand nearly ripping into Kuina as it tore through her shirt and broke her ice skin as it blew her back across the ground. Kuina's form skipped across the ground a few times due to the sudden attack, before she was able to steady herself and stand back up. Her clothes were ripped and a large shallow wound appeared on her midsection. The previous attack would have gutted her if she didn't have her ice skin. While her innesties remained intact, it didn't make the experience any less painful. Her insides hurt, it was getting hard to breathe, and she was even seeing spots in her vision. No doubt the poison that had slipped into her system. Though she did take the antidote Nico Robin provided, so maybe it was just fatigue and pain that was dragging her down. But the swordswoman was determined, though she was horrified when she noticed what Crocodile was doing. Crocodile grabbed the blade and yanked it out. "I will destroy this first." He announced his intent, trying to crush the blade, but he was in for a surprise when suddenly the flower on the guard of her blade exploded into ice, freezing his arm solid and encasing it in ice. Not wanting to look a gift horse in the mouth, Kuina cashed in. No sword style, clawing serpent. Kuina took the chance and appeared right in front of the pirate without any swords as she clawed through Crocodile's frozen chest, and took her blade away from his hand. The Sandman took several steps back, grunting in pain due to the claw-like wound on his chest. Even though the wound wasn't deep due to his body being denser. But the warlord didn't appreciate acquiring another wound. The sand user growled as he didn't back down and attacked Kuina before she could get away too far. Kuina also retaliated with her own strikes. As both pirates battled each other. Sand and ice, warlord against the White Lady. Each of their blows carried massive power in them, as they ripped into each other. Large amounts of sand and ice petals crashed into each other, vying for dominance. 248. The fight between the two pirates looked to have no end in sight as their figures turned into a blur. Each trying to kill each other. Sand and ice clashed. The temperature of the surrounding area had dropped considerably due to the open fight. As the fight continued, the blade of Kuina started humming white, donning all of her attacks in white. "I will not lose here!" Crocodile screamed as he continued his assault, with multiple wounds on his body. The warlord stepped forward with his own volley of attacks, as his sands changed in color, taking on the color of armament, making it look like volcanic sand. Even the warlord was surprised to see the manifestation of his own haki, but it was a surprise he welcomed. It had been years since he lost his ability to use haki. After getting beat by Whitebeard, after losing his arm, he had lost his will, resulting in him losing his haki. But now it seemed the death battle had reawakened something inside of him, making him regain his power. Even though Crocodile was grateful for seeing the color of armament mixed with his sand, he was also furious that he had to resort to using this against such an inferior being. "You are done now, little girl." "Shit." Kuina gritted her teeth as she had to put more effort into countering Crocodile's endless barrage. She skipped back trying to buy some distance, but Crocodile followed through gaining what appeared to be second wind. The sand attacks increased in strength, and she was on the losing end. Now all of Crocodile's attacks were lethal, as each attack could cut through her ice-coated skin like butter. The color of armament denied all her defenses as it cut through every one of Kuina's attacks, putting her on the back foot. Seeing this, the warlord wanted to end this. Desert La Spada. Crocodile attacked, a large tsunami of black sand crashing down onto the swordswoman, intending to crush her. Kuina gritted her teeth as she held Wado Ikimonji in front, standing against the wave of sand. Seeing the attack coming, she felt dread, but she held on. She couldn't lose now. No. She refused to lose. Not only for herself, but her friends as well. It felt impossible as the seconds went by. But yet she had a near unbreakable will as she stepped forward, her breathing getting more chaotic, as she channeled all of her will to manifest ice. A deep, Ancient power tugged inside Kuina. A power that manifested due to her unyielding willpower and mastery over Verf. And she grasped that power, molded it, shaped it around herself and her blade, empowering her. Making her connect with her blade and power on a much deeper level. The muscles in her body cramped with power, the veins around her arms became visible because of the increased pressure. Unknowingly a mark started spreading from the back of her head around her forehead, white in color. Creating a unique mark of sorts, taking the shape of a small snowflake on the right side of her forehead. But that wasn't all, the strength behind Kuina's attack increased dramatically as she struggled against the wave of sand. Rather than aimlessly struggling against the sand, she used her increased strength to get out of the situation. It seemed whatever happened to her made all of the pain and fatigue go away from the body. Adrenaline, maybe. She didn't know. She was more focused on her blade, Wado Ikemonji. It seemed whatever ancient power did, it also affected her blade. She could feel it, her blade, it was calling to her. It was saying something, no, it was as if she could feel the emotions of her blade. It was calling out to her. It told her to pour her all energy into it. To trust it. And so she did. The marking from her forehead started to spread around her body, small snowflakes stretched out from underneath her kimono, going around her forearms before meeting the blade and mixing with it. Wado Ikemonji started turning pure white due to the frost, before it took a black shine along its edges, manifesting Kuina's own will into the sword, awakening her haki. But it was unstable, so she had to act now. Kuina attacked, so did Crocodile, a last effort of strength between the pirates. You will die here. Crocodile growled, I will show you what true strength is. I will show you what despair is. I will make you and your crew regret even stepping foot on the country. He said with venom in his voice. Do you ever shut up? She grunted, her will not wavering against the superior opponent. Kuina stepped forward, putting all her effort into the strike, drawing her blade downwards in a beautiful arc of frost and ice. The black sand in front of her split immediately, digging a trench in its way as the arc travelled from her sword, a white slash, its borders black, that took the shape of a crescent moon. Freezing everything in its sight before destroying it. Crocodile stared in shock as he saw the attack coming, but it was too late to do anything. He tried to block it with sand and haki. But Kuina's attack proved to be stronger. Still the warlord struggled, gritting his teeth, as he tried to push back the attack. But rather than pushing it back, the flying slash destroyed anything in its path, cutting Crocodile's body. I lost. Crocodile stood still glaring at Kuina, before he fell apart into two pieces. Blood and guts dyed the sand in red, marking the end of the warlord as he fell to the ground, regret and anger evident in his eyes. Kuina looked at her opponent one last time, before her eyes became hazy, Wado Ikemonji still in her hand as she fell to the ground. The last thing she remembered was getting caught by a particular greenhead before her world turned dark. A bit earlier, Mr. One made his way towards Rain Base City, a large wound on his body that stretched from the left side of his shoulder to the right side of his torso. The wound was still fresh, drawing blood, but he didn't have time to even tend to it. A gift from a certain female marine whom he crossed paths with back in the capital. But it didn't matter, he could deal with the pain, but for now, he needed to get to his boss's side. The Baroque agent skated on the ground using the blades on his feet, using it for fast travel as he made his way toward his destination. He was almost near his objective and could see the Rain Base City, but that wasn't what surprised him. No, it was the fact that there was a battle going on. Just from the sand and ice he knew who they were. Why is the White Lady here? Mr. One frowned. He had seen Kuina in action against Firestorm Ace. Those occasional pillars of ice that clashed against sand gave away who Crocodile was fighting. I have to get to the boss's side immediately. Mr. One said as he sped up, entering the Rain Base City as he made his way towards the fight. If the White Lady was here, that means the other Straw Hats were here as well. Sir Crocodile might need my help. Dawsbones thought, I have to get there, now. Suddenly a large flying slash made the Baroque agent stop in his tracks. The slash dug a deep trench in front of him, as if stopping him from going any further. "This is as far as you will go," came a voice from the side as a pink-haired boy came out of the corner. "Please, don't make it hard. Get out of my way, brat," Mr. One said as his arms morphed into blades. He recognized the pink-haired boy. The hero of the Navy port incident, Kobe. "I really don't want to fight you," he said casually, "don't want to get any more blood on my clothes, that's all." Mr. One growled as he moved his fingers morphing into a smaller blade as he jumped at Kobe. The pink-haired pirate in question just sighed, as to him the attack was too slow to even view as a possible threat. A bone-like claw came out of one of his arms and he swung it sideways. Gah! Mr. One was thrown back as the attack not only damaged him, but created a deep wound from the right side of his shoulder towards the left side of his torso. The new wound and the previous wound made an X-shaped scar on the bounty hunter's chest. Dawes Bones was thrown away as he went through several buildings due to the attack. But Kobe wasn't done. Before Mr. One could even get up, the pink-haired pirate appeared right in front of him, pulling back his fist. "Tekai," he said, before putting the pirate to sleep with one punch that sent his head a few feet deep inside the ground, creating a small crater. "Another shirt ruined," Kobe sighed, seeing the blood marks on his clothes. He shook his head as he took out the sea stone cuffs from his pockets and cuffed the pirate's arms behind his back, before dragging him away from the fight between Kuina and Crocodile. A/N. Honestly, I love Crocodile's character. Heck, I might even write a fanfic on him. Him being an SI or sort. He was a villain that was taken care of too early in the story. But it's good that he's also making names in the current One Piece manga right now. Anyway, the things that I love about Crocodile are the things that made his downfall evident. Crocodile isn't a man that would run away from a fight against the Straw Hats. Surely not against Kuina. And even if he was somehow able to beat Kuina, there was Sparky, Zoro, Sanji, and not to mention others were there as well. And it would be stupid to keep him alive for plot convenience. Also, Luffy told Kuina to not hold back, and give it her all. With all shit that Crocodile did to Vivi's country, I don't see any way how Crocodile will live. That's why rather than forcing him to stay in the story, I made him go bye-bye. Hope you guys understand. Anyway, I hope you liked Kuina's powers. It's a mix between Senbonzakura and breathing style, mainly drawing inspiration from both. The chapter took longer than I expected. But anyway, enjoy. Also these are all of Kuina's moveset so to speak. Kuina. Swords, Wado Ikimonji. Techniques, single sword swordsmanship, ice manifestation or verf. Student of Whitey Bay and Tsurera Oikawa. Techniques. Bleeding Serpent, basic flying sword slash that follows its target like a whip. Howling Serpent, a sword thrust that is very destructive, and has freezing effect. Sub-Zero Viper shot where Kuina stabs her sword in her enemy and freezes her inside out. Sakura Hurricane, a powerful and swirling that created a tempest of frozen wind, along with ice petals, like sakura leaves and attacked her foe, intending to encase them in ice, and cut them to pieces with the frozen sharp leaves. Ice Pillar, basic ice pillar that erupts from the ground to strike her opponent. Ice Breathing, learned from the books left by Tsurera Oikawa. Currently has 3 techniques. Ice Breathing, Dance of the Yuki-Onna. Ice Breathing, Yuki-Onna, is a technique that increased the connection to ice powers in a verf user, increasing the durability on the skin, along releasing mist that froze anything in its path. Ice Sword Style, Crystal Sakura Hurricane. No Sword Style, Clawing Serpent. Ice Sword Style, Crystal Coffin. Ice Sword Style, Howling Crystal Serpent, Evolution of Howling Serpent. Ice Sword Style, Bleeding Crystal Serpent, Evolution of Bleeding Serpent. Ice Sword Style, Dancing of the Moonlight Blades, Evolution of Crystal Sakura Hurricane. Ice Sword Style, Sub-Zero Viper Shot, Evolution of .0 Viper Shot. Freezing Moon, an epic white sword parted out from Kuina's blade, with its insides pure white and its borders black. It showed of her mastery over her frost manifestation that was now empowered her armament haki. 249. Right after the call with Mr. 1, most of the Straw Hats went towards Rain Base for Kuina's and Crocodile's evident showdown. Ace, Masked Deuce, and Sabo went to another part of Alabasta where there were rumors of Blackbeard being there. Even though it was just rumored, Ace wanted to check it out before leaving the island. And then came the last group that went to the capital to fix the bomb issue. Nico Robin didn't feel good as she held her stomach. She did not puke right now. Along with feeling nauseous, she was also very irritated. She gave a light glare to her new captain. Along with her was Vivi, who was also glaring at Luffy. The boy in question scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Yeah, but in my defense, I did warn you guys that it might be a little bumpy. Luffy said, holding out his hands toward both of them, and we did get here in time. Heck, we still have around 10 minutes left. I really hate you. Vivi took the boy's hand and picked herself up, still glaring at him. Nah, honey, you love me. Luffy winked, while the blue-haired teen grumbled. Robin, on the other hand, picked herself up without Luffy's support. But she was on wobbly legs, so Luffy did have to support her before she fell back down. Other than giving her captain another glare, she said nothing. All three of them were on top of one of the buildings in the capital. Underneath, they could see some fighting going on between the Royal Army and the rebels. The Marines had also been spread out trying to stop the infighting as a female Marine captain guided them. Even though Robin didn't know who she was, she suspected it was the famous Marine known as Black Cage Hina. But even with her help, the fight was too spread out for the Marines to stop it. No. Vivi said, horrified, looking at Luffy, we have to stop them. The Straw Hat nodded, and held her by the shoulder. Vivi looked like she was holding herself back from going down there and stopping the whole fight. Robin shook her head, feeling a bit bad. She was one of the reasons why the country was in so much chaos. But again, she justified her reasoning, telling herself that she did what she needed to do to survive. Robin then glanced at Luffy, who was thoughtfully looking at the situation, with a solemn expression. Most probably, trying to figure out how to stop the whole mess from escalating any further. She wondered how her new captain could move so fast. She was sure that her captain just casually broke the sound barrier a few times during his sprint towards Aluberna, the capital of Alabasta. And that was with 2 passengers over his shoulder. That level of speed was just unimaginable and absurd. More so when you consider the fact that it had nothing to do with his devil fruit power. The distance between Kateria and Aluberna should at least be 100 or so kilometers. And they just crossed that distance in just a few minutes. Even though Luffy wasn't bothered by the fast travel, his passengers were. Robin was yanked off her feet along with Vivi, before they were carried like sacks of potatoes, over the boy's shoulder during the whole ride. And that was the reason why 2 females had been glaring at Luffy. Nico Robin just glared at him, before sighing. Now wasn't the time. The bomb is in the watchtower. Robin said, bringing both of their attention to the whole situation. She brought her arms under her chest as she pointed at the watchtower. Now, get going before the whole thing explodes, and we all die. She said dryly, a bit of concern laced in her voice, that she hid professionally. She really didn't like it that Luffy had brought her here, in the radius of the bomb. Things could go very badly for her. Hey, don't worry, Robin, Luffy said, giving her a thumbs up. Even if the bomb explodes, I'll protect you and Vivi both. Can't let my friends get hurt. Now, let's stop the chaos and make our entry. Robin blinked, wondering what Luffy meant. They were here, early, the bomb had still about 10 minutes left before it exploded. So she wondered what the captain of the Straw Hats was planning. Robin suddenly felt Luffy's arm wrapped around her waist as he did the same for Vivi. "Heads up," Luffy said, before jumping from his spot along with Robin, towards the castle wall. With a few jumps in the air, the Straw Hat landed in between the royal guards that were on the castle wall, all of them panicked, pointing their weapons at the intruders. "Who are you, folks?" one of the guards asked, pointing their weapons at both of them. "Wait, that Straw Hat. Wait. Princess Vivi. Is that you?" one of them asked. It was Chaka, one of the head guards of the Alabasta Kingdom. Before Luffy or Robin could say anything, a figure came down from the sky, like a falcon. "Pell the Falcon!" Nico Robin muttered, looking at the man as he transformed back to his human form. Vivi stepped up. "Pell." "Chaka," she said, before looking at Luffy and Robin, "they are my friends." "Princess," Pell said, "where have you been?" But Vivi cut him off. "We have to stop the fight, immediately. There's a bomb here in the capital. And if we don't do anything, it won't end well." Hearing that, all of the guards were shocked. "What? Princess, are you sure? Where?" "It's in the watchtower," Vivi said. "We have to hurry and defuse the bomb." All of the people present looked at the watchtower before their expressions turned grim. "But Princess, the rebel army is guarding the place, even the Marines aren't able to stop the fighting," Chaka said as the watchtower was on the rebel side of the army. "Even Pell wouldn't be able to get there unless getting shot by guns and arrows." "Well, defusing the bomb was never an option. I can maybe do something about it. But before that," Luffy said, walking towards an elevated platform on the wall, where he could address all of them. "Now, you guys should cover your ears." Vivi and Robin hurriedly held her ears, prompting a few others to do the same. Luffy took a deep breath before he yelled, "Stop!" He roared the command, his voice sparking with red lightning and the authority of Conqueror's haki. Freezing the whole fight down below, as the walls shook, glass shattered, and many people were on their knees panting in a cold sweat due to Luffy's outburst. Some of the guards that were near Luffy were unfortunate enough to lose consciousness. The whole fight between more than 20,000 soldiers stopped. Luffy could have easily knocked them all out, if he tried. But held back as that wasn't his goal. Now everyone was looking dumbfoundedly at the fallen hero. Afraid and awed by the power displayed. Some were gasping that a famous pirate was here, others were surprised as they saw Princess Vivi, and others were asking themselves what just happened. All in all of them were confused. 250. "Shishishi, now that's good," he said, loud enough so that everyone could hear. "Hey, stop the fighting, if not, the next time, I'm gonna knock all of you out," he shouted. It sounded absurd, and yet they knew it was a serious threat. One of them, a rebel, looked up at Luffy and bravely asked, "Why should we listen to you? You are a pirate." Luffy smiled and held up one finger. "One, 'cause you guys are stupid for trying to kill each other, especially when you want the better for your own country," he said, "and 2, there's a bomb in the watchtower set up that might blow up any time." "Wait, what? A bomb? Am I hearing things? The pirate must be lying." All of the people down below were muttering their own thoughts. Luffy shouted again, "Hey!" All the muttering stopped, as they were hit by another wave of haki, this one a bit more mellower than the last. Still, it did the job just fine. "Good, all this shouting is kind of getting annoying. Listen, I'm going to take care of the bomb, and then me and the princess right here would discuss what's been happening as of late. Also, Sir Crocodile is hereby relieved of his duties as a warlord. I'm gonna also explain how that shitty pirate is related to all of this. For now, let's take care of the bomb first." All of the people down below saw Luffy jump from the castle wall towards the watchtower, jumping a few more times in the air. Before going inside the building, and after some time, the top part of the building got blown away by some strong wind-like attack. Right after that all of them saw a large round-shaped object being thrown from the watchtower into the sky. Just when the others were about to ask about the validity of the fallen hero's claim, the round-shaped object exploded in the sky, lighting up the sky for miles. All of the people of Alabasta could see the sky lit up, and the people of Aluberna City could feel the heat from the explosion. Now all of them looked gratefully at the Straw Hat, wanting to hear the famous pirate out. They did just get saved by him. Days passed and the things in Alabasta returned to normal. Luffy was crowned as the new warlord of the sea, bringing him and his crew under the protection and service of the world government. The news of Crocodile's defeat also spread out, mainly so that one of the members of the Straw Hat crew had defeated him. White Lady Kuina had taken down Crocodile of the Sand alone. And not only that, but she was able to defeat him, a Sand Logia in Alabasta, the country of sand. And rumors were that the same level of strength was possessed by Blackleg Sanji and pirate hunter Zoro, making their crew a lot more interesting in the grand scheme of things. In turn, by making Luffy a warlord, they are also gaining further help from upcoming powerful pirates like Kuina, Sanji, and Zoro, making their crew more appealing in the eyes of the world government. Of course, none of them knew that a certain six-armed monkey also possessed the same capabilities as the other three, but shied away from the spotlight. But even without bringing Sparky into consideration, all of the Straw Hats had gained quite the reputation in the sea. The five elders didn't hesitate when Sengoku proposed the idea of bringing Luffy in as a warlord. More so because, in a way, they could keep an eye on him, among other things. Of course with this, any future attacks from a certain world noble stopped as the five elders made it clear to hold respect for their new warlord recruit. The fall of an old warlord and a rise of a new one created quite the stir amongst the general public. The real news of Crocodile's deeds was hidden from the masses, as the newspaper revealed a completely different story. It told that Crocodile had essentially tried to kidnap Princess Vivi and tried to have his way with her. Along with it, they painted horrible crimes such as sex trafficking, kidnapping, and other sorts of criminal activities in his name. And right as he was about to have his way with the princess, the fallen hero Luffy showed up and saved the day. Luffy didn't like the story one bit. It was laced with false facts, and even though Crocodile was scum, he mainly did crimes that weren't as severe as the news portrayed him to be. Heck, Crocodile could have made a living by selling tons of people in Alabasta into slave trading, but he didn't. The man might be scum, but he had standards. But neither Luffy nor Morgan could do anything about the news. The world government wanted the old warlord to be hated and out of their system, without revealing that he was trying to take over the country. Of course, most of the population of Alabasta knew the real story. After Luffy took care of the bomb, Luffy revealed everything about what was happening and how it was related to Crocodile. The people of Alabasta needed to know the truth, and so Luffy delivered it in a way that would calm the masses. But outside Alabasta, the world knew nothing about the real story. The world government couldn't let it happen. It was balanced in a way. The world government didn't want people to know that a warlord tried to take over a kingdom, and almost succeeded at that. That would put all of the remaining warlords in a bad light. It would be implying that the world government had no control over the 7 pirates. And the general public would be less prone to liking the warlords, which the world government didn't want. The warlord system was built to balance out the powers against the Yonkos of the New World. It was a flawed system, but it was a good enough system that worked in the world government's favor. The world government didn't just want the Marines under their rule, no, it was in their name. They wanted to rule the world. The Marines were their front cover, to appease the masses. The Cypher Paul, and the warlords are their hidden cards in a way. And even though they painted all pirates as evildoers, they tried their best to make the warlords seem like the good guys. All in all, having the warlords under them had many benefits. Funnily enough, the warlord system was hated by most Marines, even the absolute justice war dog Akainu hated the system. But it was a system that the world government was unwilling to banish. So that is why Luffy took full advantage of the situation. If he was right, it would take at least 2 years before the warlord system was abolished. Heck, it might not be at all. So that's why Luffy became one of the warlords. It would give a lot more freedom to do what he planned in the future. And at the same time gather allies using his new position.
Thanks for listening.